Dan, looking over at the North American side of the broadcast later on today, we got Valhalla, who have been putting in work trying to climb that ladder in North America up against PKP, which most people don't realize that's Axe Team, and we'll get to them a little bit later on. But that final boss,
welcome.
Hydra Nation, is still ever so difficult to take on, Dan.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Hydra Nation just sort of returned once again to being perhaps the most dominant team with a big gap of skill between them and everybody else. Because we obviously had for a
What's up, CRJ?
That not being the case, which was something we were looking forward to for a while. But I do wonder, given now that we have a lot of differences in how the game's played, exactly how that's going to shake out. Because there's so much to talk about when we get onto that topic later, just about the meta and the balance.
Yeah, oh man, there's going to be so much to discuss when it comes to that. And luckily for us, we're not here just alone, right? When it comes to DLNS, we want the best of the best. We already got us three. We got the best teams in Deadlock, but we also have some other casters, some other talent who are the best of the best. We're going to be joining us here on the desk. And it's getting very crowded for us. We got Uber, we got Jake, and gentlemen.
Welcome.
Oh, Lee. Dan since in ZP, but even longer since I've seen your two faces. Mitch, how have you been?
Good, man.
What's up, Silent Trumbull? So happy to Fight Night is back. It's night shift now, guys. We got to get used to the new branding. Deadlock night shift. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I'm excited. Excited to vibe around.
Clock in for a big day of games.
Getting my Lash cosplay ready to go. And Jake, I've been seeing you stream some Deadlock lately, man. You're in the zone, ready to go. How are you feeling about today?
Oh, Jake, no sound. GG.
Classic. Someone had to do it.
Jake, no sound. That's a classic.
I don't know if you know.
He's still talking. He's still talking. He doesn't.
It's on your microphone. Oh, good opening to the show for me. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. For the old special, but took me long enough, you guys.
I need to get the chat up.
I had a little vacation. I finally grinded to hit Eternus.
Right.
Thank God. Took me a good couple, like a year now since I've been playing the game. But I'm just excited to get back into the show with all you fine gentlemen. Let's get it going.
I'm curious how many up airs you have on your Warden and your Viscous when it comes to that Eternus grind. But we'll check with you two later on when we get into the first semester today, because it's time to get into the meat and potatoes of what we have to offer you here at the D.
Okay, nice little transition. I like that. It's clean.
It's a little bit different than what we've had before in prior shows. We are going to be having some crowdfunding coming in from you guys who love Deadlock, who love us, and who love all the teams. And we have had a huge wave of support already coming in from you guys. We'll quickly check in with who our current top leader is at the moment. I already know who it is, because this man is well, he's from Norway. He's got all the monies apparently.
Okay, wait.
$100 coming from Average Jonas, and we'll be keeping track of this throughout the rest of today, and of course over the next few weeks as well. But the important thing you need to know is every single donation that comes in from this does not go in our pockets. It goes straight into the prize pool for every single week, up to $2,000 to cover the 1K from EU and 1K from NA. And any additional overtime pay that we get will go into the following weeks of shows. But this isn't the only way that you can support us here at DLNS. We also
your new video is so big. Thank you, ObSec. I'm working on it. What is the name of the channel? It's called Deadlock Night Shift.
To pledge, and we have a couple of tiers in here, a couple that aren't shown just yet.
What differences are there going to be? I don't think there's going to be any difference, despite the
pretty much like a Twitch sub, a YouTube membership.
Okay.
Get you access to a live.
I like what they're doing.
We're going to be having after every single week when the show finishes. We'll have a special guest. This week it's going to be AVG, and we're going to be just chatting with you guys. We'll talk about Deadlock. We'll talk about love. We'll talk about how
crowdfunding is cool. I mean, we've done a lot as well. I mean, it's a good way to kind of keep Deadlock esports alive, and the community has always been so generous with us. I'm sure the community will be generous with the night shift as well. What's up, Cabin? Thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Let's go.
But gentlemen, we get that all out of the way here because it is finally time to head into our first match of the day. We got one win up against VP. We're going to hop straight into taking a look at VP's roster, because Dan, this roster has been tried and tested multiple weeks, multiple months, very few, I mean, only one roster change, if I'm not mistaken, and have proven to be the kings at EU for such a long time.
Yeah, they're the most steady and adaptable.
I'm interested to see VP versus 1 win. It's been a while since we've seen. Okay, wait, we've got some new graphics.
They've had the hiccups here and there, but generally, I've got
a little bit laggy on the graphics, but it's working out.
Oh, I almost said it.
Graphics are a little laggy.
I mean, I guess technically, if I said Deadlock Fight Night History, I guess that kind of makes sense.
Oh God.
Yeah, old show name. But either way, yeah, Oberkim. It's so funny because Oberkim is one of the standouts to me, just because.
Build these graphics. What's up, Scout? The graphics are cool. They're just a little laggy. We got to work on that, but that's all good. I mean, I get it. It happens. I don't know if it's me. It's not me, I think, right? The stream is probably dropping frames, right?
But it's been interesting because, again, we're going to talk about how the meta's been shaping up.
Yeah, they're like not moving at all.
Key characters on the team as we get
that's all good.
Draft, but yeah, you can't
really
go
wrong
with any single player. They're all legends here on this team.
That's chill.
You know, maybe best in class in their respective roles.
ZP, I mean, for me, there's a very certain player on this roster that I keep my eyes on. He's been hibernation for such a long time. No, I didn't say hibernation. I said hibernation. It's Mikhail S.
Yeah, there's a lot of it where just going to the chat before the stream started, a lot of people go, like, did we finally get him? Is he going to show up? Is Mikhail S going to be playing here today?
Oh, wait.
Of course.
Zergy just TP'd away, bro. Zergy's not playing. He preferred this teleport tricks. I think that this animation would look really nice, Scout, if it was working properly. But it's not working. It's definitely not working.
Pans out. Now, whether or not we see Listic on Calico, probably not. That should be just Abrams, if anything. A lot has changed.
Oh, Manzi, I think you're the prime. Appreciate you. How you been?
We're going to go through that as we get to the draft, but I'm definitely curious to see.
Mikhail's playing? Yeah, Mikhail's is playing. Mikhail's has been streaming, scrimming and stuff. He's just not streaming right now.
Well, one thing that hasn't
I'll be back, I'm sure.
seeming to have a VP versus one-win match.
I don't think he's playing any pubs. He's not streaming, and I don't think he's playing any pubs.
At the one-win roster as well. And this team, you know, I have to say, ZP, as we'll go back to you for this one, they had an explosive entrance, I would say, into.
I mean, the visuals are a really good idea, but it's just, unfortunately, it's not working.
Then they had a fall off and not able to really reach those.
Brown Metro told me he's not playing, really?
I mean, one-win team is really interesting because they're a team where on a
maybe that's true.
Level, they have some of the best.
I've been told that he was still scrimming, but I don't know.
That was really kind of known when ABL joined the team. Used to be.
I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see.
Team,
I don't know for sure. I guess I can ask.
To get over the hump.
Let me ask real quick. Let's get clarification.
But they just kind of hit multiple metas where things weren't quite working out for them. They might not have had the right read. I feel like they lost a lot of games in draft phase, or they got a little bit too attached to, you know, overdrafting strong combos, but weren't, you know, necessarily strong enough to win the entire game, where, you know, at times it would just be, you know, overdrafting things.
Grand Metro watch partying? Yeah, I think everybody's watch partying. People are looking for content, you know?
They have the potential.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
But I feel like their overall read and maybe just hero pool flexibility is, you know,
these ones aren't lagging. Oh yeah, wait, it's fixed now, sort of.
Dan, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I agree. Like, you know, it seemed like they forced.
Okay, I'm being told Mikhail's is playing.
Which I do respect it a little.
I'm being told Mikhail's is playing from a trusted source. So,
shifting
Brown and Metro, another L.
Playing more split pushes,
Can you do?
Playing more kind of invasive styles, where because you have less of a spawn frequency on those neutral camps. Like, these types of things are, I think, more in their wheelhouse. So if they are to try to keep that style going, I think they should find a lot of success. And I think, again, just some of the changes also play into how they like to play the game. So I think the meta's kind of coming around. That's my prediction, at least. I feel like the meta's coming around for them again here.
Well, I think we can even maybe discuss this for now. We're still waiting for some things to get sorted when it comes to the draft, is what kind of has been changed up as of late times. And one thing that's going to stick out to me right off the bat, CP, is those teleporters now gone from the
I mean, a lot of things have changed. I'm curious because I haven't seen a European tournament in a while. I don't think there's been a European tournament in a while, to be honest. In NA, we've seen kind of how it plays. The meta has shifted quite a bit. I don't know how you guys have felt at home about the... How have you guys felt at home about the new rejuve? How's it felt for you guys?
Than you were before. If you're going to leave aside more,
how's it changed your games?
Well, there's a good chance that you're not going to be able to rotate over to save it. So the decisions you make and how you place yourself on the map at the competitive level now matter significantly more than they did before, where, you know, teleporters at their peak. I mean,
game duration is still very short.
We were covering where,
yeah, I mean, I think that's their goal.
Continually shift
we'll see, though.
Their lane setups for like favorable lane setups in the first 2 minutes, where I think the record was something like 5 or 6 TP uses in the first 2 minutes. So, you know, that sort of stuff kind of being removed as an option definitely changes how you have to approach a game.
More brawly fun for sure. Archon though, fair, no worries. Not much, but hard to say because I didn't play much with the last one. Okay.
Yeah,
encourages team play more. Okay, multi-punch is interesting. Feels hard to steal. It is definitely hard to steal.
You know, for example, you know, something
much better than the previous version. Okay, TP change makes it so easy as a McGinnis. It's definitely a McGinnis buff for sure. I think McGinnis is actually quite good. I would not be surprised if we see McGinnis picked in EU. I don't know if NA is gonna pick McGinnis, but I wouldn't be surprised if EU picked McGinnis
as well when you get into that kind of 5-6 player.
Last one was 1-1. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been like over a month, I think. You think they're gonna get rid of subway TPs? I doubt it. I think they're gonna keep those.
In addition to those TPs going away, which is going to help, you know, Mirage have a bit more value with his ultimate. You've got also players, or rather heroes like our faithful.
McGinnis is not on top, but she's good.
Able to do loads of damage now on those towers.
What build for McGinnis? Oh, you can just go gun McGinnis. I don't even think. Maybe we'll see support McGinnis. I don't think that's impossible. But I think just gun McGinnis is like really good.
It's going to be possible and threatening when it comes to that split push macro game. So I think that's going to be really interesting, and I like the way that the game's developing from the, you know, the macro changes they've made like that.
Well, there's a lot more that we can talk about.
Also, they haven't said anything about Intel, have they? So I'm guessing the Intel sponsor is unfortunately dead for now, I'm guessing. Did they draft yet? No. Well, I mean, they probably did, but it hasn't been shown yet. But I'm sure that the draft is like mostly done.
Going up against one win, and it's Obi Kim.
What's up, Wage? Good luck. Good luck tonight, Wage.
You know, gentlemen, patches
Good luck.
might change, heroes might change.
What exactly prompted the brand name? Basically, they parted ways with one of the leadership people from Fight Night, and they didn't want to do the legal battle of taking the brand, so they just rebranded, I think. Intel was probably out of money completely. I mean, I'm sure Intel has the money, but it's like, did they, you know, did they feel like it was worth it? That's the question.
But finally, a parry comes on in.
Can't wait for Infernus to be 100% big ban. Infernus is definitely quite good.
Yeah, and I think, wait, actually, we had a patch change right for parries. Don't they do more damage now? If you've been parried, you're going to take more damage subsequently. So even the Mo and Krill 1v1 not able to escape some of these patch changes.
Removing teleporters, blind walkers is a huge L, really? I think it's a good change
like
personally,
round,
but
like limits.
No.
Sudden death with the next punch.
why do you think it was an L? Just curious. Mirage is still really good. Mirage is fine. I think Mirage is good.
One win will be the first pick. So while we get the draft,
I think Mirage is good, yeah. I don't know. I think the balance overall is actually quite good. We'll see what they prioritize. I think we're still going to see a lot of Yamato prio. Like, Yamato is still, like, insane. I think we're going to see Yamato really early picks. I think Pocket might get picks pretty early, too, but we'll see. Meta is kind of one of those things that it's very hard to say unless there's been tournaments recently, because teams develop their own meta, and the scene is so small right now that there's like 2 or 3 teams or 4 teams scrimming each other, and then they build their own understanding of the meta by themselves, you know.
But now it's back over the one, but still changed up. I think.
How many counter spells are we going to see? Probably a lot. Deathy, you are the problem. What did I do? Thank you for the Prime Octopi. Would you want them to bring back 4 lanes? Personally, not. I think it could be cool to have like an alternate game mode though. That's like, hey, nostalgia 4 lanes, you know.
It's the interesting back and forth that you have in any game.
I doubt we'll see. I doubt we'll see 12 counter spells, but I think we'll see a lot. I don't think we'll see 12.
I just think we're in another phase of Rejuvenator power being tweaked.
Yeah, and Dan, for me, one of the biggest changes we do have the picks event starting is the fact that minions don't become stronger when you get the Rejuvenator. And that for me is huge because it really can punish the team being pulled in one direction while minions just split push themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's a really nice change also from the
Holiday being banned. I don't think that's crazy. Holiday's quite strong. Good pick hero as well. I'm a bit surprised by the ban. I don't think it's the hero I would have banned, but she is quite strong, very oppressive in lane. Lane is a little bit more important as well.
So again, it's like it's a change that I like. I think that rewards the team.
Jam side and gun motto incoming. I guess we'll see.
I think it won't just.
They got production ready. Yeah, the production's good for sure. The visuals are nice. Everything's quality. I like it.
All right. Well, ZP. One thing I'm noticing off the bat. One thing we should say is we know there hasn't been really a ton of scrims had behind the scenes between a lot of these teams out here. I believe one only came back like recently. VP, I've been told, haven't had a scrim
Hoping
yet.
We see some Paradox.
When it comes to playing
we might. She's not terrible. Yamato ban makes a lot of sense to me. I think the hero's insane.
Holiday and Yamato being taken away.
Yeah,
Holiday just a better Lash. Well, I don't think they fulfilled exactly the same roles, but yeah. 7 first pick. Okay, I mean, I think 7 is still really strong. I don't know if he's first pick, but I'm not. It's not crazy. Can you turn up the audio? Yeah, of course.
Would see it in comp.
Is this better or is this too loud?
We're going to get picked in the early stages here. We'll see, because you did just have some nerfs come on in, but 7 of course has climbed to the top of the heap. But Warden just Jason,
that's great. Okay,
managed to be a mainstay. Just
Warden,
very reliable all the while. And
I'm curious if we'll see Spirit Warden or Gun Warden. Gun Warden's been nerfed so much at this point. I think Spirit Warden's really strong too.
I know
we'll see.
Jake's smiling from ear to ear. I know John.
Yeah, I'm gonna be watching in game. Yeah.
From ear to ear, so he'll be playing.
In fact, they gave me a new overlay to watch in game.
I mean, we got Warden locked in. We got
Chance for Dynamo in Fight Night pretty low, I think, in EU pretty low. Abrams is still quite strong. VP already setting up, you know, their team fight basically. Getting Warden and Abrams, you get good control, good AOE damage.
Exactly what the priority should really look like.
Very tanky heroes.
I feel like
I think on the side of one win here, like Pocket looks pretty good, especially since you've already got the 7. I think Pocket Vindicta would honestly not be crazy. We'll see though. Okay, Vindicta, yeah. I like the Vindicta here. I think it's a good pick. I think Pocket would be really good here too. But we'll see if they like it.
Abrams, Warden. This is kind of very much what we were seeing, I think, before. A lot of the big patches before we. How long ago was it really that we had our shows?
I really like Pocket here.
Month and a half. Not even a full 2 months. But what I will say here, I do enjoy how some teams like.
I can see guys too. Swap is really good against both Abrams and Warden. They have huge health pools, and Swap can allow you to just like take them down instantly. It also secures some frontline for 1 win and a good laner as well. So I think it's reasonable.
Take a look at what they were valuing. pure frontline from the
It's
beginning.
also,
It was
I don't
one
really
win
think
team
that
saying,
VP
"No,
wants
we
to
want a
pick
little bit
Pocket
more
into the 1-win
on the
team at the
damage
moment
and
too,
to
right?
kick things off."
So I don't think
VP
1-win
now,
needs to
though,
prio Pocket
there's
because it's
two
not that good
really
for
strong
VP.
frontliners on this
Yo, what's up,
side. We need a
Albatron?
playmaker. We need
Why
to
Holiday
give
Band? Very
Michaelis
strong, and they just,
what
yeah.
Michaelis is good at, which is Paradox.
back.
So
Paradox
yeah.
third pick
They
is
changed
interesting
it
to
a
me,
bit,
but
though, at the
it
same
seems
time.
that they don't want to pick Bebop, and they probably still want like a pick hero. And 1-1 picked Vindicta, which is good at setting up fights too. So Paradox is a decent answer to the Vindicta, right? It's a very, very old answer. You need some sort of like anti-air, some sort of hero that can snipe Vindicta out of the skies. Paradox, Pocket ban makes a lot of sense.
And Pocket going to be taken away by Virtus Pro, which kind of makes sense considering one.
You think Shiv will get picked? Shiv might get picked late into the draft.
Pocket.
Is Abraham's currently champion? They are.
Flammen will get on that Sinclair though, because again, you know, Vexing Bolt was already super annoying before, but I feel like it would be even more annoying for the harass.
Sinclair is
and
really
not just the
strong too.
harass and the
I think that
laning
it's
phase, but also, you know,
I'm surprised that we're not seeing any
Valley
Sinclair
Spirit
bans, but I
resist
know
on the
that EU
objectives.
values
I do
Ivy
feel
a
like
lot
he's
more
one
than
of the
NA at the
strongest
moment.
split
I think
pushers
Ivy
we
is
have
really
with TP and
underrated in
everything.
NA.
So surprised to not see Sinclair get picked up, but maybe we'll see VP go for that right now.
What does Warden get to be
Yeah,
tank,
and he
frontline,
picks it wide
DPS,
open.
controller,
This
and
is kind
carry?
of exploratory.
I mean, he doesn't
Not only
actually
for us,
get to be
but a little
everything,
bit
but
for
he's
the
strong,
teams,
but
because we know
he's
that
definitely a
Sprint's been
generalist hero.
little
He
bit
gets to do a lot of
frozen
things
out
for
in the
sure.
last, month or so, so I'm not even sure
Wraith
the
makes a lot of
teams
sense.
necessarily know what to expect. Where
I think Infernus would have been really good too, considering they have Geist and 7 and stuff, but Infernus kind of sucks against Vindicta specifically. The tether kind of fucks Infernus.
This is a little bit more free flowing, not only from EU team to EU
Yeah, it's
team,
probably
but
Sharik
likely
Warden,
when we
yeah.
go to NA is going to have their own unique take too. So you know, for me, I'm just kind of observing, going, okay, what are the teams valuing? 1-win team
Bebop.
deciding,
Okay.
you know.
A lot of people have been
Bebop
thinking
is playing
Bebop is dead, but I think
especially
Bebop is still like
Paradox.
definitely viable at a high level.
Bro, give it to me.
It's just
Give me
in
that
pubs,
overseas
it's definitely a
Bebop.
lot
We're talking
worse,
about
but
Paradox
like
on Paradox. Give me
the hook
overseas
is
on
still
Bebop.
an incredibly strong displacement
I'm
tool.
still
The
saying,
hero
like,
is still
the
really
best Bebop
tanky.
player when
Like
it
I
comes
think
to
he's still
EU when we
good.
get into these scrims. But Dan, one pick I'm actually kind of surprised to not
Are Wraith
see
and Fern
so
top
far,
carries
'cause
this
I've heard
match?
such high things about
Wraith definitely. I think
Moen Krill
Infernus is
coming in, as a
perhaps a
fifth
little
pick
bit
for
lower
1-win.
prio than Wraith, but still very
Was it Moen
strong.
Krill?
Yeah, it was Moen Krill.
Yes.
Do you think
Okay.
Shiv has
Fine,
become in a
again.
less problematic
Okay.
state?
Yeah,
Shiv's
I
always
would
kind
say
of
it's
like
really hard
either
to take a
too
read
strong
on
or
some
not
of,
strong.
like, what the value is. And I
Moen
think it might
Krill
be,
is very
well,
interesting
for
to
the
see in
players
EU
to
because
there was a
traditionally
slight
EU
buff-
hates Moen
like a
Krill.
slight buff to
But
the-
so
to the
EU
talent,
picking Moen
because talent
Krill
kind of disappeared for
really
a couple.
signifies that he's
Is it
quite
enough?
strong right
You know,
now.
I feel like that's the question.
You need some alcohol, true.
So maybe it is enough. But that's a question I think for a lot of these heroes now is
GT
was that
is
buff
surprising,
enough?
but
The
it is a
10%
very
going
good
down
answer
Paradox
to Vindicta.
does seem
However,
like it was
GT
certainly
kind of
enough,
sucks
but
against Bebop
Great Talent
and
was in a
Mo,
more gray area.
so I'm a little bit surprised. We'll see how much he's able to do though.
I saw what you did
That
there.
didn't deserve a chuckle, but I appreciate it.
He got
No,
it.
that was a sympathy
Kelvin?
chuckle. That was like we're all in this together. It's one broadcast.
I like the
Oh,
Kelvin.
we're
You
gonna
can
act like
isolate
it's
a lot
fun.
of
But
these
yeah,
heroes,
I
right?
really did-
It's
I
really
still
good
think
with the
GT,
Abrams.
though,
It's good
a
against the
few
war.
extra
It's
buffs
good
to
with the
Wraith
Warden.
just because
It's
I still
fine
think
against a
GT
lot of the
gives
enemy
you
heroes.
a
Dome is a
pretty
great
phenomenal
answer
amount
to
of
7
presence
ults because it
early in
allows
the
you
game.
to
Just
just,
the ability
reset
to
some of your
owl
team.
If you put GT in middle,
Makes
to
sense.
the left or right, and
And
use
that's
that
probably
to
list. Wait.
kill or force people back. I mean, you can't underrate
question.
that,
Who is
but
on GT?
Also, the problem that GT is just
So it's
had
gonna
in
be
the last,
Sharik,
month or
Warden.
so, prior to
I guess
the
it's
buffing, and
Dimov
just
GT,
been
no?
as
It's probably
impactful
Dimov
where
GT.
Teams feel it is worth the spot, but in
Unless it's
VP,
Dimov
just
Warden
like,
and then
we're
Sharik
gonna roll
GT,
with it.
but
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
Infernus
GT's such
coming
a
in
good
last.
setup. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Infernus last pick. I really like the Infernus pick into the VP team.
I was just gonna say GT's
Strong.
because sometimes I wonder if it's.
There are some answers. You have to be careful. I think if Abrams gets to his Phantom Strike timing this game, it's going to be really scary for 1-win. 1-win needs to get like a good setup before Abrams gets to his Phantom Strike timing, because I think Abrams Phantom Strike this game kind of clears a lot of the 1-win heroes.
So strong.
The stream is too loud. Alright, I'll lower it a little bit.
A last pick here for 1-win with the Kelvin.
Yo, well,
coming
thank
in
you, Jamrock,
Virtus
for
Pro.
the
I mean, pretty
prime.
tried and true tested comp for Virtus Pro. Pretty similar for 1-win here as well, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see how
We're gonna
this
watch
plays
in-game
out.
soon
I think
anyway.
For VP, it's a little bit more tried and true, right? Where you're gonna have your Warden and Abrams front line, where ideally too, you're gonna like.
Is Mikhail's
prioritize
back?
them
Yeah, he's
decent
back.
amount
He's been
in terms of
scrimming with
farm,
them.
but also you're gonna
He's
have
playing.
Zergy on the
Yeah,
right,
Mikhail's is playing as
and
far
you're
as I've
gonna wanna
been
get
made
Zergy
aware.
super farmed into late game, so you kind of wonder about how the soul allocation is gonna go here for VP, and I do wonder in terms of people are gonna.
Would you ever be a caster for Deadlock Night Shift? I would be perhaps down, although to be honest, it doesn't really make sense for me because I can watch party it, but I love casting and I love being part of events. And one thing, what's up you and me? Amy. How you doing? One thing that's been made really clear with my involvement in the Deadlock competitive scene is that I really, really like being involved in events, and I really want to participate in whatever way, whether it's caster, whether it's analyst, whether it's tournament organizer. I know I want to be involved. I just know that being a player is not really, being a player is not really in the cards for me anymore, in my opinion, for all sorts of reasons. I mean, the main reason why I can't be a player is because if Deadlock Esports takes off, I would have to relocate, and I'm just not willing to relocate. That's just never gonna happen. Like, I'm not gonna relocate. I have a wife, I have a condo, you know, like I can't relocate. So realistically, I have to be a realist and sit down with myself and be like, hey, as much as I love competing, it just doesn't make sense for me.
Later on, which in Furnace and 7 would be exactly the two type of heroes I see to do that, Dan.
You're great at commenting, thank you.
Yeah,
content farming is better anyway. That's true.
It's a really nice comp for that, and also for just you know,
content farmer. I mean,
players
it's
and
true
the
that there's more
just
money in
capture a
streaming
bit,
too.
Of like highly
I do miss
rewarding,
competing
right
though.
now
I do
as well,
miss
because
it.
they have less of a spawn time. I think what the souls per minute doesn't really change, right? Based on how
There's a little
they
itch, you know.
manage this, you get a bit of
little
a
itch.
bonus in terms of what creep reward you get for killing them, but the actual time is kind of balanced out there. But you know, one quick thing I'll say is another thing to watch out for the GT is the wave management that you get off of the ult, because GT can use his ultimate, the burst,
never
to
leaves,
clear out
true.
waves as well. With the waves moving faster now,
I'd still love to see you scrim here and there. Yeah, it's kind of hard to scrim here and there. I mean, I would be down for maybe like a content team where we just, you know, play every once in a while or whatever. But yeah, it's a new realization since the LAN. New realization of like a couple of weeks, I think. I already kind of knew, but like I wasn't sure 100%. That's true. Be a volunteer 100%. Fun is very, very important.
We've seen a lot of changes here to Deadlock recently. We'll start sort of discussing them as they come up. But
tournaments will be in Seattle from Valve. I mean, probably not. I mean, they might be, but like, they might not be, you know? Oh, wait, I got a little transition too. Wait a second. Look at this little overlay they gave me, by the way. I mean, the international or whatever they host that. Yeah, so they gave us a little overlay for watching at home. So, you know. Still see that stuff. Yeah, McHale's is back indeed. Don't listen to the liars. What's happening? They're all just meleeing. He's getting warmed up. Monopoly Go. Yeah, let me remove the Monopoly Go 1 sec. Whoops. Sorry about that. My bad, guys. Professional streamer. So up to McHale's. All right, guys. I'll give you the McHale's content. I'll give you the McHale's content since, you know, he hasn't streamed in a long time. You know, back in the day, you know, most of you guys probably don't know this or whatever, but maybe you do know this. But initially, this is a quick little anecdote. Initially, when the Deadlock playtest first kind of came out, which was around late April / early May 2024, it only had North American servers, and there were a few European players, and McHale's was one of the European players. And back in the day, he was literally just a Paradox one-trick. And he would get memed on a little bit for being a Paradox one-trick. But I will say, and I also personally was like, this guy's just a Paradox one-trick. But, and Paradox was like super, super OP back then, right? So people were just like, but I will say that he's kind of like proven the haters wrong, as in, you know, he plays a lot of heroes at an incredibly high level. He's a grinder, and I definitely have like a lot of respect for him. I could turn up the game sound a little bit. Yeah, of course. Boom. You think the names of the overlay are on the wrong order? I can't really see the overlay because it's small for me. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. They're definitely in the wrong order. Let me message. Oh, well. I can't really do anything about that. I have zero control over the overlays, the unfortunate part. Let me just message them in the watch party thing. Overlay names are in wrong order. Oh, they probably know that. If it's also the case on main broadcast, they probably know. Is Paradox good? I feel like I see her all the time. I think Paradox is pretty decent. Sorry, we'll go back to the McHale's POV. I think Paradox is pretty decent. I've been playing a decent amount of Paradox recently, and she feels actually like quite good. And I think a lot of the changes benefit her. The removal of teleporters also benefits her, in my opinion. The way the game has kind of changed to these smaller engagements, a little bit less full-blown team fights. I do think she's kind of weaker than Holiday, but Holiday was banned here, so, you know. Hale's taking a lot of damage here. Feeling right, makes sense. Mikhail's on GT, no, it's Dimov on GT. Their lane is not going amazing for them at the moment, though, but they are against a very strong lane of Flammable on the Vindicta and Infernos. Oh, if that hit, that would have been really quite bad, but it does not hit, so they're good. You don't like how you can't really make her gun builds work, really? I've been playing mostly gun build and it's been working for me. I go like crippling and stuff. I go like normal items and then I go like warp stone counterspell and I go like crippling hollow point ward. It's been working for me. Mind asking me what role she plays and what if she gives to an item team? What if she gives to a team? Yeah. So Paradox is basically an initiator. So the main role that she gives is like starting engagements and giving your team pick potential, right? So whenever the game is in a neutral state or whenever you need to progress the game state, sometimes you want to try to force kills happening. Paradox essentially allows you to do that, right? It allows you to force kills. Unfortunately, Mikhails is going to die here. And this is a really, really bad death because as you can see, the wave is still at the tower. So he's going to lose a lot of souls from this. So ABL and Flammable have quite a strong lead here. Put minimap views of both teams. Yeah, my bad. You go Trophy Collector, Carbine build? Yeah, I've also gone Trophy Collector. I think it's okay. It really depends on the game state. I think it's kind of a meme at a very high level. Like in competitive, I would never go Trophy Collector, but I think in pubs it works. What the fuck was Magician's role in your video? The Hopo creation? What, you didn't like that? That was a funny joke. Like I said, guys, the role thing, like I could make like an exhaustive resource of like, hey, here's all the different roles that all these different heroes do. But yeah. Vindicta to me is hard because Vindicta can fit a lot of categories. She can be backline damage. She can be initiation. She can be supportive. She's like a debuffer. You know, she fits a lot of different roles. Good aggression from Dimov and Mikhails, but not really able to finish off the kill. This is one thing. This is a concept for you guys that's important to understand at home to get better at Deadlock is you see how even though Dimov and Mikhails are behind in souls very significantly, they were the aggressors. And that's because resource management in the laning stage is incredibly important. So a lot of the time, in order to gain a lead, the enemy team has to give away something, right? So when you die, you respawn with full health and all your cooldowns and everything. And usually the, you know, like Flammable and ABL used a lot of their health and their cooldowns to get that kill, right? So being aggressive after makes sense, and that's a mistake that I see very often is people are going to be too passive. Good attempt from ABL, but Mikhails comes out on top. Every role that isn't Melee Vindicta, yeah, true. Calico is also missing? Yeah, Calico I struggled to put in a role as well because Calico I think is not really a bruiser because she's too squishy to be one nowadays, but she could be one depending on the meta. Right now Calico is like an assassin essentially, but there's not really a lot of heroes that are assassins. I could put Calico and Haze, but then I was like, okay, you know, Calico and Haze, but yeah. This is the first DFN without Shiv? No, this is not the first DFN without Shiv. Why no Sieger category? I mean, I could have made literally infinite categories, but I just wanted to fit it all into one infographic just to get a point across. That's really it. For those of you that haven't seen my recent video, check it out. It's on my YouTube. YouTube.com/Deathy. Check it out. All right, so Mikhails and Dimov, not a great start, but could be worse. They're only down a little bit, and Dimov's down like 1,000 souls. No Lash Sag. Yeah. I think Lash is really strong too. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see him in EU. Dimov is just getting hunted down right now. But maybe we should take a look at the other lanes. Let's take a look at the Lipstick. Lipstick is 3-0 right now. Maybe we ought to be on his POV as he's getting gone on his mid lane. He's gonna ult out. Wait, he wants to go in. Wait, he's a little psycho. Okay. I mean, I respect it. Is this live? Yes, it is live. Mikhails is on break from pubs, but he's still scrimming and playing tournaments. But he's not playing pubs or streaming. Match ID, you can see it in the bottom right of the screen. I also pasted it earlier if you want to scroll up, but bottom right of the screen, you can see it. Okay, Lipstick 4-0. Yes, he is scrimming. The infographic really suffered from not having an infinite depth displayed an infinite number of dimensions. I think one thing that showed from the infographic is that people are very, very hungry to have more categories and a deeper understanding of the heroes and the roles that they achieve in Deadlock. So I think that gives me great ideas for other videos. I think my next video that I'm going to do, and you guys can tell me if you'd love to see that, but back in when Deadlock first kind of became popular, I made videos like, hey, tips for this hero, tips for that. And I think it's long overdue that someone makes like a 3 tips for every hero type of video. So I really want to make like a 3 tips for every hero. Timestamps in the next video? Yeah, I can do that. It's not too much effort. I think like a 3 tips for every hero video would kind of go hard. And then I just like take like a minute per hero. So it'd be like a 26-minute video or something, or 30 seconds per hero. And I have a good idea for every hero of like tips that are kind of like, I wouldn't make it the most obvious shit ever, right? Like obviously if you play the hero a lot, you'd probably know, but at the same time, there's probably be like, dude, Listic is owning though, 5-0. When is next major patch? I don't know. I'm waiting for the next major patch as well. Lipstick is just a funny nickname for Listic because of Gubami. Alright, he's got the max life and life already too. He's like super mega strong right now. This is his power spike. He's getting like super active, but he's so strong right now. He got parried. Oh, parry is like guaranteed death now. Wait, got the burger boxing? Burger box nation. Oh, okay, good dome. Although, are they gonna be able to clean anything? I think they just all die here, no? I think both Obi-Kim and Sharik are just dead here. So even though they get the tower, it's not really great for them. They're buying a lot of time. Oh, Mikhail's rushed knockdown. Okay. Really wants to shut down the... I mean, this kind of proves the idea during the draft, right? It's very clear to me. From Mikhail's rushing rushing knockdown, it's very clear to me that, you know, they picked Paradox. Oh, we got a little teabagging action here. When will they add draft? I wish I knew. Whenever they feel like there's enough heroes for draft, I guess. That's like the main reason I feel like they haven't added it. By draft, he means like pick ban and stuff in pubs. You quit back in November last year, just came back. Any character suggestions for T500 hitscan rivals Overwatch player? Yeah, just play like Wraith and Infernus and shit. Just play like Wraith, Haze, Infernus. Like play the M1 heroes. If you have good aim, like Wraith, just farm and aim and you'll be able to carry games at low ranks. Wraith is probably the best. Something was his control key. He was cleaning it. Play Mirage. Mirage is okay, but I think Wraith is going to be better for M1 players. I wish we can get new characters. How do you not get bored of the current ones? I mean, I'm still learning the current ones. What I do is, as you can see, I've been learning every hero. Like, while waiting for the new patch, I'm just, like, switching between heroes. I learned Yamato, I learned Geist, now I'm learning Paradox. I'm sure nobody in the chat knows how to play all 26 heroes, so when I get bored, that's what I do. I just learn new heroes. What do you think about Lightning Scroll? Feels an awkward item. I think it's a cool item that's fairly niche. But I think it's okay to have niche items. Favorite new hero you've learned? Definitely Yamato. Yamato, for a while, I wanted to learn Yamato, but I only played like 5 games of her. And like, even though she's not that hard, she takes a little bit to kind of like get down. And, you know, I kept like putting it off basically because I was like, I really want to play Yamato, but I'm like throwing every time I pick Yamato. And I felt bad because I was just like throwing games and shit. But now that I'm actually pretty good at Yamato, like she feels really awesome to play. A bit greedy there from 1-1, I think, to try to push that Walker. I don't think their advantage was big enough, and they went from having a 7k lead to losing it immediately. I don't really think that that was correct. She's boring to watch. That's fair. She's very fun to play. Is Mikhail still arguably the best player? I mean, Mikhail's is very, very good, but saying he's like the best player without a doubt, I think is, you know, every player has their strengths. You know, I think to me, Mikhail's strength is like, he knows the game very fundamentally, and he's quite flexible, right? He can play a lot of heroes, but there's a lot of really, really good players. I don't think Mikhail's was ever, like, far above and beyond the other top players in EU or NA, respectfully, but I think he's just extremely consistent, and he always takes it very seriously. And in matchmaking, he always plays what's meta as well. This is not a bad thing, by the way. He's just, like, he's definitely the type of player you want on your team, for sure, you know? We've got walkers being traded out here. 1-1 gets their lead back by getting a walker here. ABL is really rich right now. OBT is the best player. Is too good for any to handle. Dimov is up there. Dimov is really good. Can I show the Warzone build? Yeah, sure. There it is. What's the most fun character in build for you? I mean, I love Lash. I just love playing Lash. As far as the build, I think Slam Lash is like some of those fun I've had in Deadlock. Dash and Furnace is fun too, but at a high level, sometimes you just get knocked up over and over and it can be unfun, but... I will say that it's a very good Infernus game because they don't really have a lot of knockups on the enemy team, so. Hey, ABL is like giga rich right now. See what he buys. How else can you play Lash? You can play Flog Lash. Debuff remover. Debuff remover is pretty mandatory for Dash Infernus. If they have like slowing hexes or things like that, you just get fucked. I think Gallistic might save for Phantom Strike. We'll see. ABL taking the 1v1 here. Drake's gonna ult. ABL doesn't have rapid recharge yet, so he doesn't have his flame dash for a little bit. This may actually bite him in the ass. Oh wait, the dome actually fucked Tariq there. I don't know if ABL would have died either way, but bit questionable perhaps. I mean, he's gonna be able to buy so much time on Mo here. It's gonna be disgusting. Combos, buys a lot of time. Wait, ABL comes back in. He healed back up from Fortitude. This is so bad for VP. Unless ABL dies somehow. I think he's fine though. Wait, Krill ended up going back in and he just died. Okay. Don't really think that was necessary. Yeah, I mean, debuff remover is very, very, very good. Do you think it's better to have a smaller hero pool or be flexible for Deadlock? Depends what your objective is. If your objective is to be really good at a high level in competitive play, then if you want to be like a pro player, then you need to be flexible. However, if your objective is just to, you know, climb the ranks in matchmaking, then having a small hero pool is better because it's hard to be flexible. It's hard to know all the heroes. Zania dies, but this kill is kind of like not that relevant. I mean, it's decent, but I think it's better to be flexible for ranked. I really don't think so. I've coached a lot of players, and what I can tell you is that people are really bad at learning heroes, and therefore, if you want to climb ranked, just being really good at 3 heroes is much better than being decent at 10 heroes for ranked. It's much better to be really good at 3 heroes. If your objective is to stay Archon, oh, then do whatever. Even for someone with Phantom and above. Even if you're a Turnus, it's better to just play 3 heroes if you want to climb ranked. There's literally no advantage to being flexible in ranked. There's 0 advantage to being flexible in ranked because you can just select 3 heroes. How many cold fronts are on both teams? Probably not that many. There's 1 on this team and 2, 3. 3 on 1 win and 1 on VP. Yeah, that's true. C-Straw, yeah. You know the hero, yeah, I mean, that's kind of true, Philip, but the advantage is not worth it, like, in the sense that, you know, I do agree that you gain some knowledge, but you'll just be kind of like, generally you get rewarded more from just being really good at executing on the hero. Bebop may have fucked up here. 2 kills for VP, and now they're back.
Let's stick together.
Same applied to Dota? Yeah, I mean, definitely. Although in Dota, I didn't listen to the advice. What I did in Dota is I just played whatever's meta. But it's ideal if you have like a small hero pool and you just play whatever is meta within your hero pool. Like if you want to climb in any game, that's kind of like the basically the golden formula is have like a fairly small hero pool and then basically just adjust based on the meta. So if one of your heroes is more meta, just play that one more, you know? It's like if you play 5 heroes and then one of them is more meta, just try to spam that one. What do you lose if you have 30 games of each hero, for example? Well, you lose time. 30 games of each hero is quick maths. That's 750 games of Deadlock. That means you would have needed to invest 750 games. If you invested those 750 games into 3 heroes, chances are you would climb better. Like it's all about how fast can you climb based on a time. People have limited time. And, you know, if people ask me, hey, how do I climb? I'm never going to tell them, hey, play each hero. If people ask me, hey, how do I improve at Deadlock? Playing each hero is a good way to improve, but the fastest way to climb is to, if you want to be efficient with your time, you don't play a lot of heroes. Exactly, Cabin. You don't think you get better after like 200 games on a hero? You definitely do, but you do get some diminishing returns, but you definitely do get better. But like, I think you're viewing it, Philip, from the way you're viewing it the way of someone who can know life. Like 200 games is a shit ton for the average player on one hero. Like, if you view it from a perspective of a guy that has 4,000 games, of course you should play multiple heroes and widen your hero pool. But we're talking about, like, you know, just generally. If you can no life, yeah, just play everything. Do you play some games on every hero? I think it's a good idea to play at least one game on every hero. One game on every hero is very small investment of time. And it will teach you just very basic, hey, how do their abilities work? How I would recommend someone approaches Deadlock, ideally, is like, hey, start with bot games and only play one game on every hero in bot games. That'll teach you every hero's kit, and that'll, like, make your life 10 times easier. You did the all-hero challenge in Dota twice. You were never very high rank in Dota. Yeah. Oh god, Listic has been caught. No! Very good pick for a 1 win. Take a look at the Geist build. Wait, this guy's build is, like, not that, like, different from Stepmom Geist. I'm gonna be honest. This is kind of like Stepmom Geist vibes. Gonna be real. Other than the fact that he goes double, I usually don't go Battle Vest on top. I would go something like Return Fire, but other than Return Fire, I would buy most of these items. Yeah, the dome delays a little bit. Can they contest this? I mean, if 1 win gets this mid boss, it's absolutely massive for them. All eyes on Sharik. Okay, he's not there. Never mind. No eyes on him. They're just gonna give it. Yeah. I will say this is completely massive. So here's the thing at a high level with mid boss, and we'll see how this plays out. But okay, so it looks like VP is gonna be able to get some compensation. They'll get maybe 1 or 2 walkers. They should be able to get 2. I mean, Sharik may die for this one. I don't think they'll get 3. But they'll get 2 walkers. So VP does get very, very strong monetary compensation. However, the thing with the new mid boss at a high level is it basically makes fights unlosable. Like, you cannot lose a fight with this rejuve because it gives a buff to your entire team, and on top of that, you have 3 extra lives. So team fights are unlosable. So here, 1 win is going to get the urn. That's going to mostly even out the souls, and then they have essentially 3 minutes after that to just take a winning engagement. And VP just needs to kind of stall for 3 minutes because you can't really win a team fight. They need to stall and they need to split up the map, right? It's not to their advantage to group. Games like this you can play for years, yeah, of course, but, you know, once again, Philip, I think you're, like, overestimating how much time people put into this, right? Like, a lot of people, they might just be able to put 10 hours a week, you know? If you put 10 hours a week and you want to learn every hero, and let's say that it takes you 10 hours to learn a hero, learn the fairly basics of the hero, that's literally 26 weeks just to learn 26 heroes, and, you know, when they add more heroes, it's going to be even more. That's a lot of time. After some years, yeah, of course. But, like, we're not even, like, you know, we're not even there, and we're not even close to there. Most people haven't even played this game once. We'll see, though. So, 1 win's looking to force the mid walker here. Moan Krill's going the Bubble Boy build. He's got bubbles, and he's got Warp Stone.
Over there.
Backstabber makes a lot of sense. Okay. I mean, this fight is like literally unwinnable for VP. They're gonna lose the walker and they're gonna wipe here, and they're probably gonna lose mid walker. I mean, they're gonna lose base guardians off this maybe. I don't think the game is fully over, Soko. I don't think it's fully over. They're only down 10k. They're going to be down maybe 15k, so they still have a chance, but ABL and Empty Dreams are just, like, extremely, extremely rich. It's going to be very difficult to shut them down at this point. Uh-oh. Okay. Do I have anyone muted? No, I guess I can't see. I mean, the comeback is still possible. It's not impossible. Listic is up. Okay, so he went for smaller items because he doesn't think he can greed big ones, probably. New Rejuve is just stupid. What do you think is stupid about it? You think mid is too strong? I think mid is extremely strong, but I think it's okay for mid to be strong. I don't know.
I'll tear through their armor.
I think this mid is healthier than previous mid, in my opinion. What's the beef with ABL? I don't personally have any beef. Obviously, ABL has made definitely said some no-no words. So, obviously, not okay. And he also hasn't really apologized for the no-no words is the other thing. If he said some no-no words and then he was like, you know, I apologize, that'd be one thing, but yeah, so it's definitely, he is not viewed in good light, which is obviously completely fair. As you said, unwinnable fight for one team. Only if it's a team fight, though. Before, though, previous rejuve was like you couldn't play the map for 3-4 minutes, though, because all the waves were getting pushed, and it was, even if you won a fight, it didn't matter because you couldn't do anything off of it. So now you can technically, if you pick people off and stuff, it's still like if you pick people off, rejuve is worthless. So for the lower level players, rejuve is like a completely different beast. What I've found is like when I'm coaching people, like if you're essentially like Phantom or below, rejuve is like not that powerful because people use it terribly. Does this not also force you to sit in base? No, because technically if you split up the map, it's not that oppressive. Because having 3 extra life is really oppressive in a fight, but if you split up the map, it's not as bad as it was before. So there's a little bit more counterplay options, but it's still not ideal. But it doesn't force you to sit in base as much. Wait, VP's kind of doing it. They're winning this fight, or it's pretty even. I don't know. ABL is still up, though, so he might be able to clean up. He's got full health, full everything. I don't know if they can deal with him. We'll see. I mean, even trade. Yeah, I mean, the rank system is definitely fucked, yeah. ABL maintains his rank as least likable Eternus player. That's not good. Thoughts on McDonald's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? That's a lot of McDonald's. Nothing has changed recently around Mo. Why is everyone picking him now? What did they discover? I mean, basically, a lot of heroes get nerfed, brings other heroes up. The teleporters being removed also basically favors heroes that have mobility. A hero like Mo has built-in mobility with Burrow, so that is a buff to Mo in and of itself. The meta also favors smaller engagements and like picks and side lanes, which Mo is good at. And yeah, some counters to Mo also got nerfed. Like for example, Shiv was a really big counter to Mo, but now Shiv is a lot worse. And so, you know, yeah, a couple things basically. Thoughts on poutine for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Sounds perfect. Big fight here. I mean, I'm not sure how to deal with this Infernus. I think they're all dead here. Yeah, they're all dead. This is really quite bad. Now that's GG. Like, it wasn't GG earlier, but now this is GG. And they just left Listic behind. I mean, it doesn't really matter if he lives. They can just push the base. Go 7 build? Yeah, sure. I think they can like I think they can take the base guardians, take the shrine, and I think they can also start mid boss and basically get both. I think they should get this mid boss just to kind of secure the win. If they get mid boss and they get base guardians, they get the shrines, it's basically unlosable. Oh, and they staggered Listic perfectly. Oh, that was a really good stagger play by them. That was a really good stagger play. That was a really nice play. Yeah, they're just gonna back here. They got mid boss. I mean, they don't even need to back. Listic is still dead for 30. They might try to force it, but what is he typing? Teams need to prio Infernus more, I think. Maybe. Infernus did pop off this game.
I don't have backup. I need to be careful.
He typed what happened. Oh, I see. I see. VP picked Great Talent. Yeah, they did. Didn't really work out for them. ABL really hates VP. I don't know.
I see 7.
You think the soul gain changes from last match are good for the meta? Heroes can get up to 40-50k without making many aggressive plays. I mean, if you get up to 40-50k, it's because you were allowed to kind of AFK farm. I think it's, personally, I think it's fine. There's counters to it. Of course, at lower levels, people aren't gonna... Oh my god. The double hook. Holy. Everything about GT pick, I didn't really see the vision. I mean, I thought that I think that they picked it to kind of shut down the Vindicta, but they already had answers to the Vindicta. So I wasn't the biggest fan, but you know, I don't think it did that much, but I also don't think it's the reason they lost necessarily, but yeah. I will say Mikhails was not able to have any impact on the Paradox this game. The vision did not pay off. He didn't really have high kill participation, wasn't really able to get any swaps going, and you know, didn't really have a lot of impact in team fights. Unfortunate. Mikhails is probably super rusty. I mean, he's still been scrimming, but yeah. GG. Well played to one win. They move on. Now they gotta talk to each other though, because 3 of them have the 1W tag, and then 3 of them have the full 1-win tag. So let's show some communication, guys. Kelvin healing seems very low. He didn't really have a chance to get a lot of good domes, unfortunately. A lot of the fights were fairly disjointed. Didn't really get a lot of like proper team fights, I think. Oh yeah, he also used dome lone walkers a lot. That's true. Do you show mobile? Yeah, of course. Will there be a fight night for Asia? I have no idea. You get the vibe that Deathy has a hog. What does that mean? It's back. Deadlock Esports, true. Draft diff, maybe a little bit for sure. I mean, I think VP just like aimed for a lot of tanky brawlers with the, you know, with the Warden and the Abrams and everything. And at first it was working out for them, but unfortunately they weren't able to get the momentum going. And One Win did a really good job at kind of splitting up the fights, and they also picked really good answers to their heroes. The Vindicta especially is definitely a huge pick, and even though I feel like VP invested a decent amount in their draft to try to shut down the Vindicta, picking the GT, picking the Paradox, and you know, potentially even Abrams, who I thought was going to try to go Phantom Strike but didn't really get there, it didn't really do anything. I see. Sometimes when a single hero gets again, you just fall apart, and it looks like the decisions you're making are trash, when often there's just not much you can do if the enemy aren't making any major mistakes. It kind of depends, but yeah, that can be true. I will say that the fact that he's playing Dash and Furnace and there's 0 slowing hexes on the enemy team is perhaps a little questionable. At the same time, Mikhail's already went knockdown, which is a little unfortunate. I would have loved to see a slowing hex from Sharik, though. I feel like it's decent this game, and you know, really helps shut down the Infernus. But he does have debuff remover anyway, so you know. Yeah, I can show the Vindicta's build as well. Just pretty standard Vindicta build. What do you think about Spirit Stench on Pocket? I think it's decent. You know, if you're getting the light melees in, light melees are fairly risky. Like if you get parried, you're just instantly dead on Pocket. But if you can get them in, it's really good. You hate the stake build? Yeah, it's really strong. All right, let's go back to the stream. Let's see what's going on there.
Of just feed the Infernus and 7. And it was really interesting to watch this play out, because with a little bit of a lack of data over the last month, I didn't know what to think until we just saw the results in front of our eyes.
Is Zania the best Mo?
I think, you know, we definitely saw.
I wouldn't say he's the best Mo, but he's quite good.
Like, oh, One Win, they don't want to take these group death ball type.
Did ABL not get punished at all for dropping an N-bomb on Metro Stream? That's pretty correct, yeah. He got, I think, he got like a warning from One Win or something. Oh yeah, he got a fine. Yeah, we don't know how much the fine is. They didn't say how much the fine is, I think.
And I think they
it could be like $50.
Towards maybe like the 20-25 minute mark, where we saw there was 2 towers or 2 objectives left, the mid objective, the walker, and the left lane as well. and they got such a good pick by just doing this classic.
Oh, video creator Deathy Deadlock, could you indulge in the drama and speculate on who was the person that caused everyone to leave the original DFN? Oh, I don't need to speculate. I know who it is, but it's not my business to air dirty laundry, so to speak.
In the left lane, just trying to do wave management, and then there's a quick switch up into the attack.
What rank are the hosts? I think most of them are probably somewhere between like Oracle and Ascendant, if I had to guess. Jake is the only Eternus one, as far as I'm aware.
Just really well done from
Is it Prince?
showing that their strategy works.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense, right? If you have these two really strong individual players like ABL, like Empty Dreams that we talked about so many times when it came.
People saying Mikhail's is giga washed, what the fuck, when he just had a bad game. Like, these things happen. Mikhail's could have had a bad game before, and nobody would have said anything. So sometimes you just have bad games, guys. It's not a big deal.
Those two players, of course, they can carry out games like this.
Does Jake play as Jake? Yeah, he plays as Jake. Yeah.
They can snowball from there. I think
I've seen him in matchmaking a couple times. Is the on-air talent still all the same people? Yes. He's probably just rusty, or he just had a bad game, you know. To be honest, he had a bad lane. Like he didn't get anything going for him this game. His start was bad, the lane was bad, and the mid game there wasn't really any opportunities. So yeah.
I mean, you are pretty much all in, and you know you have these moments where okay, what team is going to be a little bit better suited to.
I'm struggling to use your Yama build. Any tips on how to properly play it, especially during laning phase? Make sure you're constantly using your resto shot on heroes. Like, always try to keep them on the cooldown. And make sure you're Crimson slashing off cooldown on heroes as well if you can.
Do a 1v1 and have be okay. It was situations where ABL would see Sharik.
Probably will come back now with Stream Surely if DFN is back. I don't think he was taking a break because there was no DFN. I think he was taking a break because he's bored with the patch, probably. So I don't think he's going to come back with streams until the next patch, but obviously I don't know. That Jake from State Farm.
It is a change in how you have to sort of apportion your resources with the.
Any thoughts on where Calico stands in the current meta? I think Calico's a little weak, but she's definitely playable.
And all the time we've watched it, it really oscillates between what roles you want to put your farm behind.
You should probably order McDonald's the Rezo Lizard. I would order McDonald's because you don't need to sleep. You're gonna sleep on your flight. Did you get a new cam? Looks way better. No, I just played around with some settings.
Not really taking as much of the farm, playing a backseat role to getting the Infernus and 7 farmed, and it actually worked out. So you saw the clash of prioritization between these two teams, and based on the results, one wins.
Someone say McDonald's. Bubble mode chills, true.
With the amount of scrims
Hydronation is playing, yes.
It's a bike going by. I apologize. He's heading into his night shift right now. We know there hasn't been a lot of scrims happening, so I think the meta, what we're seeing now, or at least the current iteration of what we're seeing, I think that's going to change in a week or two once teams start getting back in the mix of things, constantly scrimming against each other. But what we see now of like those individual carries working out really well for one win, at least at the moment. And Dan, you kind of touched on a little bit, but that first Rejuvenator that we had come in for one win, I think that was the big like catapult they needed to get themselves back in the game. It kind of kept themselves equal.
Have you made a tier list yet? No, I haven't made a tier list for a new patch. I probably will soon.
15% fire rate, the 15% health,
Deathy Chotos, nah.
Damage, and that's when they got those 2 walkers and really started to take control of that game.
My wife keeps poking fun at my gut. Damn, that's fucked up.
Those buffs are pretty significant. And
I think it is always necessary to have late game insurance champ and Furnace or 7. Yeah, you definitely need one. You definitely need one like carry type hero
to really challenge at that point. So it's kind of like a similar effect as we had with the buffs before that you got from Rejuve. But I do like this a bit better because I think it opens the team up to being able to be more flexible with how they want to apply pressure off of.
Not anymore though, been in gym. Congrats, Jimmy. That's awesome.
Cool, honestly, to see this in our first matchup. The one win.
No, the NA teams are still playing Kit.
Never ending.
Valhalla is very good, and then Pure Kicks Puppies is pretty decent too. So we'll see how it goes.
Abraham's, if I'm not mistaken, one win Bombshell, one win beat Abraham's in that one. So
special shot's still better than extra regen. If you hit enemy heroes off cooldown, yes, it's way better. But you need to be good at using it. If you're bad at using it, then it sucks. Well, but yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of repetition. I agree. PKP is Pure Kicks Puppies. Who's on PKP? It's some of my ex-teammates, and it's basically like a fusion of like. So Pure is no longer on it, so it's a fusion of like a few teams, right? It's like it's Axe. Let me think. Okay, so it's Axe, Brayden. So it's like Axe and Brayden were on old melee creeps. So it's like old melee creeps plus some of my teammates. Pure quit. No, Pure was on it, but he quit. So it's basically it's Axe, Saya, John, Axe, Saya, John, and Brayden. So those 4 are from like melee creeps at one point. Brayden was on melee creeps way back. And then it's Wage and Goober.
Yeah.
It's been dominating as ever, but of course that's our next match. But not to take away from the North American games we have coming up later on today with Valhalla up against PKP.
Drama? No
also
drama.
known as Pure Kicks Puppies. But
John and SI are just temporary though, right? I'm not sure.
And then of course we'll play against Hydra Nation there later on today. But before we do fully dive into our
This
next
graphic
match,
is confusing. What's confusing about it?
I want to remind you guys once again, we do have crowdfunding when it comes to the Deadlock Night Shift, and all the money that goes through in our donations do go directly into our prize pool for the week. And if we go over 2K, then it goes in towards the next week as well. This all goes strictly towards that. We can see ZP, my man, you donated 125 bucks so far. Jake with 100 as well.
Yeah, you know, just had to add in, support things. You know, we can't ask the community. It's like, hey, throw some money the players' way if, you know, we're not going to do the same. And, of course, Jonas just completely clearing us as expected, where Jonas is.
W. Jonas.
Just may be the GOAT. But, you know, honestly, all this goes back to the players. And, you know, look, the Deadlock community, you guys are awesome. Just one of the most
Jonas with the 500? Yeah, it's crazy.
Part of, you know, game-wise, whether it be esports or
no more intense sponsor? Yeah, I don't think so.
Cool
I haven't seen any graphic telling about Intel or anything, so I don't think so.
Players in this way.
And because you guys at home are supporting us, we also
Getting sponsors is hard in Deadlock right now. It's hard.
Patreon where we can give back
Death events, we're talking about sponsors. By the way, for those of you guys that are watching right now and don't know, let me just mute the stream real quick. For those of you that don't know, this weekend we've got more Deadlock, okay? So I know that I don't know if people know about this tournament that much, but we're doing the Death Slam Invitational this weekend. So this is all ranks, right? So there was the qualifier 2 weeks ago. The qualifiers were 2 weeks ago. 5 teams qualified, and there was 3 invited teams. So there's 8 teams at the tournament. It's a real tournament. It's going to take the whole weekend. Double elimination, right? It's double elimination, best of 3 all the way. So Fight Night is awesome because you get to see, but as you can see in Fight Night, you get these best of 1s, and sometimes VP just out instantly, you know, and you don't get to see anything more from them. Or today we might get to see Pure Kicks Puppies, but they might be out in 1 game as well. This weekend, you're going to see 2 days on my channel, right? And it's going to be top level Deadlock from North America. It's NA only. Well, it's not NA only. There's actually one EU team that's participating, the VF Dragons or something. VFA Dragons, I think.
They certainly do. And
PKP stands for Pure Kicks Puppies. But anyway, we are doing that this weekend, and we are also crowdfunding the prize pool, similar to how Fight Night is doing it. Or sorry, Night Shift. There is no current prize pool for the Death Slam League itself. We don't really have money for the prize pool for that specifically. For the Death Slam Invitational, the Death Slam Invitational current prize pool is 700 USD. But we're confident, so we have. Let me just mute. So the current Death Slam Invitational is 700 USD. However, we have someone that has pledged to donate to get it to the next 1,000, no matter what it's at. So basically, right now, if nothing changes, that person will donate 300 to take us to 1,000. But if we get it to $1,001, that person will donate $999 to get it to $2,000. Right. So, yeah. If you guys are interested in donating to that, you know, reach out to me and want that stuff. The split for DSI, I'll probably do a similar split as we did to the LAN. So it'll most likely be something like, 55, 30, 15, something like that. We haven't determined the split, but it'll probably be something like that. Or it might be 60, 30, 10 or something like that.
And they just beat up VP. So if you're Abrahams, whatever prep you may have had going into the very first night shift, now you're kind of looking at this.
Need this badly, and I'm willing to pay / cry. Sorry, buddy, I'm watching.
I would say if you had snap reactions going in once we get into the draft, I would think, if nothing else, you kind of look at what one team was really looking to use. You go, maybe we take away things like the Infernus and don't run into an ABL that is just farmed to supervillain status.
You know, you guys are talking up Abraham so much, and honestly, for good reason, looking at past results. But one thing I've seen, and I hope this man is watching the stream right now, who hasn't been playing a whole lot of Deadlock lately? He's been playing a lot of Peak. He's been playing a lot of, like, Tarkov back, I think, before. He's been playing a lot of League of Legends. This man is playing everything but Deadlock. But I have seen him streaming all day today, and he better get his butt in line because he's got a lot to play for here as they're looking to defend themselves once again. But you know, we're talking about Abrahams. Why don't we take a look here at their roster as well? If you guys might be unfamiliar with who is on this team, but we have mentioned a couple of them here and there.
Oh, Saf doesn't have a hero. Oh wait, there it is.
Some names are going to stand.
Yeah, we've got the animations working though.
Hoot for sure.
Yeah, totally. For me, it's gonna be together.
The gray talent animation.
We get to the situation at this point where everybody is a class.
Yo, thank you for the Prime Genius Twitcher.
We see the paradox there.
Willing to pay / cry, emphasis on pay / cry.
cry.
Look, I appreciate you, but I'm watching, unfortunately.
On the paradox in the past, that with that buff, that 10% extra gun damage.
Am I becoming a full-time P content creator? Nah. Full-time Deadlock content creator.
Was where it's always getting insta vetoed, so you should be able to get a hold of it.
Why is Lash like that? He's just chilling.
That's like my one player to follow here, but I'm sure ZP, you probably have, something you could say.
Yeah, I love how Ivy is no clipping behind Infernus.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, I mean, whether you look at Taz, like, I don't even know if they'll go Paradox or just kind of go back to the idea of just being this world's scariest bebop, which of course is also in Taz's wheelhouse when
Infernus has no glasses. I don't know.
There's also other things here, like Abraham's in their last reign of dominance, right? Where Together was almost always on Shiv. But Shiv has been through the ringer and gotten nerfed a whole lot, but at the...
I love how Yamato literally doesn't have an idle animation. Yamato's model is so bad, Valve. Can we please get an update? Please.
What is,
please.
You are most comfortable on. So
we're going to see a Lash is what I want to know. And NA, I think you'll almost guarantee see a Lash. Missed a month somehow? Yo, thank you for the 7 months average, Joe. Appreciate you. It's okay.
Hoot, I feel like Jason, when I look at Hoot's career, Hoot has gone.
You should do a full in-depth breakdown of all the roles you mentioned in your previous video. I would love to see it, even if it's a long video. Yeah, I mean, it'd be really long. Ideally, I would like do smaller videos for each role,
Yeah, he 100%.
Do we know when's draft? No, we don't.
Mistaken, I remember seeing.
Are you talking about the draft for this game? If you're talking about the draft for this game, it should be soon enough.
All the pro players in EU.
Yeah, I agree, Jimmy. I agree.
In EU is. And it was Hoot.
You're gonna be so sad if the leaked Rash redesign is real. Why?
Saying, like, for good reason. He has been very versatile. He has been.
It's really funny how the new Yamato design is one of the first bits of concept art we ever got, and she still looks like a gray alien with no. Yeah, true. Major patch today? Yeah, definitely. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea when their major patch is. Please don't take anything I say seriously, please. Let's not have another July 24th incident, guys.
The one player we haven't mentioned, I think, Saint. He, for me, has massively climbed up in his support role of becoming such a strong player, very, very mindful and very understanding of where he can be powerful, not powerful.
Someone said you said it's this month. I literally never said it's this month.
Back in the prior event,
I'm not even speculating anymore because people take it too seriously. I have no idea when it's gonna come. It'll come whenever it's ready.
Quite a few different heroes to a level that they desperately need him to. But Abraham's,
there's a leak from one of the devs for the Chinese translation saying it'd be on the 18th.
How much of the last match had it been watching?
That seems incredibly unlikely.
We are finally into the pick and bans here, and we're going to see exactly what will be breaking down between these two teams, Dan.
Yeah, and I'm curious with the sort of competition between for both.
Too late, you've already spent your allowance on Polymarket. Oh god.
Interestingly, it seems like.
Will we get Viper model for Yamato? Who knows?
No, let's say. It wasn't as though they picked Infernus and like, oh man, we have to.
Metro said he heard it from me. I'm sure he says that.
Strict plan behind the Infernus and the 7.
I'm sure he says that.
Infernus definitely something they would want to play.
Why is it? Because you know the real date, guys?
In their toolkit as well.
Okay.
We're trying to also figure out.
In the chat, do you guys actually believe that people know the dates of patches like way in advance? Like, you guys actually think Valve has a schedule?
It is still super good.
After all this time, you guys actually still think Valve has a schedule?
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a look at this here, and I think for Abraham,
after
they looked at the last draft
years
and said, you know what,
of Valve just dropping random updates in all of their games and being completely random, people still think they have a schedule. That's insane to me.
Away from you at the beginning.
They do have deadlines. Honestly, I don't even know if they have deadlines.
Yeah, Warden's still pretty good. Got to get rid of him. Now, the one thing I do find interesting,
they literally do whatever the fuck they want. Nobody knows when the patch is going to come. I promise you that.
None of us were doing broadcasts. Viper went way up the tier list. And did we just hit this like special zone where we're not going to see Viper get played today? After
that's
Viper
what someone who knows the schedule would say.
Viper actually had to get nerfed for competitive deadlock to come back. That kind of feels like the case here because I was looking forward to, and the plan is like they were going to get the early pick.
What?
Viper,
I have not leaked anything.
So
oh god.
Doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, she did have a little bit of nerfs in like the latest hotfix.
Why are you so based?
I
don't even think Valve knows when the update's coming out. Exactly. Valve definitely doesn't know when the update's coming out.
In Venom or 2. So yeah, a little bit difficult to deal with, but also I mean very dominating when it comes to like pub play. But I think when you get into a competitive environment, she's very difficult to play successfully because she's so easy to be controlled. Not to mention her hitbox has been increased in certain areas.
All right, let's talk about this draft. So 1 win, first picked Holiday. Abraham's,
coming out,
Abraham's first pick Yamato, I think makes a lot of sense. The Vindicta ban also makes sense. I think Vindicta is incredibly strong for sure. Just probably S tier. Warden.
That was something that also we saw that was possible from the Infernus. I think it's one of the reasons why the Infernus has perhaps raised in value a little bit. But
Gun Motto, Jam side, you really? I don't think it's going to be Gun Motto. We'll see though.
We're going to see it right there as the second pick for Abrahams.
Fantastic Kelvin player, in my opinion. And again,
Prince told me when the next update is, guys. Really?
High mobility to get around that map when needed.
Warden ban seems odd a little bit, or is it just against Hood? No, I mean Warden was like first picked earlier. I think Warden is like super high prio. He's a good team fighter. He's good at like, he's a good laner. Warden is just a very solid pick, and he doesn't really have like a lot of hard counters. Paradox top 3 as well, so it's not just a McKills thing. Boobies one hole.
Teams are just satisfied. You run Paradox on one side, Holiday on the other. Not that you can't run a Bebop.
You think right after open beta the game will be open to play for invite-only testers, or the game will become off until... What does that even mean? You think right after open beta the game will be open to play for invite-only testers, or will the game become off until release? I don't think they're going to shut down the game, if that's what you mean. I don't think there's going to be like a downtime period. I think if they're going to do it the Dota way, I think they'll just move into open beta, and then it'll be open for everyone, and there's not going to be downtime.
Yeah, it's cool to see that both teams. In fact, I think
open beta equals full release. I think for most purposes, yes, I agree.
The more utility heroes, the heroes that are going to be the core to that.
So she said there won't be a downtime period. Yeah, makes sense.
Hey, we don't necessarily want to just go.
Yeah, there will not be a downtime period. I don't think.
You know, it's super fast, which is kind of what it used to be like. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a Mirage. The Wraith ban isn't too surprising because Wraith definitely has a lot more value. But
Dota didn't have downtime. Yeah, I don't.
Been, somewhat surprising to me.
It's a good point.
Is Lash 2 often broken for anyone else? Yeah, sometimes it has like a little bit of rubber banding. OneWin has like basically the same draft, except instead of Vindicta, they picked Holiday, so they clearly have figured out their top 3. You know, that's what they like. They ban Wraith here. I think on the side of Abraham's, like, picking Infernus is still solid, but OneWin just pick it 4th, denying that. So Abraham's are getting a little bit limited on the carries. They do have the option of Mirage. Mirage has been significantly nerfed. He's still strong, I think, so I think it would still be a consideration, but we'll see. Whether Abraham's picks Mirage or not here will kind of show us like how strong EU thinks Mirage is.
They got 7, they got Geist, they got Infernus. It's clear
Ivy is good.
The players that they're prioritizing for OneWin team right now.
I'm also curious to see if OneWin will eventually go.
Ivy is really good in comp because of her global ult and her wave clear potential. She like limits a lot of like things that you can do on the map. She clears waves from the distance. She's really annoying to deal with, and her ultimate is like really good.
Totally, and he was on the Vindicta previously.
How do you let him get Infernus in 7 again? Did they not see the last game? They did. They're not stupid. They think they have an answer to it. That's the reality.
You have there, Jason.
They think they have an answer to it.
We should absolutely see a pocket here, and there is a.
Bring Diddle ban Ivy in one of these matches. I want to see how pros play her. I don't think Ivy is going to get banned in NA. Generally speaking, NA, the way that NA plays the game, Ivy is not as good, or not as valued. We'll see though.
It does seem like it's got to come in.
Tornado and Trap Lane Dash. It does, yes.
Yep, Pocket comes into play, and you know, based on this, doesn't seem like it's going to be a Bebop game from what we know here. I mean, still,
I think open beta is going to be a lot sooner than we think. At the most 6 months, 2-3 big updates away from open.
What they would add here.
I mean, I would hope that open beta would be like this year or next year, but honestly, there's really no way to know. Like, we'll see what Valve does. Obviously, for me, I want open beta to be. I mean, I want it to be whenever it's ready, but the sooner the better, because for my career, open beta is going to be really big. But yeah,
where OneWin team is using Mo just for pickoffs and more early the mid-game presence.
It goes exactly into what they were doing before, right? Having the Vindicta, the Mo, and the Bebop together, you create those pick opportunities. Now you have the Mo and the Holiday to work together, not to mention a 7 stun to follow up with. So they have it like frontline, moving around, going for those ganks. Core, you have this the safety of Infernus and Pocket to split push if you need to. You have 7 to farm up the jungle. One would have a pretty damn solid composition so far from what we've just seen.
Surely open beta in 2026, right? I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah, and they actually
we'll see though. Haze or Jam side? Yeah. The production end in time, but you know, makes sense. I don't think Haze is terrible here, but at the same time, I don't think it's amazing. We'll see though.
Onto the Haze, and I mean, you think about Jam side's hero pool overall. Yeah, this kind of makes sense.
So it's gonna be Hoot Yamato,
Hoot
Yamato, Saint Maxim, Kelvin, Pass Paradox.
Farm up. And
who's on their Abrams already? I forgot some of their players.
Haze historically, but you can be sure that by the end of the
game, what do we think of the comps?
Side is going to be pretty wildly ahead in soul count.
I kind of prefer one wins comp, but we'll see.
For that focused lens kind of
I prefer one wins comp. I think. Okay, so if we look at laning stage strictly, I think
like the Mo Holiday like guys together.
I think one wins comp has better lanes on average. We'll see what lanes they decide to pair. I don't think Abraham's lanes are weak necessarily. They definitely have the potential of having strong lanes, but I think they're slightly weaker. I think in the team fight department, I think that Abraham's team fight can be scary for sure. However, if Pocket gets big afflictions in these, it's going to be really problematic. Pocket is quite good into this. The one thing, the big thing to me is one win have the Yamato answers as well. The 7 into the Yamato is really good with the Shred, and the Infernus can reduce the amount of spirit damage Yamato does. So it doesn't look like that good of a Yamato game. So I think a lot of it is going to be up to how much value they can get from the haze, you know?
The Pocket is super mobile. Infernus is pretty mobile as well. Guys able to hold down the lanes. Holiday able to do setup as well.
You think we need more pure spirit heroes and more tank support heroes added to the pool? I think we need more of everything. I'm down for anything that's interesting. I think that they should just go with concepts that are interesting and just push them to the limit and go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at this, I feel like Abraham's the
Punch Yamato, did the parry buff strike that build? No, you can still play Punch Yamato. Mirage can still carry? Yeah, but I think Haze is like really the wild card. You think it's Gun Yamato? I don't think so. We'll see though. Looking at their team comp, I'm almost certain it's not Gun Yamato. But we'll see.
Into ABL and try and get him ahead of the game. Now, tools that they're going to have here, which you didn't necessarily have from the VP end, you're going to have Mirage with Traveler in order to create more mismatches on a whim to ABL if ABL tries to take on one-on-one.
So overall, I think I prefer kind of one wins comp slightly. I would say Abraham's definitely have a playable comp. It's not going to be fully draft. I think a lot of it is like, if this Haze has a bad game, I think one win's going to win. I think a lot of it's going to be on the Haze, like I said. We'll see.
Had to endure just one game ago.
I think what's kind of scary about one win here too is just the amount of raw damage you have.
Why is Dynamo not being looked at? Pub Stomper? Yeah, that's correct. Dynamo's a lot worse in competitive play because people are much better at positioning and itemizing against him. Who would bully Haze the hardest in lane? Mo Holiday? Mo in lane is actually not good against Haze. It's probably Holiday, like Holiday Geist would be the best against Haze. Or like Holiday Pocket, just like heavy burst. You want just heavy burst.
Into the drafting phase too.
But Mo's pretty bad against Haze in lane.
And Dan, if I were to throw it to you and say, in this first match, not the whole series necessarily, like who would you favor? I'm kind of thinking you're leaning one win as well.
Philip, I mean, Valve made it pretty clear that they've made the decision that, they don't think that the playtesting heroes worked out. I mean, just look at the heroes that we got from Hero Labs. I mean, let's be real. Even the heroes that made it into the mid game, the main game, Sinclair, Calico, Viper, etc., were all like super busted and like unfun to play against, especially at first. So.
Well, we have some.
I'm kind of glad, like, Hero Labs did not work out whatsoever. It did not work out whatsoever. Now, yeah.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yeah, we're about to take it up to 11 here. Quickly, Jake, before we jump in, are you on board with this sort of assessment from our desk that one win have a stronger...
I mean, Sinclair is definitely still a terrorist. I agree, but...
They're flipped by the...
We got the little transition here. Going game. That's why it's pointless to wait with them, put them in game and get feedback. I mean, then we would just get, like, the game would actually be horrible, no? Like, imagine if they do the thing where they just, like, release heroes that are, like, Sinclair, Viper, and Calico and everything on release, and we just get those heroes that are broken forever. Like, hopefully they can spend some time to kind of polish hero ideas before putting them in the game. I think that the, like, I don't know. To me, Calico, Viper, Sinclair, etc. didn't feel like they were polished. It didn't feel like they really want to put them in the game. It kind of felt like they just rushed it. I don't know. Yeah, they gave us some a HUD. Yeah. Are they abandoning Hero Labs? I mean, I think they. If this is not abandoning Hero Labs, then I don't know what is. Hero Labs has not seen anything for what, like 8 months at this point. So Hero Labs has been abandoned. Changing them quick is easy with a lot of feedback. I think you really underestimate the complexity of making a functional hero kit that's like, fun to play and fun to play against. It's not really. It's quite difficult, I would say. If it was that easy to change them, then we wouldn't have gotten the Calico and the Sinclair and everything situation, And we're gonna watch the Hoot Yamato Masterclass. This is my account. Raven. It's hard, but it's 100 times harder without players playing it. I don't really know if that's true. I mean, I'm not a game developer, so I can't say, but I feel like players' input sometimes early on in the design can kind of do more harm than good. Because if you try to cater to players and whatever, then you're going to get a lot of mixed ideas, and it can be really hard. And I mean, I don't know. Whatever they did with the previous heroes, like, did not work. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, the 4 heroes that got added to the game, I would not consider them a success. So, and I don't think that internally, I'd be surprised if Valve considered the Viper, Calico, and everything like a super success as well. And so I think that they decided, hey, whatever method we did, it didn't work, you know? I mean, at the end of the day, whatever we want to say about Valve, you know, they are masters of their craft, you know? They have made Dota, and Dota is an incredible game with a shit ton of heroes, and so I definitely trust them. It's probably going to take some time to get it right, but yeah. I think Calico and Holiday got there eventually, but it took an incredibly long time, and even then. They made CS2 as a counterpoint? Okay, true.
Tell you what, I'll throw in a free keychain.
The game is going to take years to release. I mean, open beta is going to be released for all intents and purposes, but I don't know if this game will ever have an official release, to be honest. We'll see, though. Looks like Hoot's still doing the express shot rush, except he's buying monster rounds here. Makes sense. Allows him to tank the tower a little bit and push it. I mean, this Yamato hero is just so unfair in lane. 4-minute tower? Yeah, I mean, Yamato is just insane in lane. Oh, he's so hurt. CS2 hasn't had a real update in years. What do you consider a real update? CS to me is one of those weird games where I feel like people say they want updates, but also they don't want updates. You know what I mean? CS is like one of those games where people just want the game to not be touched. Like, they just want the same game, which is totally totally fair. I mean, the game has been a gold standard for a long time, so I feel like they just, you know. Map updates? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Map updates and new skins, I guess. What makes Yamato so good in lane? All of her abilities are incredible. Her right click's incredible. Like, she has so many things that are good. Like, her Crimson Slash makes her an extremely dominant laner, because basically most heroes can't trade against Yamato. They just can't. It's just very, very difficult. Let's take a look at the jam side POV, though, a little bit. This is one-sided. Yeah. I mean, all towers are dead, but kills are pretty even. It's a 3k soul difference, so it's not like completely, you know, over for them, but yeah, it's definitely, Abraham's definitely showed them. You know, it's funny because I actually thought that 1-win had stronger lanes on average, but it seems I was wrong. Or like Abraham's execution in the laning stage was just that much better. I think this would be really, really interesting to kind of break down. I think this could make for a really good video of how Abraham's dominated 1-win in the laning stage. What did Hoot buy? He just bought Express Shot. Hoot is still, I mean, I'm still doing this too. I think the Express Shot rush is like super giga insane still.
Come back if you need anything else.
You don't know who ABL is, but you're hate watching now. Sure. How did Abraham's Haze win? I guess we'll see. It'd be a good one to look back. I didn't see. I was just watching the Yamato lane. Oh, we got a fight on the other side, though. Take a look at Taz here. On the Paradox. Look at his skill build. Long range rush. Triple orange. Is Hoot best Yamato in the game? I personally think that Hoot is really, really good. Hoot is definitely one of the best players. And, like, okay, so there's a few players that I watch to learn. And, like, I would say Hoot, like, watching Hoot replays and stuff, definitely, like, teaches me a lot. Like, Hoot is definitely way better than I am, for sure. I learn a lot watching his stuff. Listic is pretty good at Yamato. Yeah, Listic's good. I think Listic's good in a different way. It's hard to describe. Ballistic's obviously very good. I mean, you know. You watch me to learn, you watch you to laugh, okay.
I see Krill. Let's take out Holiday.
I mean, true Ice Cold Queen, but this is like, you know. I don't think it matters that much. Most gamers are degens. Like, I'm sure most of them stay up pretty late, you know. Oh, we got a big fight here. What the hell is going on? This is 7 minutes. We're all on top of the bridge. One winner doing a pretty good job of, you know, staying in the game. Why do you think Jamside went double vest first item? Probably because Haze is like hella squishy in laning stage and he, you know, doesn't want to get melted. And double vest is like incredible value and has been incredible value for a long time. CS2 is an abomination. They removed community servers. Wait, really? I haven't really played a lot of CS2. Okay, he's gonna get to push this walker here. A lot of people showing up. A lot of time wasted from Haze. Not really. I think it's fine. Here she's gonna look to kill someone in the jungle. Oh, nice try. Using the centers. Let's see what's happening here. I mean, Abrams is doing a really good job of like being aggressive and playing on the enemy side of the map, right? Like Abrams is stealing the double, Haze is stealing the centers here. This is what you need to do when you have a lead, you know, play on their side of the map and steal their centers. Yeah, jam side is very good, yes.
Good luck not getting shot.
I see Ivanis.
Geist is trying to take this. I mean, one win is, I guess, is a good read by Jamside. Maybe he realizes one win has a lot of people around here. I don't think he sees, but I might have fallen for that, to be honest. Can we get some together POV? Perhaps in a bit. We've got some action here, so if together shows up, okay, they're going in. Jamside is dead as hell here. He's dead as hell. Together coming in though. Boom. He's in. Swap onto him, however, he's really hurt. Goes down. Okay, wait. Oh, this is an interesting guys build. I haven't seen a guys build like this in a little bit. 2 points bomb. We don't really see that too often nowadays. He's almost got suck. Oh, the wall. That was such a good wall from Tass, actually. Yeah, they didn't get the tower. Abraham's up 10k. I mean, they got 1 kill on jam side, but obviously not worth it. Here, they're gonna get both buffs here. Boot's very strong. Ultis Rush seems kind of weird on Paradox. Gives you a lot of stats that you like. He probably thought, hey, I'm ahead. I'm gonna eat a tier 3 camp or something. Gives you a lot of weapon damage as well, just from, you know, kind of like just from the weapon investment category. That early? I mean, it's definitely not amazing, but it also gives you a lot of flat health. It's definitely a vibe purchase. He definitely just vibed it. Carbine Paradox? I mean, kind of. You never go full Carbine. Like, he's not gonna max Carbine, I don't think. He's probably gonna max Nade. I think maxing Nade is probably the play. Good swap there. Perfect timing. Unfortunately, gets killed by the Mo. Boots coming in hot, though. Alright, this is a pretty good place for 1 win here. They're closing the gap fully with this. 1 win was behind 10k, and now they're just fully even. Oh, we got a little pause. Is the cold front necessary for the aggressive Abrams? I mean, on Abrams, yeah, you probably need cold front, yeah. Imagine Hoot at Veil Walker there. That's all I'm saying, okay. I mean, Hoot's pretty rich. He's got a big bag. We'll see if he buys Tormy P next. It's either a snatch with Tormy P or cooldown. It's probably Tormy P though. Look at Pockets build. Yeah, that's pretty normal. What's there to see? That's a pretty normal build, to be honest. I don't think anything crazy happening. You bought Leap third item? Yeah, that's actually kind of normal on Pocket, I'm gonna be honest. That's actually pretty normal. Why are we maxing Barrage first in comp? That's the EU meta these days, they max Barrage first. I do agree that against this comp I would have maxed ult first, but... Anyway, big swap. A lot of damage on Xenon. I don't really think... Oh, maybe they can clean him up with the Hoot there. No, he backs up. Get some... Oh, a jam side Fury trans rush, right? Here we go. Wait. Jam side might be getting caught here. Oh, good dodge on the Affliction. Wait, did the Affliction hit anyone? Or was that a nothing burger? Okay, he pops Fury trans right before he gets comboed. Okay, the dome. Nice. He's disarmed, disabled, can't shoot his gun.
Let's take out Infernus.
Do towers only give the same souls at all points in the game? No. Comeback souls do change towers. No, comeback souls change towers 100%. What are we saying? Comeback souls work on towers. They don't give the same souls, technically, because of a comeback. Other than comeback, though, their souls don't scale through the game. Their souls don't scale through the game, but they do give comeback souls. So, hope that clarifies it. They don't scale over time, though. They do not. Is it possible to make Spirit and Furnace work and play for procs? Yeah, I'm sure you can make it work, yeah. Yeah, just go like escalating exposure. I mean, you're still gonna need some gun items, right? You can't go full spirit because you need some gun, because the spirit and furnace, like in order to apply afterburn, you need fire rates. You're gonna need some gun items, but yeah, you can make it work. Is it gonna be the best build? No, but you can absolutely make it work. People are a little bit too fixated on like what the best build is. You know, you can like in your pub games, it doesn't matter. I promise you guys. As long as you play a build that's decent, it doesn't matter. Yeah, he's playing like some hybrid dash build, yeah. Anything can work, no tail, true. You can check what Mo has the expansion on. Almost certainly his Scorn, but I can... Oh wait, it's actually his ult. Oh no, it's actually his ult. Oh, interesting. I guess he feels like he needs the extra meter. Thank you for the Prime, Eric Zuna. As always, guys, you know, if you got a Prime, or if you'd like to support the stream, really helps. We're in a bit of a deadlock slump, you know, we got no content, no new patches, etc. I'm putting work into the new videos. I'm streaming a little bit less, because I'm working on new videos and really like trying to up my content quality. So, you know, any feedback's appreciated, any support is appreciated. Burn Furnace with some fire rate. Yo, thank you for the one gifted, Jimmy. I appreciate you. Love what you're doing. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. The other picks up the urn. Interested in when who chooses spirit versus gun. Is it comp? Yeah, I mean, this is comp, but he's doing like, I mean, this is just like hybrid, you know, he's still going to do a lot of gun damage with this, basically. With Express Shot, you're going to do a lot of gun damage. We appreciate you. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate you as well. Latest video, Chef's Kiss. Hell yeah. More to come. It hasn't really done that well as far as views, but everybody that's watched it likes it, so I just need to, you know, just need to accept that it's a little bit more niche, and that's okay. Yo, thank you for the support, Fernando. Okay, so who just tanked a full Mo ultimate and he just doesn't care? What are we watching right now? We're watching the Deadlock Night Shift, which is Fight Night, essentially, but the new version. And yeah, what's up, Cannoli Squid? How you doing? Why don't you post your videos on Reddit? I'm not really big into self-promotion, and so I don't really want to post my videos on Reddit and advertise that, because I feel like it's a little I don't know. Like, for example, I don't have a problem advertising Death Slam event tournaments because there's a bunch of other people, but I don't really like self-promoting myself. I think if my idea is basically, hey, if my content is good enough, someone will post it on Reddit for me, you know? If the video is good enough, someone will take care of it. I mean, Jamside is having quite a good game. 19k on the haze here. I mean, that's true, Soko. You really like that Lash losing VOD review type video? Yeah, clearly there's a lot of, you know, people like that one a lot, so I think I'll do some more of those as well. Deadlock Reddit is special? Everything is special. You posted 2 of your vids to Reddit, someone called me out for farming someone else's content. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Since when is posting YouTube videos to Reddit farming someone else's content? Like, isn't like posting YouTube videos to... Oh, what was that? What was that lasso? That was a little bit of a... I just realized Overseas is not having a good game on the holiday. They're forcing this Walker, though. They will get it. There's a fight happening mid as well. Let's get some together POV. You should make a video teaching people how to properly review their replay, unless it would cut into your coaching profits. No, it doesn't cut into my coaching profits at all. To be honest, making videos educating people doesn't cut into my coaching profits. People want my coaching more after I make those videos. It's not the other way around. Generally, I see an uptick in coaching. Yeah. Obviously, coaching is pretty essential for me at this stage. Big fight, though. I mean, it looks like this fight could go either way. St. Maxim about to go down. He's on the 7. Probably going to go down shortly. Jamside is not here, so he will be able to get a Walker. However, one win does win this fight. I don't think they can transition into mid. So it's not really a big deal if they win this fight. Jamside might be able to get a Walker, although the 7 is coming. I think he's going to back up. He's not going to risk it. Yo, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships, Fernando. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Means a lot. By the way, the YouTube folks, you know, I appreciate you guys. I never forget the YouTube viewers too. Always try to accommodate you guys. And yeah, if you guys support me on YouTube, it does give me more revenue. I get a bigger share of the revenue from YouTube than Twitch. Twitch, I now get 60% from subs, and on YouTube I get 70%. Have you ever coached a guy who's super toxic or abrasive? Let me think of my craziest coaching stories. I don't think I've ever coached someone that's like super toxic or abrasive, but I've definitely coached people that like are a little bit delusional about like whose fault it is, you know? But most people that want to get coaching are not that delusional or not that toxic, because, you know, people that pay for coaching are usually good at like self-introspection. They're usually good at like reflecting on their own mistakes, and like they want to improve. That's why they're paying for coaching, you know? So, oh wait, huge swap actually. Oh, he canceled his ult. But Jamside is dead as hell here. This looks terrible for Jamside, but they got 2 picks on the side of... Wait, he's alive? Ain't no way! No. Oh, the rescue beam? No. 60% minus tax? Yeah, I do get taxed on it, yes. I do get taxed on it. But that's just like income, right? That's crazy that he lived. Yeah, if you reach YouTube Premium, and hell, if I'm also paying for Twitch Turbo, ads suck. Yeah, I get you. YouTube Premium does give me money as well, so thank you for watching. I appreciate it. And of course, as always, guys, like, I can't remember who it was, but one of my coaching students was like messaging me, and he was like, yeah, you know, I'll get another coaching session if I can, but it's been a little tough trying to make the ends meet. And I'm like, you know, you should never support a content creator. You should never like decide between paying for coaching or supporting a content creator and like paying essential bills, you know? Like, obviously, I ask for your support and your donations and all this stuff, and I wouldn't be able to survive without them. But, like, you guys gotta take care of yourselves first, you know? We all need to put food on the table. No, he wasn't trying to get a free session at all. I don't think. Ithy in chat, if I want to build a single target assassin style lash, any thoughts on items I should have in it? I mean, that's just slam lash. You just need like reverb. You need to build like Majestic Leap reverb, probably. Paradox is pushing that. I mean, it looks like one win just like pulled a complete masterclass here. They got mid boss. They got everything. This is like GG. The game was close, and then 1win just got everything on the map. They got mid boss. They got the walker. They have a 20k lead. They won the fight. Why is the haze movement a little laggy? That's fine now. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, Shindo, for sure. Yeah, I mean, who might be... No, but he's good, actually. He sold my left 3 toes for Deathy coaching. Damn. My coaching's not that cheap. You're gonna need to sell more toes. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Now, masterclass. Yo, thank you for the prime Scuzzle. I appreciate you. The Haze Council will have a word with Jam. I mean, he's making it work. The thing is, builds at this level, like, matter, but, like, it's really about the macro decisions and T-play and stuff. Like, builds do matter, right? But it's not the end of the world if your build is not optimal. So, there's plenty of top-level players that don't build super optimally, but it doesn't matter. 7 can spent. He didn't watch the Power Spike video. True. You have a goat you're willing to trade for coaching? Ooh, a goat. Depends what kind of goat. Siphon Bullet's any good anymore? Yeah, it's definitely good. Can you show Kelvin? Yeah, sure. Kelvin's got Refresher, Warpstone. He's basically playing for his dome mostly. Thank you for the tier 1, Hemi. I appreciate it.
I see in furnace.
Let me know if you want an actual nice feeling custom Hall effect board. Goddamn. That could be down. My keyboard kind of sucks. I mean, my keyboard's okay. It's a decent one, but it's a cheap keyboard, but yeah, I mean, I could be convinced pretty easily into upgrading. How good did you get in Dota? I got the 6.5k MMR, which is like, it's good, but it's definitely not anywhere near pro player. It's much better than average. It's probably like top, it's probably a top like 1% or top, yeah, it's probably top 1%, but yeah. The game is very different when you're playing with a group, yes. 100%. This game is pretty over for 1 win here. Not really much that they can do. They're down 40k. I mean, down 40k against Rejuve, it's just game over. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can just dome reset and end the game, but I think maybe they want to spend their money. How much money do they have? I'm kind of surprised they're not staying to end there. I feel like they dome reset. They don't have any ultimates. Like, I feel like they could just end it there. I think this was a missed call. Oh, Rejuve was about to end. Sorry. No, they're actually correct. I wasn't paying enough attention. Rejuve was about to end. That's why they backed. 6k with any regions? What do you mean? Are you currently using any sponsors? So I'm currently, I have a campaign with Monopoly Go, which obviously helps pay the bills, but that's about it. At my size and with Deadlock currently, pretty much, you know, pretty much no sponsors really want to entertain me or whatever. Not entertain me, but like sponsors aren't really very interested in talking to me like individually one-on-one. So really the main sponsors that I can get are like some small things here and there, but it's mostly Stream Elements campaigns are kind of like the easiest thing at my size. I don't like, yeah. Do you have any tips to rank up in solo queue and pubs? Focus on your own play, stick to fundamentals, don't get baited by your teammates' mistakes, focus on a few heroes. It's your wife's favorite game, let's go. Download Monopoly Go, guys, it helps me out, by the way. If you guys want to help but you don't have any money, you can just download Monopoly Go, it really helps me out. I get, you know, I get some money for every person that downloads it. And, yeah. You can, the link is in my description, basically. If you scroll down, you can see the link. There's also a command up. This game, there's not really much to say at this point. Do you do coaching on Monopoly Go? She's not very good. Yeah, hit me up. I'm clearing the boards hella quick. We're gonna do a short Monopoly Go stream tomorrow as well as part of the sponsorship. We're gonna stream it for an hour. Where's your download link? It's in the description, but I'm pretty sure you can use a command maybe. What if I do Monopoly Go? Does this work? Yeah, there you go. Is there a link for YouTube people? Yeah, sure. YouTube people, you guys can here's the link. Boom. Basically, all you need to do is install it. And I mean, if you play, I get some extra money, but obviously I'm not going to ask you guys to play if you don't want to. But if you do download it using that link and then you play, I do get some money for basically every download and stuff. And also if the campaign goes well, then, you know, they want to do more campaigns with me, etc. So, you know, anything's appreciated. GG. I mean, that was kind of a masterclass that was kind of a masterclass. I'm not gonna lie. I think there's a lot of things that are really interested from this game. Here's the match ID for those that wanna check it out. I think I might make a video on this game because what was really interesting is the laning stage. Abraham's got like a massive domination in the laning stage. It took every tower within like 6 minutes. So I think it's really, really cool to review that. So I think their lanes are strong, but I would not say like, oh shit, their lanes are like unbeatable type strong. And then on top of that, you know, they really like the game was fully even at 15 minutes. And then even going all the way to like 18 minutes, it was still very close. And then they kind of made like really, really good fight and macro decisions around the 19 to 20 minute mark. And then they got mid boss and they got everything and they just instantly won the game. Yeah. You got a $25 Amazon gift card? Oh, yeah. So if you guys do the Monopoly Go thing as well, technically, as you, like, play the game, you earn points. And the points allow you to, like, earn money towards, like, gift cards and stuff. So I earn money, and you also earn money, too. I forgot to mention that. Which is more important at the moment, team fighting or keeping lane pushed? Keeping lanes pushed is always more important. But, like, keeping lanes pushed leads to team fighting, though. So it's not really like a or. You don't really choose between pushing your lanes or team fighting. You do both. Was there a match before this, or were they only able to get 2 teams for a final? There was a match before this. It was 1-1 versus VP, and VP lost. Monopoly Go did my taxes and brought my dog back to life. Real. Go Paradox build, of course. You think Deadlock will flop after the beta opens to all public? I mean, no invite required. I see there's no casual play at the moment, so that's what I'm afraid of. I don't really think so. Right now, there's no player retention tools at all. There's no battle pass. There's nothing, you know, all there is to do is play the game. Which, to be honest, I don't know about you guys, but in a way, Deadlock is kind of refreshing. Because, I mean, I know that it's not the most attractive for casual players at the moment because you need to get invited and everything. But, you know, you're not getting sold anything. You literally cannot spend money on the game. When's the last time we've all played a game for thousands of hours and we haven't even had an option to spend money? Like, I've spent 3,000 hours on Deadlock and I have not had the option to give Valve any money. I haven't even had the option to give Valve any money. Like, that's insane. Like, I think people are very quick to complain, but like, let's not forget, like, this doesn't exist anywhere else. This doesn't exist anywhere else. I don't think it'll fail. I think once we get player retention tools, I think the game, in my opinion, I don't see how Deadlock can fail because I think Deadlock is way too good of a game to fail. That's my personal opinion. Now, of course, I'm biased, so take that with a grain of salt. But yeah. Some people pay $3 for alts. Yeah. For coaching, would you say there's a certain demographic you target? If I'm like very low level, the game is the time better spent playing, just playing the game. Okay, so for coaching, people may disagree with this, but regardless of your rank, paying for coaching is almost always better than just playing because essentially paying for coaching saves you time. Obviously, I'm biased. I'm a coach, so take for that what you will. But when you're paying for coaching, you're not paying for like forbidden knowledge that you can't obtain on your own. You're just paying to save time. You know, you're going to spend an hour with me, and I promise you it's going to save you tens of hours on your own. Why would you pay for an alt? Just create one. You need to spend some money on your alt. You need to spend some money on your alt. So anyway, let's go back to the stream.
Pan out, but the fact that one win team was actually able to get back into the game after a bad start, that is evolution.
You can just refund. Yeah, but you still have to put money in your wallet. So even if you refund it, it's still in your Steam wallet, right?
The overall just raw, stat level, I guess I'd say, of the team and just how they're just playing well mechanically cannot be understated. Just how much Abrahams has evolved over the last few months.
You have friends that stop playing after 2 or 3 matches. They return to CS, Dota, and LoL.
That
Yeah, I think when the game, I think when the game is more polished and, you know, open beta, I think it will have a really good chance, but we'll see.
The team play, but some of the picks too were really conducive to that. Yamato's still super oppressive in lane, but I think for me the standout really goes to Saints on the Kelvin. Because not only was Kelvin,
He has 489 subscribers. All right, guys, let's make it 500 subs. We need 11 more for 500 subs. Let's go.
Which gave them all the initiative because after you get those first objectives, you know.
Can you confirm I go to Deathy for coaching? He calls me out on my garbage and helps me learn things because apparently my eyes are painted on. I can't read things and learn how to itemize.
Where one win are normally going to be in that position.
Deathy, I want to hear you say what a cat sound is. I'm not going to say it for you yet, Gabriel. All right, Gabriel, look, I'll do you a solid. I will do it properly. Okay, if you become a YouTube member, I'll do it. Everything has a price. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted cannoli. All right, Gabriel, I'm doing a little sellout moment. I'll do it properly, but you got to become a YouTube member. It's $5, okay? And you're gonna get a soundboard for the rest of your life.
So a lot of things not working out for one win, and they certainly, I feel like, need to ban their Kelvin.
What's an idea you have for a potential character? I'm really bad at having creative ideas, so I don't really have anything creative. I just wish some more Dota heroes were in this game. Like, I want a hero like Invoker that can like change abilities based on certain things. Can I get a soundboard for 1 gifted? Depends what it is. I'll consider it. What's the request? Businessman, I see how it is. Yep. Gotta hustle. You gotta hustle in this world.
At 19.5. And obviously there was a big soul discrepancy at the end of 50k, but you look on their opponent's side and it's generally more equal and closer together in who they gave farm to.
Yeah, I mean, One Win Team is very much playing in the ideas that we are specifically trying to funnel.
Hack looking for $5. Look, Nate, you got to do what you got to do, man.
When you play a hero like
the bills don't pay themselves, you know.
Putting that into it, because it's pretty rare that you'd ever see Mo get played. And
yeah, Tumasoft, by the way, like you've done so much work for the website. Just like hit me up and we'll schedule something for coaching. Like you say you struggle or whatever, like. You know, I give back. You know, you've helped a lot with the Deathslam website and everything. You've done so much work, like. I'm gonna give you free coaching, like, you know, come on. DM me. Let's schedule it.
Hey, everyone's gonna get a piece of this. Even Saint.
Make it happen.
I'll say this in terms of draft, I couldn't agree more.
I owe you that much.
Highlighting Saint because when you think about comfort heroes and people that have had like
you can't come up with anything.
Games,
no worries.
Particularly when they get to play a specific hero, I think Saint has to be top 3 in being linked to.
All right, Saint Gabriel actually did it. He actually became a supporter. Fuck, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't do it. Now I have to do it. Hopefully my wife's not listening. She's gonna be a little questionable. All right. Okay, all right. I gotta mute it so you guys get a good soundboard. So there's no other sound. One sec. I'm waiting for all notifications. Thank you so much for the Prime Mass Revenge and the gifted Eric Zuna. Let me just make sure that there's no notifications. Okay. Let me clear my throat. Okay, there's a notification. I'm waiting. Okay. Meow. All right, let's move on.
And the performance side of Taz.
Can we all move on? Just move on.
That's a very good point. Thinking back to like the early days of Deadlock, there was a couple of names that really started to shine through when it came to doing a ton of damage on Paradox. And for me, the one that stands out the most is Flick. Who used to play with Hydronation way back in the day. He would consistently have the most damage done on his team, and this was
best 327 I've ever spent. Hey, look,
to Paradox and the gun
a deal is a deal. I promise you, I kept my word. Where can I buy a coaching session? Exclamation point coaching.
But also Jam side, I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts when it came to the haze.
I'd like to think my price is pretty reasonable too. I mean, 30 USD, like 30 USD for an hour of my time. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Signature hero to haze before this match even began.
Yeah, I mean,
exclamation point merch. We do have merch for the Deathslam merch. I don't have merch for myself at the moment. Maybe I will in the future. We'll see. We've got a bunch of cool stuff in the works for Deathslam though, with merch and whatever. And I have my T-shirt right. Right here. Deathslam.
Yo, Jamside managed that. Was it as ultra active?
Should be $50. Don't sell yourself short. A lot of people tell me that I should. Where's Deathslam merch at? Let me get the link for you guys. If you guys want to buy it, okay. It's first edition. We're working on getting it better. One sec. I'll give you the link though. One sec.
And Jamside was able to play it quite well. I mean, you don't beat a team like One Win Team if you're not getting performance out of everyone. And you know, seeing Jamside's evolution as a player is pretty interesting because I think there was a period back in time where you'd look at Jamside and be like, all right, he'll have some impact on the game, 40 minutes from now. Maybe back when he was trying to play Gun Beginners
right, one sec.
in the last major tournament. But
here it is. If you guys would like to buy it, I only have the shirt right now and like a sweatshirt. We're working on more cool designs and stuff. If you guys want to check it out, okay. Basically, all the profits from these shirts go straight into the Death Slam business, which we've recently incorporated Death Slam as well. So now we're legit and all that stuff. And you know, basically all the money is going to go to either prize pool or paying staff for events. But at the moment, everything is volunteer, and we highly prioritize prize pool over staff for now, just because there's not a lot of money to go around.
Where you're kind of getting into the back lines, you're trying.
Thanks for offering some fun colors. I really like the watermelon color. I think it looks really nice. I think this color looks nice.
But the interesting thing in this particular matchup was that
but yeah, a lot of people have told me that I should up my prices for coaching. And essentially, here's my kind of rationale with the prices for coaching. I would probably get roughly the same amount of business as I do now if I upped my prices. I don't think it would really affect the amount of coaching sessions I sell. However, my idea is essentially I'm going to up the price when I get so many coaching sessions that it doesn't make sense for me anymore. So for me, it's not about how much could I charge. It's about, okay, once I get to the point where I'm doing so much coaching that like, okay, I can't like it doesn't make sense anymore, you know, then I'll charge more. But right now, yeah. You saw where Alan liked it? Yeah, it's nice. Where's the no-name jersey? Wait, I can show you guys real quick. One sec.
The problem there is, you look at that highlight though, is that you're so far behind at that point that Abraham's still able to turn that into a winning fight, despite what is basically objectively something served up to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, and that goes to one of the first.
All right, so we've got the no-name jersey from LAN. Check it out.
Stat check territory, because that's exactly where they're
and
at.
it's signed by my teammates.
So far ahead, you can see at this point it was, you know, basically 50K.
Check it out.
And it was just, there was nothing they could do. I mean, yeah, you take down Hoop, but it cost you 3 players for yourself, and well, one win will unfortunately go down here in this first map of the series, but it is a series, right? It is a best of 3. It's no longer into the best of 1 territory, so they have a chance once again, and they need to show something a little bit deeper. But before we get into draft, speaking of deeper, I am once again asking for your donations to dig into those pockets. We have some crowdfunding here to
let's go, guys.
Support us here on the show. All the money in our exclamation point
no Bob Lobla signature.
If we hit our threshold of 2K.
Where's the Deadlock Fight Night stream live at? They're live on Deadlock Night Shift. I think they're probably live on YouTube as well, but I'm not sure.
Pledge money on different tiers, and if you pledge
during coaching sessions, you watch them play and comment on it real time. Watch demos. So I watch demos. I don't really do real time. I do real time only if they request it. So I've done it a few times, but generally I much prefer doing demos. I don't give generic tips. I mean, some of the tips that I give are generic if they require generic tips, but I try to make it so it's customized to the, you know, person's needs and whatever. Obviously, I do repeat myself to some extent because people tend to make similar mistakes, but yeah. Thank you for the Prime, Edwin.
I mean, look, taking a look at our donations as well. We mentioned before, Jonas donated $500. We got Wick donating $250, unfeatured, and ZP going head-to-head in the battle of who can donate.
Is Jamside's name Jamal?
Thank
you for the tier 1 Intergram. I appreciate you.
Thank you from all of you. Can
you talk a little bit about nerves when you played in DFN versus regular games?
We all love Deadlock.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've been playing esports for is quite different because in DFN especially, it was like I was in the best of 1. It's like if you lose this game, you're out. And obviously there was a lot of people watching me on stream and all that stuff, so it was definitely a little stressful. But I've been playing competitive games for a long time, so I was kind of used to it.
You got to pick between the Calvin ban and the Paradox ban at this point. Those were two.
What the fuck did I just read, Shekels? What did I just read, bro?
2 comfort picks too.
Yeah, it's called Night Shift. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly think if you're one with team, you're facing elimination.
When is a Russian named Jamal? Good point, Black Panther. Try hard. I mean, that's Black Panther. Try hard. Oh god.
Kelvin, the answer should be no. And going into this here too, if you don't ban it, then you have to pick it if you're looking to die it, because Abrahams is going to look to.
All right, Abraham's bans Vindicta again. They don't like that hero.
So Abrahams, they have first pick here. They're not. I don't know if they'd first pick Kelvin, but they'll definitely get it on 2 or 3 if one team does go. There it is. They immediately decide, you know what? We're not going to deal with the Kelvin this time around.
Perfect. And I'm really curious whether OneWin are going to be able to get onto a Yamato. I feel like that would be pretty huge, but obviously Abraham's in a spot right now where they could still grab it. I think Yamato is really, really nice as a high pro pick to make sure you have something that's super oppressive in lane. Even though they nerfed the right click a little bit, it's still really good.
You haven't played in a long time. Did they change Abrahams to Abrahams? No, that's just the team name. The team name is Abrahams.
Crazy to see that, actually, considering what, a month and a half ago it was super high priority, and we're still being at super high priority even now after this much time's passed and the game's changed this much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with Warden is that Warden is still just consistently good. It, like, builds up really well item-wise, like, isn't bad in lane, and it, like, is not only frontline, but also someone that is, like, a good recipient farm and can kind of work in the carry role. You're getting high value in essentially multiple categories, which also, by the way, Yamato tends to be highly valued, because when your Yamato's ahead of the game, not only is your Yamato dealing high damage, your Yamato is also giving you all the benefits of a frontliner too. So it's kind of why Warden and Yamato have been in the top echelon of pick priority for.
So Shiv no longer must pick or ban? No. I wonder what happened. I mean, he got changed a lot. The fact that you only generate rage from fights is a huge change to Shiv. Huge.
The pause, I wasn't sure if I could jump in or not, but the paradox is something Abraham's kind of have to get in before the first wave of bans, or else it's definitely going to go away. And so I feel like that's got to be one of these two picks.
Did VP already lose? Yeah. You got into a game a bit ago, 4 out of 6 opponents were sex with Abrahams, all different styles. What the fuck? That's hilarious, though.
And forced Abrahams onto the holiday.
Well, when going for the holiday early again, even though they didn't really get much value from it last game. But I don't know if that was really the pick or like just the execution.
I would try to attack Jamside's hero pool a little bit. Like thinking back to the 1-win bombshell tournament, you kind of had situations when Infernus was off the table, Haze was off the table. Like you would force Jamside in that tournament.
How do you think ABL would react to homeless? What the fuck?
A variety of reasons. Like, look, I wanted it to work too, but it wasn't the greatest look in that tournament. 1-win team here.
Oh, we ever seen Blood Tribute and Eternity? Yeah, definitely. We've seen it multiple times.
Because ABL's clearly just, you know,
it's a good item.
The hero, and then ban Haze in the midterm, or rather mid picks. But instead they decide, okay, they need to secure at least a little bit of frontline.
Thank you for the Prime Tune, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you.
I believe they're going to have first pick out of the mid-stage ban, so they still have the ability to ban Haze and then pick Infernus if they want to go down the route of like trying to target Jamside.
Yeah, ABL seems a little strange, but who did that overlay so we can see names of the players? It's Fight Night. No, sorry, not Fight Night. It's the Night Shift team. I don't know exactly who specifically did it though. I can't tell you like a name. Paradox feels like Vengeful Spirit. Definitely, her kit is definitely inspired by Vengeful Spirit to an extent. I mean, the swap mostly, yeah.
Option to maybe focus on what you want to run or run well. Like, do you think we're at that point now where you need to target an opponent or just focus on your own team?
I guess it always comes down to the hero pools and the comfort on the hero pools, and also your ability to ensure that you can lock in your approach and your strategy. And because I think that always comes first. And I think that's kind of how 1-win has been prioritizing based on how we've seen them pick so far. Is they're really just trying to get the heroes that they need for their strategy for that to run.
If Valve doesn't do an official release, how do you think they'll get players? The game itself is good enough, but in the age we live now, if they don't promote it, I don't know how much traction it'll get. So Valve is currently sitting on the gold mine of marketing itself. They have Steam. Literally, if Valve wants players, all they need to do is put it on the Steam front page. That's literally all they need to do. And no one can stop them. And they can get Infinity players just from doing that. They can get Infinity players to try the game. Now, will those players stay? That's the question. But they can get a shit ton of players to try the game very easily. They also have infinite money. If they wanted to market it, they could as well. But they don't need to market the game because everybody will market it for them. Just the fact that it's a Valve game, the moment it goes open beta, it's gonna be everywhere. It's gonna be everywhere. If I clear wave across the map on Walker with GT Bird while I get souls, yes.
Seeing what ABL ends up on here is going to be kind of interesting.
Yeah, no, they don't do ads.
My twin. Sorry, I thought someone would mention that. You know, my brother from another mother being picked up here. First Lash of DLNS. This is going to be exciting to see, especially when you're up against
Lash. We've got the Lash from Abrahams. I like Lash. Good pick.
Or Holiday can do the same. Gonna be very
7 falling a lot lower in the priorities here. This draft specifically. I love how 1-win banned Mirage this game. It seems that they thought it was quite an issue for them. I mean, they kind of got super snowballed out of the laning stage too. They did manage to recover though, but yeah, a little bit. When the game comes out, it needs a way better onboarding process because it's an extremely complex game. I mean, that's true, but not having an amazing onboarding process is okay if there's a huge influx of new players, because then new players will play against new players and it's going to be okay. Yo, thank you, Bill, for the tier 1. I appreciate you. 8 months, that's a really long time.
There's been metas where Viscus has been more hard support, metas where Viscus is more...
They got 170k Soko concurrent. Out of people that, you know, it's probably millions.
Here is going to be interesting. I would expect more in the playmaker side, because 1-win team, I feel like they've kind of built their
rare Viscus pick, true. Viscous last pick. I mean, it is a good Viscous game. Viscous is good into Paradox and Mo and Krill. The cube has a lot of utility here as well. And they don't have a ton of ways of shutting it down. The ball is going to be quite strong this game. It's good at the only problem is kind of Infernus does reduce the amount of damage that you do, but yeah.
That is going to be super nice. I don't think you can ever scoff at Viscous. Viscous did get some slight buffs as well, so yeah, it's gonna be
a lot of new players are confused for a while. Yeah, but if they're confused together, it's not that big a deal, right? The problem with games like League and Dota is that they struggle bringing in new players because it's so confusing. And since they struggle bringing in new players play against people that have thousands of games. But if Deadlock has like hundreds of thousands or millions of new players all at once, it's gonna be okay.
If your 7 or your motto gets set behind.
I don't think they're going to do a full rank reset. I think a full rank reset would be very bad. I think a full rank reset would be very bad. Just think about it. Do you want players that played in Night Shift, or like myself, or High Eternus players that have thousands of hours in the game to play against new players? Even if it's just for a couple games, think about how bad that experience is going to be for new players, you know? You don't want that at all. You don't want that at all. Yeah, they rebranded to Night Shift, yeah.
The pick potential of Paradox. I feel like they have a really well-rounded composition paired in with the fact that they're just so damn beefy. So, I mean, for me, I'm leaning towards Abraham's, and I'm a little bit worried for one win when it comes to like what I'm seeing here. But ZP,
time is money, true.
I just think
exclamation point, Prince.
Very big slant in the game in terms of early game versus late game, where one win team has very defined win conditions here. I think they need to get to like the 15-minute mark in the game and have
Black Panther tryhard is really, you know, role playing.
Ideally more. If Abraham's able to keep things even, which is a high possibility, even with, you know, the slight favor of the early game, the one-win team, just because Abraham's is...
You were in the mountains for 5 days. What have I missed, lol? I watched your LAN videos. Damn. Yeah, you missed a lot of stuff, Heaven. Did you have a good time in the mountains, though? How was nature? How did it treat you?
Their win condition, they need to just
hopefully no wildfires where you're at.
Give themselves enough buffer
Yo!
to trade out evenly for objectives as you get into the latter stages of the game.
I thought that was going to be a message. Donated $100 and just said hi. Thank you so much for $100. That's very generous, Jamside Sosal Metro.
And Jake, once again.
Thank you very much, Jason and Co.
Most expensive, hi. Yeah, I mean, you could have just typed in chat, but look, I appreciate you.
Start that they're going to be looking to try and make again. We'll get the names flipped over for you. Make sure they're over the
refresh and reset. That's awesome, Heaven. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Here's the match ID, guys.
Exempt from the reduction to light melee damage because his puddle punch scales off of it. So still effective. Still has a.
All right. You did really enjoy your lands video, especially the saving video with the film crew. Yeah, that video was a lot of fun to do. All right, guys, what's the request? Who are we watching? We'll watch Jamside Masterclass here. Let's see how he plays Infernus in lane, because I suck at Infernus in lane. So I need to watch some Masterclass here. What is this stuff in their chat about ABL being racist? ABL said the N-word on stream and stuff, and yeah. Lash POV? We'll take a look at the Lash POV a little bit too. Who's playing Lash? Saf.
And what can you got hope?
I don't know if Infernus is S tier, but he's at least A tier. Could be S tier. He's very strong. I mean, Jamside's aim is just very good. Like, he's hitting all these headshots. I mean, the reality is I'll never be... The reality is I won't be able to play Infernus like this. Like, Jamside just hits all the headshots. I just don't hit as many headshots. I just can't. Unfortunately. You gotta admit your strengths as a player. I was coaching someone earlier, and I told them, like, look, at the end of the day, you gotta realize your strengths and weaknesses, you know? Why does everyone care about ABL saying it, but not Leffa? I think people care about Leffa too, but the thing is, I don't think Leffa has had a clip of him saying it. I don't know if he said it. He is in some pretty suspicious groups, though. Thank you for the Prime Vivian. Made me happy to see that this community can already be strong, good grass to street. Yeah, for sure, Heaven, for sure. Is saying it racist? I mean, I guess technically depends on the context. Like there would be a context where saying it wouldn't be racist if you're doing it in a purely like for example, I studied English literature. We would read books with the N-word or whatever, you know, books that were 100 years old. I guess in that context, it's not racist. So that, but like, you know, you definitely don't, like, you just don't want to say it, you know? It's just, What the fuck have I just won? What's up, Steewood? Welcome. Welcome to the stream, bro. Just don't say that crap? No, I mean, I understand, but at the same time, I think it's important to, like, people understand, like, history is history, you know? Like, I mean, okay, I'm not gonna get into politics, but just so you know, like, there's, you know, when I was at university, there would be people that basically would think we shouldn't read anything that had things that were not okay in it, but it's important to understand history, you know? Just because things were not okay doesn't mean that you shouldn't be aware of them, right? We shouldn't just, like, close our eyes. Obviously, with the modern knowledge that we have, you should never say it. But yeah, anyway, not gonna get any further into that. Obviously, very heated topic, but obviously it was not the case here. Like, yeah, when ABL said it, it was obviously very, you know, not okay, right? What's the insider knowledge? Is Pungo to GOAT in a band that fights against class conflict? We need to know. I don't know, Eden. I can tell you some insider knowledge about, you know, the players or teams potentially, you know. No, it's all good. It's all good. Kanye sponsoring one win. Bro reading To Kill a Mockingbird on stream. No. ABL said the N-word in a deadlock and now everybody's talking about it. Which obviously makes sense. People should be talking about it. He definitely was not reading a book. Okay, Together's going in. No cube. Oh, what? No. Oh! Oh my god, what am I watching? Oh! Yeah, the format is super different. Damn. That's crazy. Alright, let's take a look at the Moon Curl here. Is there a single character who doesn't rush cold front right now? Yeah. Okay, let's take a look. This guy didn't rush cold front. 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 Am I tripping or did Night Shift have more play-by-play commentary? Yeah, so I'm watching in-game. I'm not watching the stream right now, so I'm your commentary. Essentially, watching my stream is like we're playing more for the, you know, we're vibing and we're looking at, you know, people get to ask like, hey, can you look at this guy's build? Can you look at this? It's a less official experience for sure. But it allows me to look at specific targets, right? Yeah, no worries, Heaven. Any chatters? Oh, goodbye, Bebop. Bebop down. Nobody felt sorry for the Bebop there. Literally no one. No one felt sorry for him. Is this you playing? Damn, you're pretty good. Yeah, it's me. What can I say? It's me until the person dies, and then it's not me playing anymore. Go some Paradox laning. It looks like Tass is all about the 4 orange Paradox builds. He just goes full oranges. EBL gets bonus damage against Infernos. Jesus Christ, man. Last I played, Holiday was way stronger. I tried her in post, she felt underwhelming. Why still getting picked? She's very strong. She's still very strong. She's just not like insanely super oppressive as she was, but she's still very strong. Yeah, I do play 12 characters at the same time. That's right. Can we get a look at Lash build? Yeah. I mean, right now it's pretty standard. I mean, he does have... It looks like he's not going for the max flog right away. He might be going max slam. Because he only put 2 points in flog and then he... We'll see. If he puts the second point in ground strike, we'll see what he goes for. Kind of unclear so far. He could still go max log, but it's... usually people don't just put 1 point in ground strike. If you put 1 point, it's because you're going to put the second one. We'll see though. Yo, thank you for the prime rituals. Let's go. Thank you and all you do for the thank you for all you do and for the info you give the community. Of course, of course. I don't know what info you're talking about.
that off a knickerbocker that was about to get his legs broken.
Oh, okay. If you mean info and like the educational videos, then yes, of course, of course. Big fight happening on the left side here. Looks like Infernus 1 HP, but so is Zanya. Zanya goes down. 0 and 3 on the Viscous. It's not looking good at the moment. You know, that seems fair enough. Demonic. Seems fair enough. He made Green Abrams? Yeah, of course.
You came to the right place.
Once again, though, I mean, insane, like, laning domination both games. Insane laning domination both games from Abrahams. Like, they're really showing that. Like, they've taken both towers before 10 minutes. Sorry, all 3 towers without losing a single tower. In fact, they've barely taken any tower damage in all of their lanes. Both games. And I would not say that they have, like... I mean, this game, I wouldn't really say that their laners are, like... You know, last game they had Yamato. This game now, OneWin has Yamato. They still can't do it. And they have Holiday, which is also an insanely strong laner. And they're just showing their laning dominance. It'll definitely be worth, like, rewatching and analyzing. You think... Do you think Deadlock should add a 10 skill point upgrade that locks you out of maxing all skills but allows you to max Goam on one of the skills? I'm not sure. We have a patch coming soon? Who knows? Whenever it's ready. Very importantly, I mean, ABL is basically the only person on OneWin that's having a pretty good game. Actually, Xenon too, I guess. The thing is, OneWin have some really poor heroes. Like, Flammable is, like, incredibly poor at the moment. But he can still fulfill his purpose with Lasso, but yeah.
Damn it, I lost him.
Are you finally back on the Mo meta? Yeah. I mean, Heaven, we don't know if a patch is coming. Nobody knows. Like, I mean, we know that there's a patch in the works. That's all we know. We don't know when it's going to come, but people can hope that it's soon. I mean, this is the longest that Deadlock has gone without a major patch, so, you know, for now. We'll go longer without a major patch in the future, for sure, but for now, this is the longest. So it can't be like, you know, it's probably not like months away, right? But who knows? Oh, the lasso there. I understand why he did it, but like, probably should have just waited after the ult and that would have been so much better.
Ready to give pursuit.
Oh, the parry! Nah. Oh, that's actually crazy. There's no way Jamside should get a kill there. Was Hoot a pre-NDA player or did he pick up? I'm actually not sure. I don't think he was a pre-NDA player, or I didn't see him at least pre-NDA, so he probably picked it up after the NDA.
Time bomb's primed.
I see Yamato.
Oh wait, big swap. Hoot's going in though. Who takes him down? Who ults? Oh, he caught the 7. That's actually crazy that he caught him off the zip. I thought his ult wasn't gonna get anything, but
You're not gonna regret that.
he's been playing for a long time. But you have to understand that even post, okay, so the NDA dropped almost a year ago at this point. So even post NDA players have like a year now, which is crazy to think about.
Look who's ready for a 2 a.m. metro ride.
Sounds good, Imposter. Sounds good. Bring back 1v1s in some form. I mean, you get 1v1s in the side lanes nowadays, but yeah. Oh, Hoot's trying to escape. Let's see if he can. Pretty good. Take a look at his skill build. Pretty normal. He's just playing Ult Warden.
If I'm not willing to charge into battle, how can I expect others to do the same?
They're just collapsing in their jungle, not giving them any breathing room. Cage onto the 7. 7's just gonna go down in the jungle. I mean, Abrahams is just putting on a clinic right now.
Thanks for your help.
It's actually kind of insane. They're not giving them any breathing room.
Let's take out Yamato.
Is Hoot and Hoot DL the same person? Yeah. No, Hoot never played with VP.
My resolve is
I mean, this is almost 20k lead. Yeah, if they get mid, it's GG for sure. But 26 kills to 9. I mean, one win is not getting anything going. You think they'll bring back some of the rooftops? Maybe, we'll see. It looks like EU is going to be a little short this week. Who's in any fight night? Yeah, so it's Pure Kicks Puppies, PKP. Versus... Let me think. Pure Kicks Puppies versus Valhalla, and then the grand finals are against the Hydra Nation.
I see Viscous. How it's done.
Hook him up. He needs some assistance. Someone get him something that does damage. He's Ult Warden, he does no damage. I mean, Ult Warden is strong, but like in those situations, it's like he's literally up 8k on the Viscous and he still does no damage, you know? Still does no damage. If you're 1-1 in this situation, it's very difficult. You really need this comebacker, and it's a good kill by ABL. It's a good kill by ABL for sure. Why is Warden going for Battle Vest here? Just green items. He just wants to be tanky. That's why. He's playing Ult Warden with frontline, so he's buying the you know, both vests just to be tanky. And also gives him, like, it's a tanky item that also gives him some offensive things for his gun. He doesn't want to invest a lot into gun, but you still want to do some gun damage, you know? So getting the Cultist in the Battle Vest is a way to kind of get gun damage without having to invest too much into it, and also giving you stats that are useful outside of your gun. The IDO/Hydronation stuff, less the bad system, I'm out. What was the IDO/Hydronation stuff? Which stuff are you talking about specifically? I think a lot of people are not huge fans of Hydronation, though. For a lot of reasons. I mean, to be honest, there's infinite reasons to not be fans of Hydronations. Does Pure Kicks Puppies contain Pure? I mean, it used to, but he quit like a week ago, I think. I mean, this fight is honestly like a good effort from 1 win, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They got 2 kills. It's not terrible, and they're going to get the comebacker in here. I mean, this is really what they needed. This is not bad. Spain incident? Oh, yeah. Yeah. 7s buy Toxic now because of the scaling? I mean, yes, but also 7s bought Toxic before. Maybe Goober will have 2 pizza nights this week. It would be pretty nice if PKP wins. I mean, I definitely wish them. I mean, obviously cheering them on. They have some of my old teammates. I mean, I played on a team with Goober for a really long time. Played with Wade for a decent amount of time. So, you know. I obviously, you know, I'll be cheering them on. I will say Valhalla are very difficult opponents. They're a very strong team. So it's going to be hard to beat them for sure. True. What's the Spain incident? Boy, those who know. The Spain incident, essentially the TLDR of the Spain incident is, there was a tournament that was it an NA tournament? I can't even remember. I think it was an NA tournament, but there was a coin flip, if I remember correctly, for the servers, or is that a different one? I can't even remember. There's multiple incidents. There's multiple incidents, but essentially it's like they got sent, an NA team got sent to a Spain server, even though they wanted to play like London server, right? Which would be a lot better for the NA team, whereas Spain was a lot worse for ping. It was a worldwide tournament. Yeah, but like every tournament has a region. It wasn't actually worldwide. Like it wasn't actually worldwide. In the sense that it allowed for international competition, but but it had a region. Like there was more teams from one region than the other. This one said it was. Yeah, but like the organizers were from one region and it had way more teams of that region as well. Like you can say you're international, but like, you know, in order to be international, it's like, yeah. Like for example, the Death Slam Invitational is the tournament that's this weekend that I'm hosting. Technically it's international because there's one European team, and also I didn't prevent any European team from joining. I just said this tournament is a North American tournament. If you are European or from any other region, you can join, but just be aware that there will be no concessions made to you. I just said, hey, you can join if you're from another region, but there will be no concessions made. By the way, One Win is like almost back. They're only down 6k now. Yeah, Seagull and I. Oh yeah. I remember when I got Seagull in a Discord call and we talked about all of that. That was good. I miss Seagull. When he comes back to the game, I want to duo with them. We can hang out. Obviously for Seagull, it doesn't make sense to stick with the game for now, but I'm sure, I know for a fact that Seagull will come back whenever the game gets, you know, open beta or like an influx of players. Like he'll definitely come back. Okay, good execution by ABL here. Wait, One Win is actually fully back. They got 3 kills here. I mean, who's gonna ult here? But I mean, he might be able to take down one. He should be able to take down one. Right? Wait, Xenon's living. Okay, I was about to be like, that's crazy. That was almost crazy by Xenon. That was almost crazy. Yo, this is actually like almost Stepmom Guys build, no? Like, I feel like I was an innovator with the Stepmom Guys. I'm just gonna be honest. I feel like there was a little bit of innovation going on. Just saying. Who's the best team in the world? Well, we'll see. Probably whichever team wins this. Why is it called Stepmom Guys? Because she maxes the suck, you know?
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Paradox missing.
What would your 3 heroes in order of priority be to climb to high rank and focus on improvement if you were doing it today? I mean, if you want to climb, just play whatever's most broken in meta, to be honest. So I would just pick whatever heroes. Right now, if you want to climb, playing the carry heroes is probably easiest. So like playing the Wraiths and Infernus and that type of hero. I don't get it. Can you explain? Sorry, Jabroni. No, can do.
It's like walking, but better.
Wait, Moan Kroll ult on who? Xenon? Why is this Viscous looking fatter than usual? This fight looks quite bad for One Win. A lot of their HP is very low. It looks like Empty Dreams is going to go down as well. Or is he? Yeah, he's dead. How do you guys feel about the state of comeback mechanics right now? I personally like the fact that One Win was able to make this comeback despite being down 16 kills. I think it keeps the game interesting. Like, I think you need to be able to make these comebacks, but I'm wondering how you guys feel. If One Win gets this, I'm sorry, if this mid-boss fight is going to determine a lot, but I don't think there's going to be a fight. I think they're just going to get it. I think they just want to stick around so they force the Warden ult, but... You think the Urn is a bit weak? I think the Urn is... Okay. The Urn does not feel like a good comeback mechanic, really? In what way doesn't it feel like a good comeback mechanic? Like, as in it's too weak, or as in, like, it's not clear enough, or... Mid-boss is also much stronger now? Yes, that's true. Mid is OP, should respawn people at base, not in place. If it respawned people at base, it'd be, like, very weak. It would not allow to... I mean, it wouldn't be very weak, but it would be weak. It would not allow for them to end games. I mean, I do agree that mid-boss is a little too strong still. They want mid-boss to be strong, though. It's very clear that Valve doesn't want the games to take a very long time. Like, they want the games to not take that long. I think Valve is aiming for, like, a 25 to 30 minute game length. Where basically, games going past 30 minutes is, like, not the norm, you know? And I think that you know, they don't want to do like Dota where you can have hour-long games. I mean, obviously the hour-long games are not the norm in Dota, but I think they basically want to make it so hour-long games are impossible in Deadlock. Which right now, it pretty much is. Like, if you have an hour-long game, it's just a skill issue, to be honest. At a high level, you're not going to see an hour-long game, most likely. What's the conversation on Refresher on Warden or Rich Mail better late? I would say you don't need Refresher because the cooldown on your ult is not that long. A terrible healer, you've hit 55 plus min games. Yeah, but it's like a skill issue. Once people improve, like, that's not gonna happen. Early Deadlock you could, but like, yeah. I mean, it's, yeah. You're never gonna fully prevent like games, but okay, they got 2 of their rejuve credits with only being down 10k. I mean, it's still very winnable for 1 win. Looks like there's a bit of a fight here. They're gonna get the last rejuve credit, so I believe when you lose the rejuve credit, you lose all the rejuve buffs as well. Although someone can correct me on that, but I'm fairly certain that once you lose your last rejuve credit, you lose all the buffs. So now this is actually very, very favorable for 1 win. They've got 2 picks here. This is a super favorable fight for them. I mean, Hoot does have a big Warden ult here, though. Maybe he can clean up. I don't think so, though. He has toxic bullets on him. He's not healing that much. Wait! He's still alive! Hello? Admin, he's doing it sideways. Somebody stop Hoot. Wait, he's just hiding in the vent right now. No one sees him. He's in the smoke. Wait, this is actually genius. Wait, this is actually genius. Wait, someone clip this. Oh, he spotted the guy. Is he gonna go on her? Oh, he wants to. Oh, he wants to. You know he wants to. Good movement. He gets out. He gets out. The fall games are around 25 to 30 minutes. Does the economy need to be reworked? I mean, why? I think it's very clear Valve wants the games to last 25 to 30 minutes. I personally like a game length of 25 to 30 minutes. It feels long enough for the MOBA elements to be meaningful, but also not so long that you get tortured if the game is bad. Like, Dota games to me are a little bit too long. Dota game average length is more like 37 minutes. I think 25 to 30 minutes is good. I like the game length right now. That's my opinion. You've got a wife and kids. You can't be kidnapped for hour-long games. I feel you. I mean, I don't have kids. For now. We'll see. I have a wife, though. So technically, I could be kidnapped for hours. For now. If I get kids, though, then at that point, you know. If I get kids, they'll be raised on Deadlock. If I have kids, I'll make sure that they don't become Bebop players, you know? I'll make sure to raise them correctly. I'll show them. I'll be like, this man is evil. And then I'll just put a picture of Bebop. 25 to 30 is perfect. 25 seems too short. You prefer 30 to 35. That's fair. I mean, every opinion is valid. It does seem like you're in the minority, Alex, but I respect that. Hayes' daughter or Bebop's son? I mean, I'll take a Hayes' daughter any day. Flash propaganda. What would you raise your kids to main as? Just not Bebop. That's my only criteria. I'm like a hair in my mouth or something. Does your wife know that you meow for subs? It's not real. I didn't do that. You have no proof. You have no proof. Just don't send her. Just don't talk to her. She's in the other room right now. She probably hears me. Oh boy. What's wrong with Bebop? Lasso, when you get hooked one too many times, man, you would understand. You get hooked one too many times, it's over. ABL is literally the devil. He's got a KD of 666. Wait, Hoot ultimate? Let's get on the Hoot POV. He's in. I mean, he's doing a shit. He's doing so much damage. Like, literally, he's doing so much damage. But it looks like he's 1v6. Like, I haven't seen a single member of his team. I'm gonna be honest. I guess because his team is not here. But he did so much damage there. Okay, Viscous is just delaying. And Urn pickup has been disabled. I mean, really good job by Zania there. Just making sure they don't get the Urn off that. Infernus ult. Infernus 1 HP though. Really good damage. Xenon's probably dead. He's one. Doesn't have swap.
Need to be careful.
Oh. Healing tempo, okay. Does have Mystic regen, so. And this fight's a nail biter. This game's really close. Much closer than the first game. Warden looking S tier. Warden's extremely strong for sure. Oh. I think ABL's fucked here. Yeah, he's mega dead. Phantom Strike Abrams looking pretty strong. Warden old builds are the most fun thing ever, only while ulting. True. Is calling Bebop a clanker banned? No, it's not banned. Feel free. Feel free. Bebop makes me want to stick my hand through the monitor or some Portal shit. Bebop hate is so forced. How is it forced? How was Bebop hate forced? Alright, so, I mean, this should be game. Okay, so, and I think that this is Valve's intent. I think that this should be, if you get the second rejuve, I believe Valve, essentially, the way that the second rejuve is designed right now is basically, it should be game over. Because the time at which you get it, usually, it's like one team fight can win the game, and you essentially can't lose a team fight. So, I'm pretty certain that the win probability is probably like 90% in favor of Abraham's here. However, it's still technically possible to win from one-on-one's position, but even though the soul disparity is not actually that high, but Abraham's has 4 extra lives in the next fight. Like, it's gonna be very, very overwhelming. Crushing Fist, okay. When does mid-boss respawn? So mid-boss takes, I believe, the first mid-boss takes 7 minutes to respawn, and the second one takes 6 minutes to respawn, and then the third one takes 5 minutes to respawn.
I see 7.
Wait, we've got a Warden ult. We get on it. 7 instantly dead. Wait, we got a swap on guys too. Guys probably gonna instantly die too. Oh wait, good swap. Doesn't matter though, just dead. That's a lot of damage. Would you prefer all the current rejuve mechanics, but just with the reduced respawn timer from the old one? No, I think it's fine that you have second lives. I don't hate it. I just think that maybe the first rejuve should be like 2, and the second rejuve should be 3 instead of like 3 and 4. I think 2 and 3 would be just a lot more manageable, in my opinion. But at the same time, it's not the worst thing. Like, the fact that mid-boss is strong is not a problem. Like, mid-boss should be strong. It shouldn't instantly end the game, but it should be very strong. It should give you, like, an overwhelming advantage, you know? Which is what it does. The problem with Bebop is that he hooks you and you become very upset. That's really the problem. I mean, they can just focus the patron here. I hate the fact that when you're in this zone, it says not in pit when you shoot. Can we agree that they need to fix this dead zone? You've got like a dead zone right here where if you shoot from here, it says not in pit. Can we fix that? Like, it's been there for months. I mean, Hoot Masterclass, to be honest. Absolute Hoot Masterclass. Last stand, 20k damage. That's pretty good. One win got their 1 win. That's true. Lash build check, sure. It's just full spirit Lash. Interesting to go Spirit Burn instead of Reaver, but I'm guessing you went Spirit Burn for the Geist. Geist and the 7 and the Yamato maybe. Alright, let's go back to the stream real quick.
What time watching Hoot? Slowly. He was in the background, just building up, getting stronger and stronger. You see his investment was always, you know, in that last stand. Thank you, guys. Sorry, chat. And we saw it was pretty devastating. When we
Can you
saw
show Taz build?
before,
Yeah, sure.
We were watching
1 sec.
an attempted earn turn in for 2.5 minutes.
Let me show it real quick.
Kind of the highlight for me. But a lot happened behind that. You know, that really shaped how the game ended.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot came also down to Jam side, who built like almost
Taz
like
build.
both of those cores, right? They both built kind of a lot of utility to support one another, whether it was like the Spirit Rend or the Toxic Bullets for Infernus.
Has my sound been
The
doubled
best
this whole
damage
time, by
options
the
from
way?
Infernus himself, but
I have
combine
deadlock
that
audio. Let me
with
just.
somebody like Warden, who's also getting on top of you, also stunning you, controlling you with the AOE Spirit. Both of those cores
Not doubled?
really
Okay.
went for a more AOE
I figured someone would have told
teamfight
me.
focused approach, and
Okay.
you know, I think
Because
that's
my
just
2 audio
how they
sources are
approach
enabled,
One Win
but
throughout the series. When
anyway.
One Win comes in,
The dead zone is
tries to
intentional. I don't think it's
try to fight,
intentional.
and make it scrappy across the map.
I don't think it's
When
intentional.
Abrahams are able to deploy
August
big numbers,
18th
bring
is
in
new
Mercy,
update?
bring
Sure,
Warden in,
sure.
it just ends up being an overwhelming rotation team fight, especially with that Majestic Leap build. It's like
GG. Abrahams takes it 2-0. And then we'll move on to NA after. Any news on Deadlock release yet? There will not be news on Deadlock
This is
release.
like the early stages of the game, right? Where I
Look,
just feel like together,
I'm going to be honest with you. Here's how Deadlock release is going to happen. I mean, I don't know. Once again, okay, please, disclaimer, because someone's going to clip this and I'm going to get, like, I don't know. Disclaimer, everything I say is my opinion and my opinion only, and I have no reason to believe anything that I say, blah, blah, blah. Here's how Deadlock release is going to happen. With the disclaimer, if you clip this, you have to make sure there's a disclaimer. It's just going to happen randomly. One day we're all going to wake up, and Yoshi's going to be like, hey guys, we're in open beta. There's going to be a patch that drops, and it's going to be, hey, it's open beta.
Still able to fight back and, you know, sort of claw back a lot of that soul disparity, and then start to transitioning into defining these guardians for themselves. But
You're not going to get news before it happens. Like, maybe a couple days before it happens, you might hear some things that it might be coming or something. But Valve's not going to make some sort of announcement like hyping it up or whatever. They're just going to do it one day. It's just going to happen.
No, Death Slam interrupts with the uppercut there. I quite enjoyed seeing that from.
When would that warning theoretically happen? I have no idea. I have no idea.
Sort of pretty exciting gameplay. I think there are a lot of these, like, you know, a 1v1 Jake turns into a.
Don't you think Valve will start marketing the game at the very least on Steam? I mean, they'll probably put the game on like the Steam homepage, but that's about it. Probably.
Any level of respect to each other, especially in moments like this. Unfortunately, as you see behind this play, Abrahams are all walking over.
Steam will do the marketing for them.
Right side of the map and snowball this into their advantage. Lots to talk about here, of course. We've been yapping.
The DL at the end of Death EDL stands for drama/leaks. Wait, true.
Our first night shift champion for Europe.
Not gonna lie, Uber, I thought you would never stop talking there and let us get on the microphone.
Open beta tomorrow. Thanks, Deathy.
2-0 win for Abrahams in a very quick and relatively easy fashion. I concur when it comes to.
Why is Valve so nonchalant?
And the Viscous 1v1.
Just the way they are?
In my opinion, that was definitely one of the highlights of that match. But gentlemen, Abraham's looking just as strong as they were a month and a half ago, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the thing that like blows my mind for Abraham is I think they've got mechanically better.
Theoretically, just your opinion. Look, I don't give patch days anymore, okay? Last time I hypothetically gave a patch date, people literally lost their minds. Can you guys believe last time I gave a patch date, which is very clearly a joke, right? Last time I gave a patch date and it was very clearly a joke. The clip got like 27,000 views and it became such a popular like belief that Yoshi literally had to type in the Discord that there would not be a patch today. Because it got to that point that people believed it so much that Yoshi had to be like, guys, there is no patch today. Isn't that crazy?
Bring back, but we did get probably the funniest one-on-one that
the Yoshi had to calm you guys down. You guys were too excited. Like, relax.
Overall, I mean, I think to me the biggest overarching story of the game is that Hoot is incredibly consistent.
July 24th, 5 p.m. EST. I thought the fact that I gave a date and a time made it exceptionally obvious it was a joke, but no. And then the mistake that I made is that I didn't clarify the joke because I back then I thought it was funny to just leave it like, you know, ooh, you know, I'm not gonna say anything when it was clearly a joke. But you know, if I could go back in time, I would just make it extremely clear, and I would, anytime someone would bring it up, I would clarify that that was a joke. That was my mistake. The community became like rabid dogs.
To be able to stay afloat, you know, all this like, you know, wave management that you have to try to manage whilst the other team is able to.
Yoshi had to cancel the patch because it wasn't a surprise anymore. True. It's my fault. Sorry, guys.
Gets to this level of play where a team gets to dictate the fight so freely, because there's one thing if it's just one.
I don't know what you're talking about, Obsec.
And then you don't have quite.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Team, and
there is no war in Bossing, so.
But when there's multiple
There's no war.
Objectives down, there's a lot of information you just
It's
don't
time
have.
for us to
It's
revolt and
so
take
much
power.
advantage
Was
to
Yoshi
manage
angry at
these
you
games
about that?
multiple games in a row. So that,
I mean, Yoshi was probably not
what I would
pleased.
say.
Yoshi was probably not pleased. I think I've done a couple things that Yoshi's not too pleased about, unfortunately, for me.
They were able to show that they can still concoct.
I was one of the rabid dogs. It's all good. It's all good.
It's a plus.
And I think we're also seeing, you know, some sort of
ABL for interview, says
The
Demoff.
teleporter's now gone. There's a lot more emphasis to keep certain players farmed and keep certain players shoving those lanes out. I mean,
No particular incident comes to mind, but you
so
know.
quiet later on. 43, almost 44,000 souls with 11 kills.
Deadlock release on 2nd year anniversary is your headcanon. That's good. That's a good headcanon.
Of the team later on, ZP.
You gotta call to the principal.
Yeah, I mean, the stats kind of give you the overview of where the game was at, and you know, it's also interesting too the change between OneWin and Abraham's and what they valued to get farmed. If it was OneWin team in Abraham's position, it probably would have been more being funneled in the Jam side, whereas Abraham's, they kind of went the older school idea of like, well, part of the reason why you prioritize something as a Warden as a first pick is that you can do both, but also I feel like we're in an era of deadlock.
Damn, Seven got 35% of his souls from neutrals. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Highest souls on his team, 35% from neutrals. Goddamn.
You're never gonna put Hoot on a hero where you're not at least apportioning at least a good amount of.
Who are you rooting for in the NA matches? Obviously, I would love for Pure Kicks Puppies to win because they've got some of my ex-teammates on there and stuff, but
it's pretty rare, I think, to see
yeah.
you in a spot of being like, yes, I would like to be broke this game. Doesn't happen too often.
I'm gonna take a phrase from you, ZP. It's just giving LeBron the ball, right?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah.
We'll see what we see in differences from NA. I expect some slightly difference. I expect some slight differences in draft priority. I think we'll see Mo and Krill picked earlier in NA, probably. I think, especially by Hydronation. We'll see though.
Actually, the second highest damage dealer on the team.
PKP was looking nice and scrims. No lie. We'll see. We'll see.
A Taz get banned out or Taz get pushed off the Paradox just because it just seems so like too good almost to have Taz be so stable behind.
I don't think 7 is actually that broken anymore. I think 7 is probably like in a fine spot right now. Mo Krill S tier. I don't think he's S tier. I think he might be like A tier.
Got ahead with 3 just super tanky heroes.
There's a lot of heroes that are good right now.
Really difficult thing.
What's the donation link for the night shift?
On the other end,
or what are you asking for? I could probably get you the link for the night shift. Didn't they say?
So for example, like
yeah. So this is the link for night shift if you're asking.
Very quickly, and so then it just changes the dynamic of the
guys. Who snitched?
When you've got really tanky
who snitched?
And the other team hasn't hit the power spikes in time.
No, Sophie, I didn't do that.
Thing I think OneWin were working against.
I didn't do that.
Into the picture there on the Paradox, doing insane amounts of damage.
I did not do that.
Kill is just too troublesome. I think at that point, it just gives a lot of options for Abraham.
There's no clip. There's no clip. So, I find the clip. There's no clip.
Looking good, but I feel like I would love to see what VP would do against them. I don't think VP. I feel like they don't tend to give anything away very easily. Whether
I'll go to Shiv and comp. Well, right now it seems EU doesn't think he's very good. I think he's okay though.
Coming there for Abraham's against OneWin.
Yeah, I mean, I think for VP, I'll do just one quick plan.
I don't have anything to tell you, Sophie, but look, here's the thing. You're doing your masters. We need every dollar we can get. Okay, we need every dollar we can get right now. Okay, and like business is business. Okay. Guys, my wife has just started her masters, okay? Like, you know, I need to provide for the household. At what cost? You don't need to know the details.
It's just the nature of the beast, right? You have a best of one.
You don't need to know the details.
You make that mistake in a best of one. You say
is Dynamo good? Why has he never played in pros? People are better at itemizing against Dynamo at a pro level, and people are also much better at positioning and spreading out, so Dynamo doesn't get as much value. And also his laning stage is much more detrimental at a pro level.
The myth, the legend, with the red panda painting behind him. We've got Hoot join us from
I can hear her watching the clip right now. I can hear her watching the clip right now. Why are you guys linking the clip? I can literally hear her watching the clip.
One-time DLNS champion.
On speakers.
I'm gonna, right after this interview, I'm gonna go change it. #1 DLNS winner.
There you go. And that'll be forever
in
history. But what's also written in history, you're our very first player of the match as well from this series. So ZP, I'm gonna throw it over to you to ask our MVP of the last series our first question.
Yeah, so this is kind of a two-parter. One is just a general information here because, of course, after every show that we've done, you kind of have this scenario where people goes like, what's strong, what's not? Notably, one of the things that wasn't played here so far in EU was Viper. Have the changes of Viper killed her on a competitive level, or even in her stronger form, was she not going to get played when brought to the scrutiny?
Soko doesn't even know how to add a command.
I feel like...
Wait.
if there's Viper's a carry,
Wait,
it
that
has
worked.
to be really up close.
Wait, that worked.
She's not. So she's always.
Go,
gonna
Patrick.
be
Let's chill, bro. Patrick from
to be,
Atlanta. Let's
like,
chill.
Just CC'd or put in a.
This is a warning,
Kelvin
officially.
dome.
Hey,
So-
Deathy, do you think EU just doesn't have any Sinclair
we
players?
feel like it's always going to be.
No, they
easier
definitely
to
have
the
Sinclair
carry in
players.
the backline that we
They
can
just
keep.
didn't think it was worth picking.
And then if we have
How much
Warden
subs for Bark?
that plays like a semi carry, he is still
5 subs for
extremely
Bark.
tanky with last stand. He can basically not die. So
Bark is a higher level than Meow. Okay, 5 subs. I mean,
my
like,
second
it's
question
a higher
here
level.
also on Hero Pool End is that Shiv also falling out relative to the previous month of competitive play. Used to be one of Abraham's go-tos. I mean, together would lock that in basically every game. Not part of the game plan here today.
yeah, I mean, I think right now.
Sorry,
we
your
don't
inner
just
bebop
make
player
a
was
lot
showing.
more
It's all
space
good,
than
Patrick.
Shiv
Like,
does.
let's just, let's just
Basically
show some restraint, and then we're good. You're gonna have a good
does
time
what
here.
Shiv does better, but we will still look to pick him if.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. 5 gifted.
Because he
I kind
still
of regret
provides
saying
the
that now, but
good
since
team
I've said it,
fighting
it's
and good,
unfortunately,
space
I'm a man of my word, unfortunately, but
So it's not something we're still looking to pick.
yeah.
Because
Spare me the
together
humiliation.
is number one
Kendall Thomas
Shiv.
says, "Good luck with the Masters" to my wife. I'm assuming she says thank you.
Nice. Well, I have a quick question that's not necessarily about Deadlock, but it's about you. And for people that might want to know more about you,
Sophie, you
what
wanna
games did
distra-
you come from before playing top level Deadlock? Is this the first game that you've played where you're kind of at a top level like this, or like where have you come from?
Get on with it.
I mean, I've played a bunch of different games. But
I don't know how to bark.
nothing in, like scrims,
I've never.
especially in general. I've been high ranked in League and Overwatch and sort of high ranked in Valorant, but I've never tried.
I don't know how to bark. Okay. Woof. All right. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Going all right. Going all
Well,
right.
we're
I
listening
wanna
to
ask
Hoot.
you,
This is awesome.
Maybe like one question before we let you go, before we get over to NA. The teleporter change in the side lanes. I just wanted to hear your thoughts and view on it and how it's kind of affected things, and if you feel like it was a good or bad change.
I think it's.
I just took
one
some
of the best changes
Omega
I've ever
3
done.
after that. I don't know.
It really amplifies how you
can't just say woof. I did. Fuck
play
off.
macro wise, how you position yourself on the map. So you're like.
My coach is
feel
not
like
on the
I'm-
team right
I'm
now, Sentient.
Very
Sorry.
often looking at the lane and saying what lane.
Bro
should we
subbed and
push.
said you have to actually bark, bro, not
really
just say
like
woof.
enforcing that
That's my
we
way of
don't
barking. All right. Sue me.
That we sit on the side
Sue
lanes
me.
and make sure we don't lose.
It was
smokers.
5 subs. All right. It wasn't 50. Okay.
Okay. Well, Hoot, thank you
Calm
so
yourself.
much for your time, and thank you so much for participating and taking home the
Thank you,
first
Hoot.
title in the DLNS #1
Class
before you
action
do go,
lawsuit.
though, I want to give you a
Please
chance
no,
to give a
guys.
shout out to your stream so people can go check out that new stream title you're going to be rocking probably tomorrow.
Yeah, check it out. It's HootDL at Twitch, and I will be streaming tomorrow with the #1 DLNS winner.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, man, and we'll see you next week for some more Deadlock action.
Thank you.
He's calling
I
you
love that he
poor as
said
fuck. I'm
he
not.
thinks it was one of the best changes to Deadlock, and I think he hit the nail on the head. Like, it really amplifies a team who has good macro, and it really gives ways to show that.
I think the other thing too is it just gives you more options to how to play different compositions, right? Where you think about how one win team was able to.
All right, we'll
take
follow
down
Hoot. Wait, I'm not
VP,
following Hoot.
the
All right, I'm
fact that
following
you can
Hoot now.
decide, hey, we have a super farm furnace, and this is going to create real rotational problems for you.
For 50, he'll
because
wear
you
the tail.
can't
I never
overload
said
him
that.
the
I
same
never
way
said
you
that.
would
I never said
if
that.
you had access to the
That's
previous
purely
teleport.
speculation. We
You
don't
have
know what would happen.
More areas in the game.
How is
where
it
you
easier
can,
for you to make
you know,
animal
choose a
sounds
comp,
for you to
get
do a
hero to
shirtless stream?
specific state
Well, you know.
in terms of farm and use it to
Hoot
create
hater?
bigger
I'm not a Hoot
compositions.
hater.
So yeah, I mean, I think it just greatly.
I'll ask for a
enhances
dog
the strategic
for
depth.
0 seconds,
At least from
Patrick.
what we've
0
seen so
seconds.
far.
Sorry.
More choices is better than having total freedom. Sometimes full freedom is just makes the quality of the gameplay worse. So I'm super with that.
Okay, well, gentlemen, that does wrap up our EU portion of the Deadlock Night Shift #1.
What's the official
but we
stream?
still have more
Yeah, so
action
Deadlock
coming
Night
your way
Shift.
here at home as we move into the
Twitch.tv/Deadlock
North
Night Shift.
American
I'll give
portion
him
of
a
our
shout
show
out.
with Valhalla up
Deadlock
against PKP.
Night
And of course,
Shift.
it wouldn't be a DLNS,
Boom.
especially the first show,
Oops.
without our reigning champion of Hydra Nation to be the final raid boss here in the North American Series.
1 sec.
But while we do head to
Boom.
break, we
This
do
is the
have
stream.
also a special treat for you. Not only were we back here at DLNS,
And for the
I'm back
YouTube
making
viewers,
content for the
whoops.
show with it locked
The
in.
YouTube
And
viewers,
we have a
here's the
Pictionary
link.
#2 with AVG, Lord and M, and of course the trackball master.
Pictionary, okay.
So check that out. We'll be back with North America portion in a few.
Finally, real region plays. For real. Yo, Queen Maddie, what's up? Thank you for the prime. We're so back. What's up, Wrath? Every time I see your name, Wrath, I remember a very unfortunate day.
Everyone,
your name is tied. First of all, you're tied to gooning, right? Your name is tied to gooning, but it's also tied to just very unfortunate events.
A drawing version of it as we're back with Pictionary Part 2. This time with Lord and M coming in from Hydronation. We got Zergy defending the VP title when it comes to Pictionary. And AVG to redeem himself, only getting 2
Yeah, they do still do the Moonquill
boxing.
boxing.
Practicing and training to be more prepared.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm probably not gonna do any better. Sorry, guys.
Okay,
all right, AVG's gonna peek at a buck. All right.
I'm really curious how this drawing.
Steel Series headset
on a trackball.
Plenty of loop for it. Ready.
Bro's
right,
lubed
up and ready to go. Lord and M, this is, I think, your first appearance on camera, if I'm not mistaken. Are you worried about that?
No, I'm here for NA.
Okay. So we have 3 categories for you guys.
Zergy's hairier than you expected. Okay.
Works. We're gonna be starting things off by drawing heroes. We're going into round 2.
You're sorry, your name is traumatic. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's not traumatic. Hey, Deathy, do you remember your promise of cosplaying as Lash on Halloween? Did I promise that? I don't remember.
We have Lord and M diving into drawing our picture first.
All right, let's take a look here.
That I chose for him. So Lord and M, why don't you kick things off?
All right.
He's drawing. Okay. What is that?
Looks like a piece of
Wait, is that hate? Wait, no, that's Shiv. That's Shiv. That's Shiv. That's Shiv. That's Shiv. Shiv. Oh,
he got it. Yeah.
No, they were so slow.
Nah.
Was that Zergy with shit?
Nah.
Easy as that, man. It's as easy as
they were so slow.
Look at damn JoJo hairstyle.
Yep.
I should have known when I saw just the hair. I should have known.
All right. Well, that means Zergy's gonna be starting things off on 1 point.
Don't pull that move on me. You have the signature on contract. Hey, Deathy, do you remember when you promised to release the update yourself? It was taking too long. We're waiting. Okay. Pikachu. Calico.
Calico.
Yes, it's Calico for sure, right? What? Is it not Calico? Wait, Viper. It's Viper. It's Viper.
Yeah, listen, that's
Viper.
as good as it's gonna get.
No, it's not Ivy. It's got to be Viper.
I actually practiced
gotta be Viper.
drawing before doing it, so.
The shape is way too weird. It's got to be Viper now.
Who guessed Calico?
I did.
Yeah.
No.
Zergy, you wanna,
is that Calico? No way.
You wanna take a guess, a different one?
Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted, Luke. I appreciate you. Thank you for the prime, Dalvaret. Thank you. That's not Ivy. It's got to be Viper. It's got to be Viper. I was the first one to guess it. Dude, I would crush Pictionary, by the way. I would crush Pictionary. I would own them.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like me IRL. Yo, same.
Viper.
We're using colors.
Nah, Viper.
Nah, it's cheat. That's cheating.
Okay.
That's cheating.
I said it was Viper.
I don't think anyone would have gone now about the colors.
Viper.
No, I got it without the colors, Zergy.
You didn't tell me that I couldn't use colors before.
The fucked version of who's that Pokemon? True.
You're right.
Yeah, Zergy is a good guy. Zergy is a good guy for sure.
The decision here, I think Lord and M gets the point.
Nah.
Zergy's got to be one of my favorite players. He's just awesome, always positive. Can you say this in a line in a southern accent? Y'all don't go hunting tigers without preparing yourselves to get chomped. Chomp tween one of them jaws.
So let's see what he has.
I'm going in.
What?
Okay, hang on.
What?
I'm actually
What did I
impressed
just
how
read?
fast he's drawing with a trackball.
Hang on.
Yeah, Zergy's awesome for sure. What's up, Ethan?
It's not Holiday.
No, it's not Holiday.
That's gotta be Ivy. Wait.
What?
Ivy.
Oh, Yep, there we go.
Nah.
Okay,
Why does she have a hat?
Nah,
It's a cap.
what's that
She
hat
has the,
doing?
she has the cap.
What
I get the cap
is
to the
that
wing.
hat?
Oh, wait, I
It's a
guess she
little
does have a
bit
cap.
smaller.
Wait,
It's like
she does have a
that. It's like
cap.
a little bit
Okay.
smaller
What
hat.
is
But
that hat?
I got the wings. It makes sense.
Yeah. Okay,
Nobody else
I mean,
has wings in the game.
Listen, that. You know what? I have no right to say anything, so I'm just not gonna say anything.
Listen, I'm just winning for NA. It's all good.
Good drawing. Good drawing. I'm glad to still be at 0 points.
So, AVG, I have to tell you, just because you and Norden M are on a team together in Deadlock, it doesn't mean you're on a team together against Zerga here in Pictionary. You're on 0 points.
Can I get 2 times points?
No.
Oh no, I don't think you need it, Zerga. I think you need the handicap to make it a little bit harder for you. But that's gonna do it here for our first part of Pictionary. We still have 2 more parts to come. We got
Yo, thank you for the support, Zodak. I appreciate it. YouTube member, this is a reminder. If you become a member, it's pretty cheap for you. It's pretty cheap for you, and I get 70% of that revenue, so I get a pretty big share. Really helps support the content, really helps support new videos and stuff. So if you enjoy what I do, and you got a couple dollars to spare, it's very much appreciated. And if you don't, that's okay. Enjoy the stream for free. Very happy to be able to do this either way.
To the desk, we have DDK and ZP going to be heading over to Castle North American region, and I have Uber and Jake joining me here to talk about the NA region, the burger boxing that will potentially take place over the course of the next 3 hours. Gentlemen, I asked this before, Uber. I'm curious, where did you get your shirt? Because I'm kind of digging it.
Oh, Ethan, thank you for the 10 months membership. Let's go. Holy.
A critical role piece of merch. So if you like Dungeons
make it like
and Dragons,
$3,
or if you have an ex-wife that works on the
3,
show,
5, 10. You think that'd be better?
Get one of these shirts
I could change the levels.
yourself.
You guys think
Probably
3, 5,
didn't
10 would
get
be
it
better
after the
on
ex-wifing,
YouTube?
But still have retained
Spent
it
all my
since
money on
then.
Dynamo X
Obviously,
Abrams
it's-
smut conditions. Sorry,
and we're
Deathy.
3 seconds in on top of this. That's crazy. But I've still retained
Let me
it,
process
and I
that.
think
One
it's a
second, let me
great-
process
I think it's
that.
a great fit with the occult vibe of the show. Thanks for asking, Jason.
Completely agree. You always have some great shirts. And Jake, man.
Okay, I've processed it. We can move on now.
Coming up here. Speaking of great shirts, the black looks great on you. Really brings out the white in your teeth and the curls in your hair.
I need a camera filter for my teeth now. I think of it. Damn, I'm behind the game.
Me and Mitch have it's a wild anti-synergy on our clothing choices. With me, it's like solid colors only. I just get real crazy. I'll wear a polo shirt once in a while, man. That's really pushing the envelope.
Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted, Fernando. I
fair,
appreciate
he
it.
has like a
You know, to be honest, Deathy, you forgot about it for like 5 months. Just let it roll after. Small price for dope content. Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate that.
What's coming up next, North American
Appreciate that.
part of the show. So we'll just quickly take a look at the schedule. If you guys are just joining us to see what's happening today.
Fernando the GOAT, for real.
Abrahams take a 2-0, very quick win over one win team. But moving on over to North America, we have the fast and rising stars of Valhalla, who currently we're hearing are doing extremely well and have made some massive improvements in the NA region.
Jake's the most awesome. Yeah, Jake's awesome. I love
PKP,
Jake.
also known as Peer Kicks Puppies. And this team, you're going to recognize a ton of names behind this. Yeah, these
What is that?
it's going to be an interesting name.
Okay, so obviously, like in NA, after a certain
Did
show
Mikhail
that
slow
they've
the
been running
DP? Yeah,
for
he
about
did.
20 weeks
Who's on
and 30
PKP?
weeks,
Let
rather,
me,
went on
let's see. Do I have a
hiatus.
command?
NA was like a little
Oh, yeah, I have a
quiet.
command.
I
There
do
you
want
go.
to shout out to the Dead Air guys who've spun up recently the Deadlock Deathmatch. That's kind of cool, and that's been a chance for some of these NA teams to get involved. Where Valhalla actually played against Hydra Nation in the first round of that one and lost out, but it's cool because it's all like integrated.
Oh, we got a hype train on Twitch. Holy.
The opportunities to get
All
out there
right,
and
let's
play in
open the
high
hype
stakes games
chest.
have been,
Here we
like,
go.
somewhat limited, right?
Here we
I
go,
think that
guys. We
played
gotta,
in,
we
like,
gotta. Wow, that
one win
emote is
bombshell and went
horrible.
0-7, and
That emote,
that's
that
sort of-
emote is actually, well.
You know,
That-
it's the last we
that
saw
one
of that situation.
Has a caveat to it because AVG and low main.
Wait, the
lead
red card
teams
emote's
got
actually not bad. Wait, the red card
disqualified
emote's
for
actually
the
not
bombshell,
bad.
But they did lose,
That
I think,
wouldn't
every
explain
match
it.
before that happened. And now Melee Creeps is kind of gone, just left with Cy and John, who are actually playing with PKP here today. So it's a great little turnaround for them. We'll see how the roster's going to do. But before we can head into that, remind you guys once again who are watching the show, we are doing crowdfunding with this. You can actually donate to the show, and every single dollar goes towards the prize pool. We currently did have someone overtake Jonas in the 5.
Wait, someone overtook Jonas?
From a
Low 2, 501. Okay, that's spiteful. That's spiteful.
One, maybe Jonas is going to see this and he's going to do, another $2 donation to pass.
That's
We'll have
spiteful.
a little donation battle going on, but every single penny goes towards the prize pool. And once we hit the 2K for the week, any extra overtime pay does, of course, go into the following week of shows. We got ZP in there at 125, Jake at 100. We're, kind of missing, DDK, Uber, and myself here. Maybe we need to get on that at some point.
Oh, come on, bro.
Look,
I
everybody
went from getting.
contributes in different
sorry,
ways.
do you want me to go from getting paid to do this? To
Deathy
paying
said
to do this?
I'm big. Wait,
that is a
anti-perspirant.
I tell you what, I'll think about it, but right now
I'm big and
spending
gap.
my
What the
youth on this show, Jason. What remains of it, anyway. And I think honestly, that's worth a little bit.
Okay.
I would say the
Anyway,
value of it has.
is that the Junkrat Jake? It is indeed, yes.
That's what I'm offering right now. Big shout out to you all.
What's a hype train? I still don't understand. Yeah, exactly. Soko answered it pretty much. Yeah.
Into account here.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
But also for
I think this is wrong. Oh yeah, it is wrong. Yeah, it is wrong. You're correct. One sec. Edit com PKP. One sec. Let me edit it real quick. There's two people that are changed. Edit com PKP. So instead of Pira, it's Saya, and instead of Spooky, it's John.
Sign up for this, and you do pledge the $5 or more. That you go ahead and link your Discord, because if you don't do that, you won't have access to this show. And we will, at least if you do miss out, post a private link for you to go ahead and check it out. And also, if you hit the 25 per month threshold, you get a special.
I watched some scrims, yeah, Ranger, but not a lot.
You get put on the end of the show anyways.
Oh, they won 2 games against Valhalla yesterday. Damn, okay.
We appreciate you guys' support of this, and of course, we love to get back.
Okay.
We'll continue to come up with new ways
for
you guys to actually get rewards while doing this. But speaking,
I was gonna say, I thought Valhalla would be the favorites going into this. I didn't see the scrims yesterday. Who do you think are the favorites, Ranger? No more intel? Yeah, I haven't seen intel. I think intel sponsorship is gone for now.
And right now, Jay,
what happened to Salty trying to make a team? I'm not sure.
Staple player.
Valhalla probably. Okay.
Bud is
actually a player.
Could go either way. Yeah.
I don't know yet.
What about against Hydronation? Do you think Hydronation? What do you think the percent chance of Hydronation losing?
Grinder streamer and had been kind of, looking around the edges, waiting to find a team to join, and coming onto this Valhalla roster that has been making waves. Admittedly, like Hydronation are the stronger team in NA. We'd probably call them the favorite. I mean,
Hydronation is doing quite well according to scrims. With that said, they lost 1 game to Little Troopers yesterday. Little Troopers are pretty good though.
PKP opponent are going to be pushovers either, so it's great to see some more depth in the NA scene, some more of those talented players.
Do a Shiv main? Nah, Du's a pocket main. But he plays a lot of Shiv too. He plays Pocket, Yamato, and like Shiv mostly.
I have confirmation from ZP that this is his.
And it could be crazy. True. I hope it will be. Hey guys, our favorite cat has joined us on the show. Stella has arrived. Stella, please unstick. She's sticking to my shirt right now.
A lot of expectations and high hopes for this roster if he's committed to them, Uber.
Yeah, I'm really hyped for this. Obviously, Buds, if you watch his stream, I used to sort of, hang around there a bit and pester him with questions because he owes it to me because I said nice things back when he was an Overwatch player.
We'll show her pause.
Obviously, like, big Infernus player, really likes to play towards those sort of late game carries. So I'm glad he's been able to find a team, and hopefully this Valhalla roster can absolutely get around him and set him up for success. But I'll be talking about, there's a couple of, familiar faces, DMB and Scout, of course, on this particular team.
Even she is shocked. Yeah, she's shocked.
Very excited to see what they can do.
Yes.
And again, we kind of talked about it, right? Not every team has had huge incentive to put the hours in over the last few months. Hopefully that changes in the near
What's going on in the Twitch chat?
With that to some degree. So great to see these guys.
Are you on a team? No, I'm not on a team, Zach, and I probably won't be. I'm not against being on a team for maybe content or whatever, but I think me pursuing pro play in this game is basically dead in the water, if you will.
I told myself I didn't want to say their name, but I'm finding myself wanting to say it more and more often.
The cat reveal redeem is like disrespectful to the cats. I don't want to go grab them. Like the only reason I showed Stella there is because she came to me, She jumped on my lap, and so I took advantage of the opportunity.
Now, and we know Axe was previously on melee creep, so maybe there's a world this could be the new.
Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted, Crowley. I really appreciate it.
We have the thank you himself, Goober, coming back.
Wait, play with me got a sub. Let's go. Play with me got a sub. Let's go. Green vegetable also. Okay. Would you consider pursuing pro play once again the game is released? Probably not. No.
A potentially strong build with tons of new.
Why do you say that? Do you think you are good enough? Do you want to focus on content coaching? I think I could be good enough.
It's great to see.
I think I could be good enough. I don't think I'm like the best player, but I think I'm good enough to hang in there. But I don't think I'm good enough to the point where it's like if I was better than everyone, if I felt like I was really better than everyone, then I would maybe pursue it. But content just makes more sense, and also it's more stable. And also, like I said, I'm not willing to relocate. No matter what happens, I will never be willing to relocate. So that right away kind of kills my pro career, even if I wanted to. It's also a grind. Like I love doing content. I love doing what I do. So.
NA players showing us what they got.
Yeah, again,
100% land win rate, true.
Like, strong rosters of yesteryear as well. Like I think especially towards the Fight Night era, we really enjoyed what John.
You played with Goober today, damn.
In the game, Sire as well. Get to see the Calico, but she was also spared. The
honestly, scrimming was fun. When are we getting another meta report? Probably very soon.
Quite a lot. So I
very soon.
was wondering if we'd sort of see.
Pro gamers are just entertainers. That's true. 100% true.
Have we? When was the last time we saw Goober play in like a?
Thank you, Frosty.
Deadlock tournament, like us.
You give me like 1 minute, I can tell you.
Okay. Because I feel like I've seen them way more in chat than I have in game. I won't lie to you. And they are up in that chat.
I will say Goober represents. I think Goober came into my chat when I was streaming recently. I'm the worst
Goober's in
person
every
to ask
chat.
history questions too. I know nothing about history. I only know about the game.
You also don't interact with your chat at all. So I'm surprised you knew he was in there.
I'm gaming. How can I can't beat.
Thank you for the prime shorten. Meta report, everything is good. A lot of things are good. Certain things, I think it's an interesting time to make a meta report because there are certain things. Wait.
Oh, an opening parry. Brutal.
Wait.
Forehead. The forehead was not accounted for. You might be in some trouble.
Oh my god, dude is getting smoked by the parry.
Wait, Axe just fucking shit on him.
That's a beat
Holy.
down 1v1.
That's tough. Well, I guess we know who's going to get to true side, huh? Fair enough.
Honestly, I have no idea if first pick or first or second is better though. I think with like how much the meta's in flux, you know, like I think different.
Would you
teams will
coach
have a
seventh for a
totally different
team?
take. In general, it doesn't seem to me that there's that many heroes that are way out of proportion to the rest
Maybe.
of the cast. I actually think
It's
the
more
balance in this
likely
patch
that
has
than me
been
playing,
really
but
solid.
still
And
unlikely,
I think that
but
means there's a lot
maybe.
more room for teams and players to show their personal style.
I do think I would actually be a good coach
rather than it being
if I
just
wanted
about
to.
chasing sort of the top quality heroes. There are a couple above the rest. I think Holiday is one of them though.
Yeah.
Well,
Mo boxing
the
is fun, yeah,
interesting thing
true.
about this for me is that we know John loves Warden, and we know DMB loves Warden. So with Valhalla banning Holiday first, they either force the ban out of Warden from PKP, or they get to pick Warden as the first pick.
Holiday first band, yeah, similar to EU so far.
I'm curious to see.
Same bands as EU,
I mean,
pretty
I
much.
thought, the shift changes were also quite interesting. It was mentioned, I think, who was talking about it. They would still want to try and pick him if they can, but Abrams is sort of shot ahead in that priority. Because obviously Shiv is now no longer gaining rage like out of like you have to shoot players to build that rage up, which I think is pretty important for Shiv now. It means that he can't pass.
Shooting players for rage is definitely huge.
Still strong in the space creation. Yeah, first pick Warden here for Valhalla. They want to lock that down.
I have a hot take about Shiv.
I think Deathy is stepping in a really smart direction right now by trying to grow the scene rather than trying too hard to compete in it. That's true. I've also like discovered by, you know, with Deathslam events and everything that like being part of like creating the tournaments and creating the experience for players has been really awesome for me. And I've always wanted to be part of esports. I've always wanted to make a living with esports. That's always been my dream. I thought I was dead, but like just, you know, doing all this stuff like really like is awesome.
Execution fairly like well.
There's answers to execute. There's counterspell. There's answers to it. But
why is Warden so good right now? Very strong team fight, decent lating. His ult build is very strong. Flexible hero, hard to counter. You know, he's just a solid pick.
That's, you know, what has been his strongest PowerPoint. So I'd love to see him just as more of like
his laning is very strong. Yes.
Frontline brawler tank that isn't necessarily going to kill your entire team at the end.
I knew I wanted to be a Paradox main, true. I think he can be the Purge of Deadlock. Yeah, I love Purge. Purge is awesome. I would be like a modern Purge though, because I'm not gonna do 12 hours reading patches. But yeah.
I think like getting.
I don't know. That's a good question, Average Joe.
And then it doesn't reset. The old max is insane. It's so powerful.
Warden just fundamentally has a very, very versatile kit.
Frontliners earlier in the draft, getting the Abrams and the Warden, where PKP going a little bit more in the carry direction. Yamato's a great.
It would be cool if you did though. I don't think 12-hour patch reviews work in today's economy. I think it worked in old YouTube, but I think new YouTube 12-hour patch reviews, I don't think anyone would watch. We'll see though.
They picked so far. Maybe a Mo comboing with them though.
12-hour patch is insane. I mean, Purge did it many times.
Stun cycle going on Yamato where the 7 and Abrams can get their stuns to proc.
Yeah, 3 stuns for Valhalla that are telegraphed, or at least there's a wind up associated with them.
What's up, Nelly? How you doing?
Running at you like a bat out of hell, but still.
I would watch it if you broke it up into infinite YouTube shorts. Yeah. What 12-hour patch? No, Purge would like review. He would take like a big Dota patch and he would like read everything and theory craft about every change for like 12 hours, and then he would just.
Toxic Bolt's an interesting item because people have been buying it a lot.
Good. How about you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
And yeah, it's interesting. But maybe
Chilling.
you do needed this game with.
You think Valve would ever support a scene year round rather than a single big event like the International? Probably not. I think Valve is a pretty hands-off when it comes to esports. They kind of let the scene create itself.
One after the other and turn a chain stun into
we'll see though.
certain death for Yamato.
An hour-long deep dive would be cool. 12 hours, just something to sleep to. Yeah.
Right, especially if there's a debuff remover or a counter spell in play.
Night shift. Yep.
It's going to be a lot more difficult to get the hard lockdown going on even Mirage too with the
That's
tornado,
fair
the
quakes,
dodge,
yeah.
the 7-stun, or the Warden Trap.
Does that make you feel that Paradox might be like prioritized here? Because obviously Phantom Strike for Abrams like allows you to at least like close that gap and give Yamato less of a...
Take a look at the draft so far, though. So PKP with the Yamato, Mirage, Infernus. Okay.
Or even Infernus to some degree, right? Like really limit that mobility. Try.
I mean, I like the Infernus. I feel like they kind of messed up by not picking 7. I think 7 is just kind of better, but at the same time, maybe not. Maybe Mirage is good. You know, it's player preference at the end of the day, right? Paradox makes sense. So I think we're going to have Saya on Paradox. I'm curious what Goober is going to play, because Viscous has been banned. They've target banned Goober.
You know, I think different
we'll see.
Here. Lash could have a little bit of trouble with
If target banned Goober, Lash for Valhalla. I really like Valhalla's draft so far. Their team fight is unbelievably strong, and their lanes are pretty decent. I think PKP's draft is also quite strong, though. I think it's completely playable. But I don't love how they started it. I think that they're lacking AoE CC very much. Like, they don't have a lot of team fight, you know. I feel like against Valhalla, they're just gonna get clapped in team fights. So they need to like generate some sort of lead and momentum on the map, and they need to basically play the map fast pace and depend on the Mirage TP and the Paradox swaps.
I think Kelvin has 100% win rate so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Pick comps back.
Yeah, I like the Kelvin. It's also a block pick.
A little bit, yeah. Pick comps are better.
Important to steal. The Kelvin would be this great defensive.
I'm guessing they're gonna pick Bebop here for the Johnny boy. Wait, actually, John's probably playing Mirage now.
Lash ulti as well. So
Ivy. Ivy for... Who's playing Ivy here? I actually don't know who's playing what. I guess... I don't know what Axe is playing. Maybe is Axe back on support? Is Axe playing Ivy here? I'm not sure. I do like the Ivy, though. I think it makes a lot of sense with the PKP draft, and the fact that Ivy got through this late is really good. Shiv. Okay. But I guess Axe is on Shiv. Okay, so Goober's on Paradox then. There's probably Goober, Paradox, Axe, Shiv, Saya, Ivy, John, Mirage, Brayden, Infernus, and Wade Yamato.
I don't really see an identity.
I mean, Shiv is actually quite good against the Valhalla team. Shiv's ultimate is really good against Warden Abrams. The Pocket last pick, though, is just so good into the Shiv. Pocket last pick is so good. And also, Du is really good at Pocket. So, I'm not going to lie. I don't love the PKP draft. I think it's playable, but I think Valhalla draft is much more sound and solid. They have so many teamfight ults. It's going to be really hard for PKP to fight around, like, the mid-game. So, if PKP doesn't get a lead, I don't think that there's, like... I think it's going to be really hard.
Strictly speaking, like the hard engage isn't quite as present. Valhalla obviously have extremely good team fighting, and they can guarantee engage to some degree. Like,
yeah, I think Valhalla's draft is more solid, in my opinion.
Especially that Warden Abrams lane. I think we saw that in the
but I don't think PKP's draft is like unplayable. I think they can win with this draft. I think Infernus is quite good here. You do need debuff remover, obviously, but you always need debuff remover. I think the Ivy pick is really good too. I think the Ivy and the Infernus pick are really good. I think the Paradox pick is totally good. Like, the picks individually are not a problem, but it's just the team fight overall. Like, there's no cohesion, very little CC. I don't love their team fight comp, so they need to, like, they essentially need to play the map really well for this to work for PKP. They need to play the map really well with Ivy and Mirage, and essentially use the macro advantage they have from those two heroes in order to win.
I think PKP's problem this game will
League is on Lash here, probably. It's Du on Pocket. It's Du on Pocket, League on Lash, DMB on Warden, Scout on Abrams, Buds on 7, and Zerbzy on Kelvin.
Going for a bit more of a mobility option to stay on top of their opponents.
PKB has crazy poke. They might have decent poke. I don't think it's that crazy.
Looks to be pretty strong in the meta. And,
how do you fight into Valhalla? I mean, you need to take smaller fights, and you need to basically take fights with numbers advantage from the fact that you have Ivy and Mirage, and you can move around the map a lot better. We'll see, though.
Just to survive pretty deep into the late game. You know,
I think if PKP survives until the late game, I don't think it's really that good for them, but we'll see.
Just defend for long enough with the Ivy. I think some of these characters.
Who lanes with Yamato? I think with Yamato, they're probably gonna do Paradox. They're probably gonna do Paradox Yamato. I'm gonna guess their lanes are gonna be something like. Actually, they might do Paradox Shiv. It might be Yamato Mirage, like Stomp lane. It might be Yamato Mirage, Paradox Shiv, Ivy, Infernus or something. It's kind of awkward who you put with the Ivy. That's probably what I'd do.
I think the vision is going to super late game for PKP, but whether they can weather the storm is going to be the key question.
Yeah, the question indeed is we're going to...
All his draft is entirely based on spirit damage unless Warden goes gun. Warden's probably going to go like hybrid.
And DDK.
Paradox Yamato, Ivy Shiv, Infernus Mirage could be interesting. I think I prefer Paradox Shiv because like Paradox Shiv is like a good setup. Like you have good kill potential in that lane, but we'll see. Ivy Shiv is just kind of shit, but I don't know.
Bud's coming in the competitive play where
Bud's in this, yeah.
Based on his history, probably on the 7 for Valhalla. Small chance it'd be onto the pocket. You know, Bud's pretty versatile, but
Shiv is just shit in comp and laning especially. No, I think he can be all right, but I think you have a point. Definitely not the strongest laner out there. Yeah, the new theme is really nice. How do you lane on Ivy at the highest level? Yeah, you don't even need extra charge. You just buy some gun items. You just clear the wave. Yeah, 100%. We can watch Saya, but he's probably just gonna play for wave clear. Okay, so it looks like they're doing Ivy Infernus, which is exactly what I called. Yamato Mirage, which is exactly what I called, and Shift Paradox. I know them way too well. Oh, once I game muted. 1 second, let me fix that. Nah, I know them way too well. I know them too well. This is the insider info you come here for. 100% accuracy. Time to Gamba? Alright, you guys want to bet Gamba? Alright, fine. I'll give you Gamba. Who wins the BO1? PKP or Valhalla? Alright, you have 5 minutes. Figure it out. Good luck. Etsy, when you play? I'm not playing. My competitive career is over. I'm just a little watcher now. I just watch around. Yeah, the layout's really nice for the watch partiers. Have you thought about coaching? Oh yeah, you mean a team? Yeah, I have, but it's not really worth it for me right now because like, you know, most likely if I coach a team, they wouldn't want me to stream that, right? Which makes a lot of sense because like streaming scrims is one thing, but streaming your coaching, it's like that's where you talk about all your strats and all your stuff. So you definitely wouldn't want to stream that. And it would be a significant time investment on things that I couldn't stream. And if you guys haven't noticed, I'm putting a lot of time into YouTube videos as well right now. And even though those YouTube videos might not be doing that well from a view perspective, by the way, if you haven't seen my latest YouTube video, go check it out. I'm having a lot of fun, you know, doing them, and I think I'm slowly figuring it out, kind of like my editing kind of vision and like how I want my videos to be edited. And I set myself a personal goal of learning how to be actually good at editing, and I'm kind of silly for not doing it earlier because I literally have one of my best friends, you know, IRL is he literally edits for a living, you know, corporate editing and stuff. So he's more than happy to help me, and he's been helping me out. But you know, I just didn't put the time into it. But now I want to put the time into like, you know, my edits need to be clean, but like they need to, you know, highlight things on the video and all that stuff. So we're on the grind. Thank you, Ricky. Stream yourself editing? Nah, you guys definitely do not want to see that. Trust me. Editing is like, I mean, I like editing. It's actually kind of fun, but like watching editing would be so boring. Would you be a caster? Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yes, Shilu, 100% as well. If you consistently get better at editing, then by Deadlock's release, you'll have super high production quality. That's kind of the goal, yeah. That's kind of the goal. What's up, Ansonex? How you doing? Just an unk with Deadlock passion? Yep. No, I use DaVinci Resolve for editing. I mean, Axe is kind of doing pretty well in this lane, though. Good start from Axe. The boy. Wage going down. That's not what you want to see from your Mirage Paradox lane. But gets traded out though. They do get bugs and they do get buds in return. Deadlock releases. You enjoyed the last couple of videos? Hell yeah. Yeah, the same vibes as Nice Wig from Apex. Can't wait to see your future. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd love to do a collab with Valve. We'll see though. What is Ivy building in lane right now? Mostly gun items. Monster rounds, extended mag. That's pretty standard stuff. Sometimes you'll see like, you know, maybe a backstabber purchase. Wait! Saya just chatting up on them. He's going in. Yo, thank you for the raid, Andrew. God damn, Saya just got a double kill. Holy aura. Chicken raid, you'll be going to sleep. Alright, good night. Thank you for raiding, Andrew. I appreciate it. What would we like to have Spirit Breaker in this game? Would that work? Ooh, Spirit Breaker. I'm not sure. Just the chargeability, like, it seems weird. Having like a passive bash. I don't think Spirit Breaker's kit would work too well in this game though. What were bans? The bans were Vindicta Viscous, Valhalla banned Vindicta Viscous, and PKP banned Holiday. What was the second one? I forget. Holiday Wraith or something? Why the rename? What was wrong with Fight Night? It's literally just there was a disagreement within the Fight Night leadership, and rather than go into a legal battle of like who owns what, they decided to just leave and recreate a brand. That's why. It's not that anything was wrong with the name Fight Night. It's more of a legal thing. Yeah. Saya's playing Wander Gun build. Wait a second. It is Gun Ivy, it does seem. We'll see. Fight Night has a better ring to it. Yeah, but they couldn't reuse the name, unfortunately. They went corporate? No, I think it's the opposite. I think it's the opposite. I think that the other guy wanted to be more corporate or whatever. But anyway, not to get into that. It's not my business to discuss. This mid tower's gone. Gotta go. All right, see you, Andrew. Thank you for the Prime Nova. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Intel doesn't sponsor them anymore. Unfortunately, it does not seem like they do at the moment. Yeah, I'm assuming that they're in talks with them, hopefully. I hope for them that they are, but yeah, the Intel sponsor is not a thing anymore. Mac G's continuing the gift sub they got from GP Hash. Yo, thank you, Mac. I appreciate that. Intel as a company is doing real bad. Yeah. Tough. It's tough. We're trying to talk to sponsors right now at Death Slam events as well. Just, you know, we're also doing a lot of stuff. And, you know, crowdfunding is awesome. And I mean, the community is awesome. But, you know, you really want to try to be self-sufficient if you can. But yeah. Sponsored by AMD. That would be funny. Imagine if Fight Night that was sponsored by Intel, sponsored by AMD. Wait, that's actually like an amazing pitch. You contact AMD. Oh, big parry! Wait, Scout's just into the... Oh! Scout parries Yamato. Oh, ain't no way. Wage got greedy. Went for the punch. If he doesn't get parried there, he never dies. That's so unlucky. You just beat Listic in-game. Hire me. Damn. Kind of surprising they even got an Intel sponsor. Yeah, definitely. But I mean, Fight Night puts on really, really high quality stuff. I mean, you know, a lot of like the standards are kind of inspired by Fight Night. Like when we're talking about improving stuff at Death Slam events, we're like, hey, you know, we want to be as good as Fight Night or like even better if we can. But I'm not gonna lie, this is a really, really good start for PKP. Like this is exactly what they need, though. I think if the start didn't go well for them, I'd be worried. But Saya in particular is having one hell of a start. 2-0, 7.6k net worth. Great start in lane. Uber on the docks. Everyone didn't want 170 people were playing. That's true. That's true. There was a lot of deadlock hype initially when there was 170k concurrent players. Like, I was getting a lot of like even myself back then. I was getting a lot of emails and DMs about different stuff, and I refused everything pretty much. But you know, there was definitely a lot of hype surrounding the game, and I don't regret refusing any of it, though. I kept my integrity and whatever. But yeah, maybe I should have taken a little bit more. You can't eat integrity. I mean, that's true, but I'm surviving. You know, I'm surviving, and that's all that matters. Can't wait to gamble for skins, Drew. It will be like that again soon, trust. Oh, yeah. I believe. build a reputation for being reputable, then sell out once Deadlock gets a gambling scene. Now, I mean, unfortunately, I mean, you guys can quote me on this. The only way that I'll take a gambling sponsor, so I'm not going to take directly a gambling sponsor. However, if I am affiliated with an org that has a gambling sponsor, for example, let's say, I don't know, Team Liquid or something, then I would be willing to do that, unfortunately, because every esports org has gambling sponsors. So it's kind of very, very difficult to avoid them. But I would never take a gambling sponsor directly. Who's Brayden? No, Brayden is Brayden. Brayden's been around for a long time. He was on Melee Creeps before, like a long time ago. But yeah, he's been around for a while. He's pretty good. Are you in talks with orgs? Not at the moment, though. I'm not in talks with any orgs. I don't think any orgs would want to talk to me right now. Death Slam event sponsored by SkinBet and MGM Betting. I would personally be against Death Slam events being sponsored by gambling, but I do have partners at Death Slam events. I'm not the only one making decisions, so yeah. But I obviously don't want to take gambling sponsors. Part of our thing at Death Slam events is we want to do esports, but we want to do it, you know, right. We want to do it for the fans. We want to do it for the community. So. I'm sure that only Pixel will open whatever Deadlock skins there are to open. Yeah, sure. Fans love gambling. I mean, it's true, but boss. It's a dodgy area. Yeah, 100%. Where's Mirage appearing on the prior list at the moment? I think he's like quite high, like A tier probably. You know, like first phase type, at least in NA. Are we getting a 1,000 crate unboxing crazy video on release? Probably not. No, not for me. I'm sure somebody else will do that though. I will probably, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I will probably, if there are cases to open or whatever, I will probably open a lot of them whenever they become available, but I don't think I'm gonna make a video about it. We'll see though. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say it's 100%. I'm not gonna make a video about it. I might. We'll see.
Time to make my move.
What's up, Futon? How you doing? How are the games? The games are awesome. It's been a lot of fun to watch for sure. Such an easy pipeline for impressionable kills to get into it. Yeah. Hopefully there are drops that are reasonable as well. Yeah, we'll see. I think Dota does it pretty well, to be honest. I think Dota does it pretty well. I'd be happy if it was a similar system to Dota. Dota also has odds, like, so, like, if you, like, the more treasures you unbox, right, the better your odds become to, like, get one of the... Wait, this is a really, really big fight here from PKP. And they should be able to get the urn as well, although they are letting the urn run away. Nobody's running after the urn. Guys, can one person run after the urn? Guberto. Go. Go, Guberto. And they're also getting a walker. Wait, this is actually domination. They're gonna win this game. I mean, they might not, but this is complete domination. They're getting the urn, they're getting a walker, they're winning the fight. They literally just got everything on the map. Wait. Okay. Yo, what's up, Beer? Are you coaching them, or are you like fully done with it, or whatever? I don't know the state. What does Dota do? Like, basically, Dota has, like, treasures, right? And they are RNG. Like, you have, like, categories. You have, like, the rares and the very rares in the treasure. But, like, as you unbox them, your odd of getting a very rare gets higher and higher. So, like, basically, if you open, like, 40 treasures, you're basically guaranteed to get the very rare. Dota also has, like, the super exceedingly awesome rare or whatever, like, which are basically, like, the equivalent of knives from CSGO. And those odds don't really get improved. Those odds, like, stay terrible. But, yeah. You just coach them when I have the time. Haven't really done anything yet. Been grinding predecessors for the tournaments coming up. Oh yeah? Or like, how big are the tournaments, like prize pool or whatever? I literally have no idea. I think I saw you stream it, and I also saw, was it Elion stream it, I think? How much is 40 treasures? I mean, the treasures are like $250 US a treasure, I think, roughly, so. Do you think gambling is bad for esports? I think gambling is bad, generally speaking. I think gambling is just bad. Saying gambling is bad for esports, though, at the end of the day, unfortunately, gambling is good for esports. It sucks to say, but Gambling is one of the only things that is keeping esports like organizations and things afloat, sadly speaking. So yeah, it's a tough question to answer because gambling is bad, but gambling is also keeping esports afloat in many ways. Yo, thank you for the gifted sorry to Andrew. Welcome, Andrew. Welcome. Esports is never profitable. I mean, there are things in esports that are profitable. The problem is that, you know, players are extremely expensive and, you know, the returns are very, very, like, very unguaranteed. So, you know, you have to be in, like, the other markets in order to make money. Like, you have to make money selling merch or, you know, I think people have kind of figured out that, like, the whole kind of, like, having a face and, like, streaming and all that stuff, like, streaming scrims and, like, basically making content, being very visible is, like, a way to, like, kind of help as well. Viewers are also not paying for esports. Yeah, they're playing for entertainment. You're correct. You need like a very popular player / streamer. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the market is huge for sure. Like, there's a lot of opportunities to make money in esports. It's just, yeah. I will say though, this is actually like being kind of the way that this is decent maneuvering here from the side of Valhalla, but they're down 20k. And they need to prioritize this earn more, but they couldn't, unfortunately, so. Saya's kind of him right now, though. He's got Siphon. He's got a shit ton of money. Like, he can kind of handle business here. Scott's kind of dead. Damn. I mean, this is mid-boss. I think this is GG, to be honest. Like, yeah, they're going to get the comeback earn. Okay, maybe it's not GG, but it's looking really good. Now, the one thing that is saving Valhalla in this situation is that PKP doesn't have a whole lot of walkers left to get with this mid-boss. So they're only going to get one walker with this mid-boss. I don't think there's any world in which Valhalla can contest this, though. They are trying to set up, but they're just not going to make it. I mean, maybe he's going to go for an Affliction. He did. He parries. Wasn't able to get a single redriven. I don't really think it's worth contesting that. I mean, I guess the respawn timers are still pretty short, 16 minutes, so it's probably fine. Yes, it's the same format, same everything. It's just different name, different branding, essentially. Yeah, the match fixing is definitely a problem, Kong. I mean, I think that's the problem with a lot of tier 2, though. I genuinely don't think that there's a lot of tier 1 match fixing in esports. I mean, okay, maybe I'm wrong about this. I think most of the match fixing in esports happens in tier 2. Because there's, you know, less people that are watching, the pros make less money, etc. It's much more enticing for them to just make a quick buck with match fixing. But that's obviously a huge issue. Isn't it like that in any sport? Yeah, I'm sure, yeah. Yeah. Okay, Goober looking for a swap here. Guberto with the swap. Very nice. Hashtag Guberto Nation. I like the Paradox build. I like the Paradox build. Go to them, Guberto. Wait. He's won. He's executed. Dude's dead. Wait, this is over. This is actually completely over. This is not even close. Very, very impressive stuff. Very impressive stuff from Pure Kicks Puppies. I did not expect this. Feels awesome to see my ex-teammates winning. Damn, why weren't TF2 this good? We had a lot of issues as a team, and that's okay. It's okay. Some teams just don't work out, you know? Some teams just don't work out. And that's fine. Because Deathy was a part of it. Is Salty playing in a team? No, Salty... I haven't seen Salty much, to be honest. I haven't even really seen him in matchmaking. Unless he's been playing in alts. I haven't seen him around much at all. TF2 Boomers, we just didn't have the winning formula, you know? I don't think it was like one individual player. It's just we just didn't have the winning formula. And that's okay. Like, that happens, but... Salty updates his builds? Oh, okay. I haven't seen him around, though. I have really not seen him. Maybe he plays on alts or something. Rollins, remember Tankman and Blink? Of course. Boink hasn't played. Tankman still plays though. Tankman, he's still a turner 6. Tankman's still a goat. Tankman can now live his dreams of only playing Bow and Krill. Yo, thank you for the prime D-Wop. I mean, 30k lead here. Kind of a clean sweep here. I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be very, very difficult for Valhalla to come back from this, if not impossible. Gucci was the heart of TFC Woobers. Yeah, kicking Gucci was definitely a mistake. I agree. Where's Mikhails? He played in EU. Salty has a new handle. Oh, really? Okay. Now we have to watch LGTK and his 5 hair follicles. They're gonna be, I'm pretty sure they qualified for the Death Slam Invitational, so we'll see them this weekend. Is Gucci actually Polish? Yeah, he is. I mean, he's Canadian, but like his family's Polish. This match is over? Yeah. You missed Fickle? Fickle asked me to duo earlier. Unfortunately, I told him I couldn't because I was coaching, and then, you know, I was coaching right before this. Gucci was good vibes? Yeah. I like Gucci. I mean, I still like Gucci, obviously. You show Shiv build? Yeah. Like a tank gun Shiv build, essentially. With max bloodletting. Max bloodletting is actually crazy. I'm horrible at this game, can you fix me? I mean, if you get coaching, I can definitely help you. As far as fixing you, I can't make any promises I can't keep. So I don't know, to be honest. I need to see what I'm working with first. But I have helped a lot of players improve, so exclamation point coaching. For your coaching sessions, are you just watching the players' previous matches? Yes. I'm not doing live coaching generally. I don't think live coaching is good for improvement. So I usually watch the players' replays. So I watch recent games that they played. Generally, in 1 hour, I have time to go over one game because we pause a lot and we talk about concepts and things like that. Yeah.
The urn has been dropped.
I think it depends on the rank. What do you think depends on the rank? How do I get coached by you? Exclamation point coaching. Oh, bro's getting denied. What's up, Doze? Should that one be a good game or a bad game? So generally, it's better to review. Oh yeah, sure, Ranger. Yeah. But if they're E6, it's like a whole different type of coaching. I've coached like one E6 player before. But yeah. I agree that for E6, but E6 is able to like process everything very fast, you know. So but like if you're coaching like a Phantom player, like you can't do live coaching. It's just not possible. You just can't do it because like they just can't process the information fast enough for the live coaching to work. Yeah, as far as good game or bad game, it doesn't matter that much, but I believe it should be a good game because if it's a bad game, people kind of already know that they did bad, you know. So sometimes taking a game where people feel like they performed well, generally the best games to review are games where people feel like they performed well, but they didn't know what they could have done different, you know. So but they still lost, you know. So obviously you don't want to review a stomp where like they won in 20 minutes and they were 20-0. But yeah, will you be playing Night Shift? Most likely not. Unless there's like some sort of content team that forms with like Zera and stuff, you know. I know Zera wanted to do a content team. I would be open to the idea of like a team that like does no scrim and just competes or whatever. But other than that, basically no. They're ending the game. It's over. GG. Deathy saying that me, Phantom player, can't process information. Let me smoke another 3 bowls of weed and play Gun Dynamo to prove him wrong. What's the turnaround time for a coaching slot? What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean like how in advance? True, Ranger. True. We'll see if that happens. As far as how in advance, so you can't like you need to book at least like a couple days in advance usually. But it's not like weeks or whatever. It's like a couple days, maybe a week. I mean, Valhalla were just trying a desperate play. Very well played by Pure Kicks Puppies. I mean, dominant performance. Didn't give them anything. And I'm not going to lie, I much preferred Valhalla's draft, but it didn't matter because Pure Kicks Puppies, like, they got a lead and they just kept that lead going. And I will say, this is one of the differences between NA and EU, is that EU is a lot more, like, scrappy in the sense that, like, a lot of things happen. And I find that we see more, like, back and forth with the leads in EU. But in NA, once a team has a lead, I think comebacks are much more rare. And I think that that's due to a few reasons. I think in NA, people are a little bit more afraid to make plays when they're behind, or they understand a little bit less how to do it. And I also think that people play a little bit more disciplined in NA when they're ahead. Now, I could be wrong about this, but that's my kind of take on it generally. EU is like quite scrappy sometimes.
Prize pool for these teams, and if you guys want to donate or crowd fund the show as we move forward, all of the proceedings.
Does he use the pro scene to grow, and now when he's on top, he's ditching them all? Damn. Yes, I'm out of the pro scene.
We want to keep this
I'm out of the pro scene, but I'm not ditching though. I mean, I'm doing the Death Slam tournament. I'm doing a lot of stuff, and I'm still helping the pro scene a lot.
In some mausoleum somewhere, we still want to be doing night shift.
I'm not sure I love being the center of that. We're just like
Gun Ivy just isn't it? I don't know. Saya did pretty well.
Like condition 1 has already been fulfilled. You know, maybe fall down the stairs. Like, look, we're saying, you know, for a long time, it could just be 2 weeks with those conditions. But yeah, get to the highlights here. It was pretty one-sided, Dan.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, the parry was so good here, but he got. Oh, it's so sad. Oh, it's so sad.
Something super amazing that PKP did.
You want to do observing?
Ahead, and then
you want to do observing for a Death Slam?
The fundamentals very well from that point, and I think
we don't have a lot of observers, so we could probably get you trained if you want. If you want to try it, we have like docs and shit about like how to do it and like all that stuff. You can just reach out to Griffin. So just message Griffin about it. He's the one that handles like the scheduling for that stuff. But yeah, if you want to try it, you absolutely can. You obviously it doesn't commit you to anything if you don't like it or whatever. But yeah. What's observing? It's the one that's in game with the camera moving around and stuff. You need to set up keybinds and stuff ideally.
Macro was just fantastic from PKP to keep capitalizing.
Well, Dan, we've talked enough to break down the rest of the highlights and more.
You watch anyway? Yeah, of course.
And the boys on the desk.
This time Intel's not sponsored? Yeah, the Intel sponsor does not seem to be there.
You get used to that. I could work. I could be the boys.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you'd be a great observer, Ranger, because you have a very good understanding of the game, and you probably would know where the action is. So it's just about, you know, setting up the keybinds and getting the whole flow, but I'm sure you'd be great. It would probably be very easy.
PKP, we were pretty much dead even at that point, but once they got that fight,
I'll be right back.
Like it was inevitable for them to take the win because they were able to get up to a nice 20k plus lead. But for seeing the Shiv for the first time here in DLNS, Jake, pretty decent result.
Yeah, I mean, much has been made of Shiv being out of the meta, and I mean, in fairness, he did take a ton of nerfs. I like the choice to just go for a heavy, straight-up gun build, where for the most part, that hasn't been nerfed that much on Shiv. Your survivability, of course, is a little bit worse, and you know, there's some limitations to it, but he shows that it can still be super effective, can still diversify. I think with more frontline threats stacked on top of him, right, especially, you know, Yamato following behind, and then having that backline Mirage, it caused real problems to the opponent. Ultimately, I mean, they kind of got ran over in a lot of those mid-game team fights. Like Yamato was just taking names, and Shiv was getting those executes off of her opening damage.
Yeah, I mean, John gets really out of control by the end of that game, by the way. Like the amount they have farmed that he's able to get, excuse me, and obviously being a toxic bullets, you know, carrier, obviously is very powerful, but he's also sitting on burst fire. So if you don't really interact with this guy, his hollow point and burst fire are just going off, and he is just shredding you. So at that point in the game, there's not a consistent way to really address the backline. Saya zones so effectively at the start of these fights, also sets up some nice supply drop bombs. You know, Goober also just knocks people out of position. And Axe is able to create a ton of space on that Shiv, be a real nuisance, and also, yeah, you know, spec into some of the more defensive items as well, like Counterspell even getting picked up by him. So very, very good look in the end. I think that, you know, the people that had to carry in this game do. I think Braden's not able to get like an early lead, but ends up still becoming a real threat, has toxic bullets of his own, and still able to get into the game by the end of it, getting himself 4 kills. But I mean, John doesn't die, and Saya also, bro has siphon bullets, and I don't think he died either. So that's pretty good. You know what I mean? You're building those stacks up quite nicely.
Yeah, Jake, like we went into this match, my initial thoughts was, okay, well, we have Paradox, we have Saya. Of course, Saya's going to be playing Paradox. We have Axe. Remember seeing him back in the melee creep days. Ivy would definitely be something he's playing. And then we have an entire switch up come through. And on top of that, Saya goes gun Ivy instead of playing support Ivy. And he put on a clinic.
I think this shows that, you know, there's a lot of farm on the map right now, and if you're willing to take a risk, I guess, with going with a little bit of a greedier comp, you can come out to a really strong spot. I mean, I think this will be a different game if Yamato and Shiv aren't doing as well as they were this game, to have that lead, to have that space to farm. But also we see a lot of Colt sacks across the board for Valhalla, who went for a heavier spirit build, which kind of makes sense. You'd think the patch notes had sent the game more in that spirit direction, right, with the across the board nerfs to gun damage, but seems to be greatly overstated. PKP just doubling down on the gun with a ton of bullet resist shred, a lot of commitment from pretty much the whole draft aside from Yamato, and it ends up being more than enough. They just absolutely cleave through this Valhalla defense.
I feel like though the Cold Sacks, like you know, they really get their value and can snowball you if you are pushing those objectives down early and getting like unfettered access to the neutral camps and the jungle. And frankly, you know, Valhalla lose all of their Guardians straight off the bat, right? So not a great start. And that obviously gives them far less of that flexibility. And that item investment, right? Obviously, they're not really able to
guys, come on.
In a
You think the new patch stuff is still going to work on me? Come on.
And the proportion of
you guys really think that's still going to work?
That they're able to get, as opposed
you guys
to
have done that like 10 times at this point, okay?
Like Axe is able to get like into the jungle, farm a lot of that up, like a lot more access to those neutral.
Nice try, guys.
PKPs, they get that map control.
I mean, that's kind of an interesting point because if we talk.
You should try an Inferno's build with Toxic Scourge 1 amp. Wouldn't you have like nearly 10% max HP damage?
But Axe actually has.
You would have a lot of damage, yes.
Out of his team, like he has neutrals as the highest percentage of.
The problem is probably sticking on people, though. I feel like you still suffer from the same issues.
He gets his rage one way or another. Like bro is, you know, gonna be in those fights and stays in them for quite a while. Like he picks off. You know, Battle Vest and Enchanter's Emblem. So definitely.
Did Goober's team win? They did, yeah.
Impact. Opening rounds also picked off. So the idea is he comes into the fight.
Did Jason Kaplan shit talk me at any point during this?
For those conditional items that.
Did he take the opportunity?
You know, the amount of health he has, or like just early in the fight, are really important. So yeah, he doesn't get a full rage bar from farming cans.
8.75%. I mean, that's
still someone who can.
That's pretty good.
Create that space really effectively.
But if you threw the Scourge on a tank,
in those more drawn out fights,
yeah,
that's where he wants to be.
You could do that. Support Infernus. I mean, you know, bring back the Wizaster build, you know. Support Infernus. Just play wave clear. You just play for the macro. You just play for the wave clear with your flame dash, and then you just like buy Scourge and you throw it on your tank and stuff.
Split pushing is really strong, maybe more than it was before. With it's being more difficult for defenders to.
Phantom Strike is actually good on Infernus. I promise you. Phantom Strike's actually good on Infernus.
You just don't have damage for objectives, right? Yeah, you can. Even though the spirit damage does hit hard on objectives, in reality,
67 damage from Afterburn Wizaster class.
Whereas gun damage is like you always just dump gun damage, hit your reloads, and
Wizaster class is such a good emote.
Relatively quickly, so it turned what could have been like
Scourge might be too slept on. It's really good. It's really good.
With them being able to.
I've been buying it on Yamato too. I mean, it's really good.
Especially clearing something like the mid boss very quickly as well.
Well, that does lead us into our player of the match here of our challenger match over in the Deadlock Night Shift North America.
You know, one thing I will say is that it's much. One thing I will say is ever since I stopped playing competitively, it's actually much easier to theory craft when you're not playing competitive, because I feel like when you're playing competitive, especially since there's so little teams, you're kind of stuck in this little bubble. You know what I mean? You're kind of stuck in this little hyper chamber of like 3 or 4 teams that have similar ideas, and it's kind of like a loop. But when you're outside of that loop, you can, your brain's a little bit more clear. Or at least for me. You want to try random trip? Yeah, I believe it.
Really did hurt it on its base level. Maybe now maxing it can kind of mitigate some of that. And in the end, he's going.
Which mill is slept on for Yamato?
Right?
Maybe.
So, you're never going to be doing that much damage with the knives.
Sniper Abrams would look like, or
with your dash, it's never going to be that game changing. You don't really need to get those perks online because you're not building to enable those skills. You just treat the knives as some nice harassment. The dash is a mobility
carry / tank and furnace. Yeah.
You're really all in on gun damage, executes, and tanking as much as you can, of course, with that max bloodletting.
That latest update really made it worthwhile investing heavily into bloodletting, right? There was an increase.
Check out Andrew Chicken to see how effective Sniper Abrams really is. Oh, did he make a video?
It's now 35.
It's probably not very effective.
Damage cleared. So really, I think Shiv players.
Double vest, royal core, weighted shot, spirit, resilience.
From the bonuses.
Interesting.
It was only patched end of last week, so.
You made him play it? Oh god. Anyone know a viable lash gun build? I don't know if there's one published right now. I know Rawker had one. You can play gun lash. It's not terrible. You just go Headhunter. Just don't build fire rate. Fire rate just sucks on gun lash, unfortunately.
But speaking of prime play, we're gonna move on to take a look.
You won the game with top objective damage. Okay.
We did have PKP take the win. Up again.
How would I theoretically get into casting? Casting is actuting quite hard to get into, I'm gonna be honest. If you have no previous experience, you can reach out to me and we can see. Casting is quite hard because that's it's like the easiest, quote unquote, lowest barrier to entry, and a lot of people want to cast. And so, for example, with Death Slam stuff, we usually have casters. However, we could maybe get you in on Death Slam events for league matches and smaller matches, and that could help you build your portfolio. But yeah, I guess DM me, it would be your best bet, and then we'll see what we can do. But like, I really can't make any promises. Like, usually observers we always need. Producers are in very high demand. If anyone in chat is a producer or is interested in learning how to produce, you know, has experience with vmix or wants to learn vmix and things like that, you know, please DM me. Producers are always in very high demand. But yeah, just do it alone in your room. I mean, the best is to do it with like a co-caster ideally, and also to do it with actual game. So like practicing on like, you know, building out your portfolio by casting 1 or 2 games that are kind of like, you know, just like a replay that you're watching and you're casting, for example, or like casting random live games of Deadlock and stuff like that. LSK said, just wanted to shout out the GOAT. Haven't gotten a chance to check out stream since LAN. Yo, thank you, LSK. I appreciate it.
Who haven't seen them in maybe quite a long time, unless you did check out the DLDM. Obviously, we mentioned AVG, we mentioned Low Main, but of course, they have the staple truths of Lord and M. You have Hydration in there, you have Alepha in there. And of course, you can't forget about Rokane on top of that. But this is like the really interesting thing for me, like the, I guess, first time that I'm getting
fun to get into, yeah.
Person now.
Cast Scrims, yeah, casting Scrims is
on
good.
the roster, I mean, I know they ended up leaving.
Is Sinclair dead right now? No. Sinclair's not dead, especially not in pubs.
Do it then, but they were going to do it after it anyways because they felt like they wanted to grow a little bit more as players and saw a little bit more of a skill ceiling within the Hydronation squad. And honestly, like, this has the potential to be, I think, easily a team that can go head to head against EU's best and take maps and even take series against them.
Hydration not on Mo?
I mean, you
guess
have to
not.
consider them kind of the hope here.
Hydrogen's on the Warden.
That being said, you know, I feel like everything's up for grabs here in NA. I was pretty impressed with PKP's performance. I thought they put on a really solid game 1. I don't think Valhalla is
Lower than I'm on Lash. Imagine if Deathy was there. True. I'd be on Lash too, right? And then Jason would shit talk me somehow.
They've been working
fucked
hard,
up.
They've been scrimming. You know, it all comes down to this, right? It's been a while since they've played in a tournament. Maybe it's been a while since they've showed their stuff here on the big stage with a different look in terms of roster. However, you know, you'd be hard pressed to bet against players like Lefa and Hydration, who Lefa, you know, always
does Lefa play Yamato? Yeah, he does.
High farm performance, where Hydration just shows immaculate
He plays
flexibility.
a decent amount of Yamato.
For the team. So this is that squad that
Rokane, Lefa, I mean, they have a lot of Yamato players, to be honest. Like, almost all of them can play Yamato.
So I think we're very likely.
Deathy and Jason gonna hate fucking 3 months. Oh god.
The ones to make it through. I would have called them the underdog in that challenger match, but
when Jason and I meet at like the first big like Deadlock event, whatever big Deadlock event, whenever that is, Jason and I are gonna meet. It's gonna be crazy.
Some of their best games though were like when they get 7 on Vindicta. Some of those you know, slightly more optional heroes. Games changed a lot since then, but you know, they definitely had a pretty distinctive style.
First Italian LAN.
Every single game. So we're curious to see like what their tendencies look like now after a bit of a break. And straight away, Holiday taken off the field. This will provoke a potential ban of Paradox away from PKP, lest they risk giving it up.
Yeah, I think this also speaks to Hydronation wanting some of those.
Whenever he knows, yeah, sure.
Team carries, right? You know, in Furnace.
You and Jason boxing match first LAN, damn.
Probably one of the most painful skills in the game, since you know.
What's your opinion on Superior Stamina getting on kill reset stamina bar? I mean, Superior Stamina doesn't need a buff. It's already a very strong item.
So
that would be like super OP. Imagine you would have literally infinite stamina, like
scared to do
insane.
That in weeks past. I wonder though if prios have shifted and maybe options like Abrams, Yamato, Warden end up keying that in that first slot.
Yeah,
another Warden first pick, probably.
Coming through for Hydration.
Was it not called DFN anymore? It's basically disagreement in leadership, so they split up and they had to rebrand rather than fight the legal battle.
A pretty second solid pick to come through for a team, but of course they
we could use more stamina regen, could we?
John
I think mobility is in a good spot right now, where there's a lot of mobility, but it's not like so insane, you know. But I think it's in a good spot right now.
Making their way in when Olefa is a prolific Yamato player.
I think it's in a good spot.
Off PKP, lock the Warden in straight away. Good call. Yeah, making sure John gets where he needs to be.
And we've seen a lot of teams take Abrams in this spot, but the matchup against Yamato, it's not bad. But it strikes me as maybe a little bit more.
You think Substam just needs more stam recovery? I don't even think Substam is bad right now.
Maybe even Abrams not being able to stand up to the
damage. It's definitely not bad, in fact.
I think what's really interesting about this matchup between these two teams is the fact
just not
that
built every game, but
I believe have only been scrimming since not the Sunday that just passed, the Sunday before. Like they've only been playing together for you know, just over a week. Hydronation, they've been this roster ever since a woman bombshell, you know, like 2 months ago, pretty much at this point.
Way to try it feels
It's
so
about
bad, but it
whether or
makes
not they've
sense.
been able to be
Yeah, that's fair.
practicing since then. Our PK
Damage is a bit too high, especially late game. It would be nice to get to play more.
Really meshing well within their roster, but I think this definitely has potential to be an insanely good
Fair
matchup.
enough.
As you do have a couple more picks coming through.
You know why Vegas retired? I think Vegas was just bored with the patch. I don't think he was like retired. I think he was just bored with the patch. I think he's gonna come back next patch. Not retired. I think he's just on a break. I'm not sure though.
Right now, very, very powerful with that like early surge of power rush. Turn them into pretty terrifying.
You'd like coaching from you to become a very good Haze? Exclamation point coaching.
Vegas, but obviously very powerful in the right context.
We're gonna see Wanderer's Gun Yamato monstrosity build? Probably not. We'll see though.
Express shot,
I think Yamato is a completely reasonable first pick as well, though the hero is still insanely powerful in my opinion. But Warden is a bit more game-changing perhaps with his team fight ability. I think the top 3 Viscous, just because they don't want PKP to get Viscous, because obviously Goober is very, very good at Viscous. So it's most likely like they think Viscous is playable, and they're also like, hey, we don't want to play against it. Thoughts on Viscous, Moist, Goohole? No thoughts.
So it's interesting to see like kind of the
I feel like Valve might have solved the match length problem. Yeah, the match length actually feels quite good right now, I think.
Hydration by taking the heroes that they would normally play, but this is also exactly what PKP would play. Kind of
Who's gonna be the comedian at the next land? I don't know.
And VP having very similar draft pools.
We saw Brayden take the Infernus in the previous game, and just like generally like a pretty quiet start. There wasn't a whole lot going on for him in that side lane, but ends up building towards a decent critical mass by the end of the game, and have a little overshadowed by
GTK should be the
match, but
comedian.
that can absolutely happen.
I think the game length is good right now. I like the game length.
To allow you to pop
I don't know.
up.
I actually think the game feels really quite good right now. Like the game's main issue for me right now is just like matchmaking and lack of hero variety. But I actually think the game feels good. Maybe I'm in the minority thinking that, but I think the game feels good to play right now.
Before EU and NA have such drastically different drafts, especially priorities when it comes to certain heroes. But Paradox make it into the second turn of picks both games in a row now compared to EU, where it's picked in the top 3.
Only issue is matchmaking, not enough heroes objective. I agree, yeah. I agree 100% with that.
PKP are just running it back with their draft from the challenger match, with the exception of
I think matchmaking is a population problem, but it's also a Valve problem. I think Valve is not really putting a lot of effort into matchmaking. But to be honest, I think they're just putting effort into the future of Deadlock, or we have to hope so at least. I do think Valve could make the matchmaking better right now if they really wanted to. But I do agree that population is like 80% of the problem. Mooncurl's worth banning though? Mooncurl's quite strong, yeah.
And Hydronation seem to be leaning into the punish. Lots of CC, lots of early game snowball here.
Game was in a good state, yeah, I agree.
How they want to go? Do they want to go more late game with this next pick, or just?
You curious how big the next patch is going to be?
Okay, so
we'll see.
I do feel like Lash, like after like Holiday and Paradox.
Also on draft and MM, I think with 26 heroes, it's pretty hard to do draft.
In the lane, like we talked about a little bit tonight, good sustain, and generally, like you have a lot of, like you mentioned, lockdown in this team. It's just like I'm curious about the low.
In the big update,
Hydronation in general, PKP is still trying to.
I mean, it would be nice. I don't know. Depends how many heroes they add, you know.
Being stopped in their tracks. Mirage, I mean,
that's not accurate for Hydronation? Let me edit that.
How powerful it is. It's not until you get to the end of the game, you look at the amount of damage they've done, you're like, oh my god, this is kind of disgusting.
Instead of Vegas, it's
Quiet Achiever,
Lord
but really potent when you're able to get that sort of pressure late.
Why are people banning Ivy so frequently? Is her ult that strong post teleport nerf? It's true, yes. Her ult.
To stun and control her.
Why her over a Mirage ban? Well, Mirage had already been picked at that point. She got second banned.
Trade with someone like Yamato and stand up to
I think PKP lost draft.
And threaten turning things around there.
Really?
Kelvin as a response to last year as a way to break line.
I don't think so. I actually liked PKP's draft better.
Could isolate people away from Yamato.
I think PKP has good answers. Viper, interesting.
Viper is going to be the last.
We'll see. Viper is a bit of a wild card. We'll see. Viper is not bad here. Depends. I don't know. I don't love the Viper pick here. It feels a little weird. In general, Hydronation's draft feels a little weird. I don't love it. I don't think it's terrible. They have decent CC, but I think PKP, like...
a lot's going to rest on Viper, though, with the amount of early game in the draft.
I mean, Viper, in theory, is not a terrible answer to Warden ult, because you can ult him and run away, so you do have that. So that is something, for sure.
Let's see how the Viper
However,
who's piloting it, because it's the first Viper pick we've had.
You get swapped, you die. You get Inferno ulted, you die. You get Tornadoed, you die. You get Domed, you die.
Even though I know it's not going to be after seeing him try to draw Viper in Pictionary Part 1.
I think it's going to be... Wait, who is on Viper?
Damn tragic.
It's probably...
but we've seen Hydration play it.
Okay, so it's Low Main on Viscous, Low Main on Viscous, Lord on Lash, Hydration on Abrams.
That's also what's cool to see.
Hydration on Abrams. Is it Wait, it might be AVG on Viper. It would be maybe Rokane Yamato, AVG Viper? Or is it Rokane Viper? Leffa is either 7. Leffa's probably 7, right? So
heavy overlapping of hero pools across every single member of their roster, which makes them have that deep level of flexibility, which is so cool to see. And I don't think I can think of another team in Deadlock right now that has that kind of level.
AVG Viper then?
An interesting factor.
We've even seen like Rokane also like with a pretty wide pool, right? Sometimes on the Infernus, sometimes like on the Shiv or even the Yamato. Like there's.
Why does Hayes seem mid too squishy? Oh, Hayes got picked in EU and she won, but it was Jamside playing it, and Abrahams were definitely just owning in general.
Like how hotly contested they be, because they recently got like the headshot, the crit damage reduction like from 80 to 70%, I think, and just like some slight nerfs to mobility in general. And a lot of PKP's comp does want to play within a pretty confined space, right?
We're going in
personal, right? You got Last Stand, you've got Soul Exchange, a lot of things that make you want an upfront fight.
Well, gentlemen, we're getting into our first champion match in North America here at the Deadlock Night Shift. So to send it back to our casters to drop us into game with DDK and ZP.
Dan, yeah, we're back. And I gotta say, Dan, as I look at this, the fact that Viper is being played now makes us a flashpoint in the community of
Melvin is Ice Bath. All right, here we go. I'm gonna keep the stream on for a sec because we're gonna watch the stream for a little bit. Because I've got food that's about to get here, so I'm gonna watch the stream. Be lazy. Leffa Viper. Okay, I thought it was gonna be Leffa 7, but I guess that means it's Rokane 7 and AVG Yamato. So even Ranger was wrong, no?
Fundamentals in the previous game, but the Hydra Nation's always a different beast. You're dealing with overall better mechanics, overall better macro. Wait, I should just say better overall everything. It'd probably just save myself some time, right?
Well, also, it's not just being played by anyone in Hydra Nation. It's being played by
AVG plays a lot more Viper.
You think about who has kind of brought Hydra Nation over the top in many games in history, aside from the time when he was off the team. Generally speaking, it's Leffa. So there's a high degree of faith in running the Viper here. So this is, to me, definitely the story to see how effective it'll be in comp, where EU clearly shied away from running Viper. NA in the first match didn't want to run it. Leffa just says, nah, I'll make it work.
Honestly, I know how this happened, knowing their comms in draft. No, I'll do Viper. I know Leffa can play Viper, it's fine. Something like that, you think?
Very fun to see indeed. Now, in terms of the rest of the lane matchups, anything that we're liking here for PKP, ZP?
Well, PKP, I mean, there's going to be a different people relative to what they had before. They still got John Mirage, but they weren't able to get the Yamato to pair up with it. I mean, Geist Mirage.
I believe him. And Lord the whole time was probably saying, I can play any hero here. I can play any hero. Pick me anything. That's my best Lord impression, by the way.
For PKP to
my best
Lord impression. And eventually get it via attrition without some sort of hero Abrams play, which is, the very favorable spot that they found themselves in last game. So middle is definitely winnable, I think, by either side, depending on skill and how they play it.
Bear back. My food's here.
You get some initial creep in there for the Viper. Yamato and Viscous. Definitely difficult to get a kill against this, I would say. Mirage on the other end with the Geist, definitely a nice mid lane as well there for PKP to hold on to things. And PKP, they managed to get 3 towers down due to that, I think, initial lane victory that they had in mid, ZP, because they had the Yamato and they were able to abuse that and get that mid tower down first, and they snowballed it into all of the rest of the lanes. That's not going to be as easy to do against Hydra Nation, especially now they are not on that Yamato.
But also, you can take a look at how health is going on here. Middle-wise, they just have immense pressure going on. Meanwhile, over on the left-hand side, Leffa striking first on the Viper. So you think about heroes you don't want to get ahead of the game. Viper is probably high on that list. I mean, based on recent performance, I would say Viper is kind of in the old shift here of, please do not let this character get over-farmed on the game. But I think it's a little bit problematic because Leffa is also going to get some help here potentially from middle. if middle doesn't clear up for PKP because they're really getting outpoked by the Yamato Viscus at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of action up in the faces
of
PKP on that right side lane as well with the 7.
Lava Viper got first blood. Oh shit, I missed it.
The pressure is really on right from the get-go here. With that said, we're not seeing any crazy soul disparities. I know it's only 4 minutes, but sometimes you do see that. And again, given the fact that we're looking at hydronation here, which is always a.
All right, I'm gonna move my mic a little bit so I can eat.
I feel like PKP are doing good to just keep things in a good spot. They're not losing too much chip damage on their objectives either so far.
John solo. Look at the mid lane right now. They are having their way with the tower.
John's stuck in Mirage Jail right now.
Low, and John is forced to play super far back. In fact, John, the rarity here actually has to go all the way back for the full heal. And you just look at what's going on in mid. You look just at the icon for the mid guardian right now, Dan, and it's going to take even more damage while John's away.
Basically, it's chicken, a bunch of veggies,
we're gonna get some pressure coming in here from PKP though with that Kelvin.
Good stuff.
Just trying to keep themselves alive there, but indeed that mid tower is going to go down very soon, and it's very hard to deny this. That's the problem. You're in a losing lane. You got to lose it the best way you can.
AVG's in there.
Taking the fight straight to AVG, but AVG is looking pretty comfortable
so hard
in this
to beat
one. A nice
Yamato in lane, man.
find there from low main onto Wage, and so all the control here for Hydronation, in addition to getting the objective taken out and the chase, the pursuit there with the power slash is on, but it might actually go in not the best way here for AVG. Able to still kill John though and stay up thanks to the shadow form. That is outrageous. And
you have a
still
second
gets
point
out.
in his 3.
Also,
kind of looked like he had a second point in his 3 for how much he healed
play
there.
from John there. That should have just been a clean kill without needing the Shadow Transformation. John had enough moves that AVG was actually going to die without the Shadow Transformation. So good on John getting at least a cooldown out towards the very end, making it a difficult kill.
Very true from ZP, very true.
Really make the overall situation
Ever had quinoa?
that much more pleasant here for PKP, where now in terms of rotations,
like,
you're gonna have a lot of opportunity if you're Hydronation. And the question here is, do you leave the Yamato to soak middle and let the Viscous roam? That would normally be the appeal, but you have multiple ways of handling it.
Yeah, we'll get the Death Slam playing on through there for Lord and M. Gonna get taken down though from Braden. Nice find there for PKP. Able to pick up that one. So that's obviously a nice look on this right side lane. Still unable to really get any damage or pressure onto the objective though. You can see it's pretty much at full health. So it's a small victory. And like you say, ZP, that Yamato or Viscous being freed up for Hydronation now with the mid tower down to roam as they please. This is where things get dangerous if you're PKP.
They actually shifted up entirely. They said low main, go help the right lane win, and they moved Lord NM over the middle, and Lord NM might be in more of the roaming sort of role here. It's either Lord NM or AVG, but it's an interesting lane swap.
Is it pronounced quinoa?
After securing this bit of advantage, now Wage in on the chase here on Geist. Got Lord NM trying to play a little bit of distraction here, backing on out. Not really a fight that they want to commit to here at the moment.
Yeah, John was in there maybe sooner than they expected. So what looked like a juicy target was in fact also juicy after all. Now, we do have... I'm curious actually what Lefa's going to be up to. Just getting those neutral camps down, trying to also help out with that left side lane whenever possible. There is some push there from PKP, but they can't really gain much ground on any of these initial objectives. In fact, if you look at them on the minimap, there's basically no damage that's been done to any of them. 7 minutes in, that essentially tells you that on every single lane, it was a losing lane for PKP.
And their best lane that they had was the right-hand side, but I would argue the right-hand side lane got made stronger by swapping the Viscous over. So, I mean, Hydronation, they actually reinforced the one thing that may have gone a little bit rougher for them and opened up the last
Sorry, Robotop, I'm eating right now, so I can't
go into place here.
do the controls in game.
Out early from Lefa.
What's up, Colt? I'm doing good.
Over the Paradox on the chase down. Venom out. Just needs a little bit more, and it's Goober desperately trying to get away from this very full HP Viper right now and running out of options as the chase down continues.
Yeah, a little bit of a nuisance.
We're getting a good start, though.
Will eventually die. Not much Goober could do there, and in the meantime, we do get more pressure coming in there from Braden on that right side. Trying to get something going on that lane, but it's the left lane that's under assault here. Hydronation putting the pressure on there. They may get another objective right now as we see the 7 ult being connected with above the right side.
Oh, favorite
Guardian.
smoke meat place
now
in
looking
Montreal?
to find the finishing blows there on the remainder of PKP that are trying to challenge this objective. really good control, I have to say, from Hydronation. They're not allowing any of their objectives to really take a lick of
I
damage.
gotta say, this is not a good start.
I mean, doing well against the 3-on-2. Meanwhile, Lord at M got commit the Death Slam, taking down
Axe
one.
not really able to get anything
And
started.
Hydronation
AVG's got 8K on the
Yamato
Yamato right now.
Still
Definitely
dealing
not
with
what you want
this,
to see.
what amounts to 2-on-3 over here on the right-hand side as PKP desperately tries to get their first Guardian Wage. Meanwhile, gonna fall.
Oh, so scary, the PKP. So much a control now, being won by Hydronation. And looks like it's going to be death for Sire at the hands of Rokane. They're not really all that much to be done. And 45k now on the overall souls to 36. So 9 minutes in, almost 10k advantage for Hydronation.
It's actually pure Kicks Puppies. Yeah, that is actually their team name. It's not Troll. It's
Hydronation, I mean, also you think about win.
They're about to 2-0 Valhalla? No, Valhalla already lost. This is a PKP.
Super ahead of the game.
This is game one. Hydronation versus PKP.
Periods of time of getting solo mid farm, I believe. And then Lefa having a very good laning phase too.
Lefa versus
you
Zergy,
look at
who's
PKP
better?
and who would be contesting that. They don't really have the power.
That was really good.
The way things have been allocated. So not only are they behind in the aggregate, but in terms of who you want to have the souls, they don't have great answers here at the moment. And Hydronation, they've been taking advantage of any opportunity, but in this case, low main, maybe a little bit of troll, but nah, Gooball, gotta come out, low HP, still looking to roll away.
It's probably closer than you think, Soko, but Zergy is very good.
Able to make the zip at the last moment.
That Lefa does lose the mental game.
It's just like a straight line the entire way. That's no, it's a fortune on his in his favor there. Now, an attempt at this Guardian.
I mean, 10k lead for Hydronation is going to be rough. PKP can maybe come back. I think they should have the comebacker in here.
They've managed to keep all theirs up.
But Hydronation's not going to let them pick it up.
As well as getting all these advantages by getting their objectives, you know, taking these fights across the map. Now, what is it that PKP need to do to have a chance to bring themselves back here, ZP?
I mean, they have to find a way, I guess, first and foremost, is what do they trade out to get Guardians? You need Guardians down, period. And I think they tried to do that when they allocated
Yeah, this is rough.
You know, in this case, you have a Kelvin just going down, but they tried that, Dan, where they tried the push on the right and have the 3-on-2, but the problem was is that Hydronation had the tools to actually successfully defend that push. So that was where they were trying to keep things equal, Guardian-wise, and it didn't quite pan out. To me, I look at how this has gone down, and on a macro level, Hydronation has made really good decisions, going all the way back to just swapping the Viscous off to right lane after they won mid.
And it's always a scary prospect.
I mean, Zergy's kind of the people's champ. You know, a lot of people want to see him succeed, right?
Just getting all this free
Makes sense.
space to farm, can essentially just play PvE at this point, do whatever he wants. But with that said, we'll see if there's anything to be had here for BKP. Looking to go in. Rokane, not the best storm cloud opportunity there. And the
wait, Lord goes down. Wait, Rokane might go down here. This is a really good play for BKP.
Just take down Rokane, deal with him once
good
and
cube,
for all.
though,
But there's the cube coming on through. And that's keep from low main is going to keep Rokane alive just a moment longer. Now there comes the ball again to just cause chaos in the fight, but that's going to be low main able to make an escape. And in fact, can he find any extra damage? Looks like it's going to be none here. Maybe he should have just kept,
low main dies as well.
kept up in the ball and rolled away.
Bit of a feed
there was a lot that went wrong there for Hydronation, not least which I think was PKP just having really good engagement to where Rokane decided, you know those old science experiments, you know, the storm in the bottle that, you know, wasn't, you know, looked a little bit cool but wasn't very dangerous. Yeah, that was Rokane's storm cloud there, and making the storm cloud underneath near the Veils. But it just, I think Hydronation just got caught off guard by how that fight began, and PKP just picked a really good engage point. Really helps to bring things back into play, even though they don't.
Hydronation does get the Urn, but like this is a lot better, right? Keep in mind, Hydronation had like a 10k lead at like 8 minutes.
If possible.
Now it's an 8k lead at 12 minutes.
And PKP
I explained this to one of the
both
teams I
players
coached
on the
recently,
lane if they're not
but
careful. They are disengaging now, but it's still
get better with time.
At least one player's at risk.
An 8k lead, a 10k lead at 8 minutes is a lot worse than a 10k lead at 12 minutes.
We just see a bit of a spike coming on through for Hydronation as we go into the pause, a 7k advantage, but it was actually only a 4k advantage a minute ago. So PKP managing to find some edges back into this game, but I think, ZP, we might be at somewhat of an inflection point with this Urn now in play, because the Urn, as you say, there are some decisions to be made here for BKP. Do they try to fight the Urn? Do they try to trade
What are we saying? The Urn has been turned in.
One of the two teams or the Hydronation
EDK sleeping at the
take
wheel.
a much bigger advantage.
Yeah, for the 15-minute urn, that's going to be interesting. The previous urn, they decided we don't want to deal with that urn anymore. Like, you guys can have it. And they tried to go for Left Guardian, but the reinforce from Hydronation was really quite good. Also, during the pause break, I just took a look at the YouTube side of things. Give YouTube a little bit of love. And the main factoid I saw there, someone dropped, is that PKP is also an abbreviation for a Polish train service. I don't know if it's a public Polish train service or not, but alternate things other than pure kicks puppies or the much safer pure kisses puppies is the other alternative, as Leffa actually getting caught.
I'm not sure, Psyche.
A lot of players congregating around the mid position at the moment, and again, that urn yet to be collected in. Now, Main looking to try to find an engage here. You got that viscous movement with the puddle punch. Really, always beautiful to see. Back onto the high
with
ground.
the ADHD movement.
A better position.
The 18-year-old movement.
Hydration actually was in the mix there for a
Pressing
moment.
a lot of buttons.
To look to take his engagement. It falls back to his teammates instead. Looking for opportunities, both teams at the moment. Hydration cautious not to give away their edge. And PKP cautious not to get further behind. Only a 6k difference overall, so PKP, they are managing, ZP, to keep things somewhat stable in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, I think PKP, the main thing is they really would like to get another Guardian. I assume, the play here for PKP is you position for a team fight off the right-hand side.
Not so bad for PKP.
Let John maybe push down the left hand, because, you would ideally, like to free up more of the map of the situation. But the good team fight they had, that, where they got Rocane underneath, you had the bad Storm Cloud, that at least made this more competitive in terms of the next few fights are going to go on, even though you kind of look at what we're seeing map-wise, it's still Hydronation with a pretty commanding advantage in being able to take what they want on the map.
Yeah, only one tower, one objective so far gained by PKP, so there's extra two objectives. The fact that Hydronation can hold on to those is really nice. It's a mounting pressure for PKP to maybe fashion a way to take them down, but I get a fight here. Looks like Low Main and Lord and M maybe found Saya, so he's going to be very cautious there. Saya's going to be able to escape on the ice path. At least I'm assuming that's how he escapes. He's going very fast on the minimap.
I don't think so.
I mean, there's only a few ways that that's going to happen. Mid-buffs coming on up. First buff just immediately going to be snagged here by Lord and M. A little bit of poke
Yamato has low cooldown abilities.
Necessarily wants to go in because he doesn't know.
He can proc it repeatedly.
Who's behind side at the moment, and instead,
also
it's just about how this next
damages a few people with
Hydration's going to be the good carrier.
Not bad. I don't think it's amazing, but it's
look
not
for
bad.
PKP here. It's kind of a difficult fight where you have to play around the Death Slam.
Good damage.
They do have actually all the ultimates online PKP, so there is a world where if they can find good
they're going to contest this urn here.
I
think they're looking to fight on the other side of the map. It looks like they're giving up the urn. They're going to go for the mid Guardian. Unfortunately, Wage goes down on the other side of the map. That's really bad.
This urn's going to go for free for Hydronation. Perfect for them as they extend their lead. 11k now in advantage.
Looked a little hesitant from the side of PKP, I gotta be honest.
He's under assault. Lord and M has an answer for that. Death Slam straight into the tower. And he's going to get swapped back out for safety. Good maneuvering there from Goober, but can he stay alive? He is surely going to be chased down here. As we get Brayden also trying to assist. And in the meantime, we've got this left walker under attack, CP.
Hydronation's getting everything they want. That wasn't a trade. That was just purchase of we get urn and also
this is really bad now.
We get objectives on the map. And PKP,
Who
you get nothing.
Yamato?
Like, there was no fair dealings there. There was.
He just goes express shot.
It was just Hydronation
and Mystic shot or whatever.
Everything on the board as if PKP had.
He doesn't go like full gun
turn.
Yamato.
And it's kind of.
I like who's build better personally.
How that panned out.
I think who's build is better.
Okay, yeah, Leffa gets caught towards the very end, but you're giving up a walker in turn and. You think about it here, I mean, PKP, they're still desperately trying to get at least one more Guardian here at the moment, Dan.
Yeah, I just love how well Hydronation have held on to the lane control for both of those respective lanes that those Guardians are on. And now it feels like the lead is just going to keep compounding in favor of Hydronation. And you can look at the mini.
The problem now is one fight equals mid boss for Hydronation. If they get mid boss, it's
available
like actually
now
over.
with all the lanes pushed for Hydronation. They've got that mid presence as well, threatening that mid walker. And in comes the rest of Hydronation as they look to take a fight.
If you're Hydronation, you would love to fight right now. You have no reason not to fight, especially AVG leading the way at 21k. You're Yamato that gets to play as server admin. here and at the moment. So, you know, for Hydra Nation, so long as you don't get into a spot where you're fighting 1v3, there's no fight that you don't like here. And you look at Lord NM setting up, Death Slam soon ready to go right now. Goober looking for a quick reposition. Already used his swap, run away from pressure. Lord NM back over to the side. Death Slam soon be up, but now taking a trip down the sewers.
Goes down, unfortunately.
Meanwhile, finding room to work with here in lane, chasing on down. Chow transformation in the bank, and a lot of HP to go along with any sort of engage.
A lot of ways that also for Hydra Nation to take advantage here. If they're going to win a mid fight, they can say Walker, they can go for mid boss. Lots of options, but for now they're going to be forced back.
I think Goober is good on the active heroes.
I think Goober
is good on the Viscous. He's good on the Holiday. Good on the Paradox.
Finished off just yet. John is pounding it there with that gun
Goober
damage.
is generally good on a lot of heroes.
As Leffa comes into the mix.
Goober's biggest
on that
kind of like
very dangerous Viper. There's the tornado slowing
Goober's
down.
biggest
Damage coming out here, but I think
sometimes
Leffa
he sees things
is
like a
not
little
alone.
bit too
He's gonna
black
have some
and white.
assistance down into the underground. Smooth moves for Axe as he escapes, and he
just
might
didn't have
actually
the
just
instincts of a MOBA player, but he's got a lot better
right now.
for sure.
Swooping back and forth might have given them the slip, but I think your Hydra Nation go, you know what? If we're gonna chase people down here near the mid boss, maybe we should just grab
mid boss here is GG, I think.
You're pretty far ahead. You have several areas of advantage. Your Yamato still a shadow transformation as rejuvenators come on down. And you look at where PKP is on the map. I'm not sure PKP is really feeling too jazzed
That's volume too loud.
coming on him to
Lower
try to steal any part of the rejuvenator here. So this should be pretty darn free for Hydra Nation.
Oh wait, we got the second cam. Wait, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, it looks pretty free indeed. It's not, like you say, no options. The PKP really at the mercy of their opponents at this point. Lord and M with finding the finishing.
Oh, what's up, Jakey? Who? How are you?
The finishing blow there onto John. And once again, all that needs to be done here from Hydra Nation. Push all of the lanes, take some of the neutral camps away, and then there's that there's two walkers. They can split push these walkers. Actually, they can create a very difficult scenario where PKP, they're already so far behind.
And down 25k and mid boss, they're gonna get the next turn, and they're gonna get the buffs.
Can take down 3 players from Hydra Nation.
It is looking pretty good.
PKP
still doesn't have a flex slot, unfortunately.
Also, Dan, we may have oversold the beginning a little bit because, well, I think Leffa has had a completely fine game overall. The story of the game hasn't really been Viper. It's been Hydra Nation, just the rotations and presence have had on the map after taking mid lane super early. I mean, Leffa's been okay. Leffa's been here. But I think about the storylines of this game, and you can't really draw the Viper OP from this game from my point of view. But Death Slam
he doesn't get dome in time.
May not be saving things this time. Still got the frozen shelter, but maybe
running in here
on life rather than
at this point. Viper's just going to be able to clean up with the damage probably.
Yeah, just sliding his way on through. Axe cannot escape. As tanky as the Warden may be, it's not enough. And I totally agree about the Viper. There's not really been that much opportunity for Leffa to.
How do you come back from this? You don't.
And so it's like
just too big of a gap.
Objective by objective, victory here for Hydra Nation. PKP is so far behind now.
I mean, it's pretty much GG.
Mid Walker under a threat, right Walker under.
They need like a miracle. They need to get a pick and then snowball that. But the problem is like enemy team has redo.
At this point, so hard to defend.
Now, I will say here is that Viper has some incredible win more ability when you're ahead, given how Leffa's just melting things down. But take a look at AVG. AVG shout transmission in progress.
Oh, thank you for the prime CG.
Quite a bit of damage. Hydration. Look to solidify. Up and over the seismic slam. Takes down one with the aid of team on top of it. And yeah, I mean, Hydra Nation, just too much health to chunk through here. And, we do use the term stat check a lot, but we've certainly hit that point here, Dan.
You go next? Yeah, pretty much.
At that point a while ago, that everyone's getting melted here for PKP. They tried as best they could, but overwhelming strength from Hydra Nation, not too unexpected, with the reputation that they have earned week in and week out.
That's a good question, Gay. I don't believe so.
Patron. I mean, they could just finish it right here if they wanted to. They're just too strong.
I wonder if they will, though. I think the one thing I've really noticed about this game so far is that, I mean, Hydra Nation has always had periods of excellence in how they are generally ahead macro-wise relative to other NA teams, but this has felt next level where, starting all the way back to the beginning of the game, where they had very good swaps after taking middle. They've also, I mean, sometimes you think you'd get trades, and they haven't even traded. They've just gotten everything they want. But here we go, Dan. One more fight happening. This could be the last one before this map is over.
Here we go. Yep, there's the opening kill onto Axe. And everyone is just dying. The health bars, they're just going down so fast.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's
All right.
it's a little quick. It's a little quick.
Dead. Yeah, not much of a fight. Not much of a fight, I'm afraid. And so now it's just the ceremony is finished. Execution of the patron, the weekend patron.
GG, game 1 goes to Hydronation.
Hydronation picking
Maybe
up
a short fight night
1.
today.
Again, PKP, an unsurprising victory.
I'm not sure,
but a victory that seems like it was on the cards right from the very start, ZP.
Yeah, and I think for me, when I go back and kind of evaluate, okay, when the world happened, how did this go this way? I mean, Hydronation's fundamentals were out of this world. I just think they didn't really make mistakes once they got an advantage, and they pushed the advantage and secured it in a way that you don't always see, where not only did they win mid, but they also did the lane swap after going middle and decided, hey, right lane, maybe more competitive than we like. Let's throw Viscous there to cool things down just a little bit more. And it just, they kind of stamped out any area.
Viscous build was like Express Shot and like Spirit
PKP
Snatch.
Get an advantage or a foothold into the game.
I do love your call out on the Viscous swap there, because one of the things I totally agree with is the fact that, you know, if you take an advantage and you feel like, oh, we're the better team in every category, you could just play really aggressive. Like you could try to do that. But I love how they were trying to play good fundamentals. Like, okay, we don't have to, but what if we play aggressive and also reinforce our defensive capabilities at the same time?
The art is nice.
Because that effectively reduces the risk and the variance. And essentially,
it's gonna be tough for PKP to come back game 2, but I would love to see it.
Fundamentally, that's how you should play the game. So I actually think that there's a lot of respect from Hydronation in doing that, because I think that, you know, Hydronation is a team that not always they don't have to play the game that way. You know, they don't have to, especially when you know you're the best in the region. You don't have to do that, but the fact they did it, I respect.
Well, I think there's a lot of idea to you want to play as you practice, and we're going to be seeing a lot of well-practiced plays as we get into the highlights. And you know what that means, Dan? That means that in this iteration of the show, we're just going to throw over to the desk. We got Jason and his fine compatriots to talk about the highlights of this game.
I wonder if he means like fine looking, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm definitely not feeling good looking compared to these two sitting next to me, man. This has been a game.
This is an embarrassment of riches, Jason, and I won't hear anything else.
That's it, bro. You need to gas this up a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're getting old, but doesn't mean we have to get down on ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Just I'm aging like a fine wine, a little bit of gray, but you know, I look better than my brother. That's all that matters.
Dude, if I had some gray, I actually want a bit of that sprinkle. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, bro, I need some salt and pepper in my life.
Well, you say that until you find it in places you don't want it to be. But places that I do want to see is Viper in this game, man. I have been bowling with her for such a long time. I've been saying for such a long time that she's insanely strong. Obviously a little bit different when it comes to comp play and me playing down.
I honestly don't think the Viper did that much.
C left on Viper was a thing of beauty. And Jake, we were talking about just like the chase potential, the double armor buff as well for her. The 2 armor items picked up, making her just so hard to kill.
Yeah, the tankiness definitely a factor, and I think they just had the window to get the Viper in here due to the maybe a little bit light on CC draft.
And they could have had any hero. I think they would have won the same.
It's one of those heroes where you can bring it in, it can look really strong, and then the opponent drafts a little bit more CC next game, and you just go with like a Wraith in the same spot, and you get a much more standard strat. But it was cool to see the Viper come out. Definitely shows that the hero has a threat, and I mean, probably uniquely one of the best objective takers in the game. When you are ahead and you have the space to actually just put damage on a walker, man,
it doesn't stack just dominant. No, it doesn't.
Terrifying. I think that like that late pickup of the escalating resilience really like encapsulates what the plan was for Leffa, because they knew that they were fighting against a team that wanted to be within relatively close quarters as well.
In EU, Wraith was picked or banned every game.
And Furnace is there, so you know,
I think previous game Wraith was
picking up the nasty gun items. There was already like you mentioned, battle vest, spirit shielding picked up, knowing that they'd be fighting at close quarters, and they really needed to find a way to like be able to stay alive long enough to ramp.
Escalating plus Slither plus Battle Vest when you're against Goober, who's gone Gun Paradox, John, who's Gun Mirage, Wage, who's also gun items on Geist, and then Braden, who also goes gun items on Infernus. Like it's almost the perfect pickup that you almost become pretty damn unkillable at that point. Even Lucky Shot there towards the end.
Yeah, they're actually really light on Spirit. Now I look at PKP.
Like, they did have 300 Auras.
Yeah, some just insane pickups. But I mean, it wasn't just the Leffa show here, Jake, right? We were talking and watching AVG and just talking about how much of a beast he was playing on the Yamato as well.
Yeah, I think the Yamato was huge. Going deathless on Yamato, you're always going to be looking at a pretty sick game. But by the way, I just looked at the stats. Lomane almost doubling up the game. He's got 31,000 damage, and he's one of
Coming
the
with the
least
viscous
farmed on his
damage.
team,
Damn.
second least farm with Abrams, and he's
Viscous
topping the
is,
damage with 14 assists, huge kill
I
participation.
don't know. EU
mean,
doesn't like
I
viscous
feel like
though,
this is
but
low main's game. I feel
think
like we
viscous
talked
is
a lot
good.
about the carries, and yes, they like reached that farm point, they did their job, but low main was just camped out in mid lane for so much of this game, and PKP just could not approach. It was just the immovable object. We talk about Guardians creating that kind of space. If you defend them, keep them out. I feel like low main was kind of like the guardian of the center of the map, just kept PKP honest, didn't allow them in to take position or to put too much pressure on, even after the guardian was down. And I feel like that's a huge factor, having this brawling viscous on pretty low.
To be fair, they were kind of dominating the whole game, but yeah, I don't think this
at
was
all,
bad.
and just very, very focused on fighting and massive
50, I'm pretty
damage
sure
output
Soko
of
was
the
being
stats to show
sarcastic.
for it.
Yeah, the burst is there. Like Loki, that I think the express shot also like coming out of ball is pretty terrifying. Also like Spirit Snatch is picked up there to empower like the puddle punch. And as we
Uber
know,
says so.
at max rank, it scales off that heavy
Uber's
melee
a troll.
damage. So there's a ton of stuff like out of nowhere. Bro is doing like an unreal amount of damage, and Viscous sometimes suffers from this. Kind of just gets overlooked a little bit, but big investment in a lot of those melee.
Split shot
abilities,
and
which
express
is,
shot are not comparable.
Definitely still a very powerful thing to try and do
So
in
it's
this
not
game.
really- I
And
wouldn't
yeah,
compare
I'm
them.
really impressed with that output over the course of the map.
Bro, even Low Main was in chat begging for us to
When did
show
this start?
stats because he wanted to get some highlight going on there, and for good reason. Yeah, you can see it on the screen there under the final items. Show stats. Well, you got it, Low Main. 31,000 damage done. I mean, also as a side note, compare that to his opponents. He has more damage himself than like 2 to 3 members combined, depending on who you're picking on the other side.
Yeah, this is huge for Viscous. I wonder if this pick maybe gets a little bit more contested going on in the series. I mean, that stat is kind of out of control. Like,
Yeah.
I'd understand if this were, the 7 and top damage, he's getting a ton of farm. Sure, he's going to do a ton of damage. I wouldn't be that blown away by it. But for Viscous to
Let's
have
go back on the
very
damn
low farm
hero.
prio and to be very focused on fighting the whole game and
True.
be that out of control
True.
in terms of damage, like that's a lot of players.
Getting
not just
Goober
the
to play
kills, it's
Viscous
just,
is
that's
like
players sent
impossible
back to
because like
base, that's like space
he just
created
complains
on the
about the
map on
matchups.
top of having
He'll play
stuns, having
Viscous
movement
early and he'll
control
be
that
like,
are
there's too
assisting
many
your teammates
counters, I
as
can't
well
do
and doing
anything.
their damage. So
Yeah, it's bullying
huge
lanes.
performance on the Viscous from Low Main. I feel like we've got to give this game a lot of credit to him in terms of why you snowball, why the
This
game
was
is
the
so out
second
of
NA
control
game.
so quickly here for
It was
Hydration.
game 1 of the best of 3 though.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen who are watching, before we do continue to talk about this last match and of course what's to come up next in our second map, remind you guys once again that we are doing crowdfunding now here in the Deadlock Night Shift. You can do exclamation point donate, and every single dollar raised from this goes directly into the prize pool. And if we breach past the 2K mark for our prize pool this week, our overtime pay goes in towards next week to make sure we have continuing funds for all of these teams and all of these players. There's also other ways to support the show, and that's over on Patreon. We have different tiers set up for you guys for different amounts that you want to pledge to us. If you hit the $5 threshold, which we'll also do within YouTube members when we get that partnership done, and of course you're on Twitch, you get access to the Graveyard Shift, a post show that we're going to be doing right after the show finishes. About 10 minutes later, we'll be bringing in a special guest every single week to talk about Deadlock, talk about life. Maybe Low may want to sneak in and talk about his Viscous and really brag about it, but it's something we're trying to do to help give back here to the community that are supporting us to make Deadlock great. Not to mention we have different tiers for all of your levels of support, but it's been fantastic to see. I believe right now we have almost 1,900 raised for this week's prize pool, so we're about to hit that threshold. Anything you can give is amazing.
1,900,
not to
damn.
mention you
That's
make
sick.
all the
So we're
players happy.
basically back where we were in terms of that prize pool. Damn, love to hear that. That's massive support for the community. Thank you very much. It's like nothing's changed, guys, except we look older and our graphics are way cleaner.
And just as an
That's
FYI,
true,
if you
Robotop, that's true.
do pledge over to Patreon, make sure you're linking your Discord account so you get access to the special role, to the special channels, and access to the Graveyard Shift, which could be happening very soon considering how this series has gone. But before we head into our next match, any final thoughts on match number 1 between these two
Special
teams?
deaths, I guess we'll see.
I think we really overlooked the build. I think when I realized just how little spirit damage had been built, on PKP's side, I was like, damn, that is actually kind of messed up. That Left was able to get away with so much. So yeah. And again, like some of the things in this game can be really subtle, like overlooking just like Low Main's impact over the course of the game, but like it really adds up. Consistently getting involved, consistent pressures. So this is the kind of things that Hydronation just do better than anyone else in NA.
For me, this just hard work pays off. We've been hearing Hydronation has been grinding, really working on their team synergy, being around for a long time. PKP coming together recently, and they put up a good showing, but I mean, they're coming up against a wall right now, at least so far in the series. And I think that is as
All right,
we
chat
would
predictions
expect it
for
to
game
be,
2.
given that Hydronation have
Want to see
invested
McGinnis?
a lot
Okay.
of time in being the strongest team they can be, at having the best meta, the best read on the how to approach this game as a team, especially in these new patches. So well played to them. We'll see though. PKP, there's a chance to turn it around here, but I think you guys are right. They're going to need to make some big changes, and I'm wondering whether they have that strategic depth, given them being a much younger team that hasn't been together.
There's like no chance it's sub 20 minutes. Sub 20 minute games are almost impossible.
I mean, do they have the potential to play something more, I almost want to say team fight oriented with control of some CC? Because now it's been 2 back-to-back games where they're just running, all right, we're gonna go straight at you and just try to out damage you and win out in these fights. And not to mention in the match versus Valhalla, they got a little bit lucky by the overcommitment by Valhalla over towards that Walker with that earned turn in for them to turn that game around. So we'll see if that depth's gonna be there here.
Vindicta is permabanned.
Exactly same
the hero is too strong.
It feels like Hydra Nation don't care if they have to deal with Paradox, as long as they don't have to deal with Holiday and Paradox combined. I also think like the burst Holiday, like with his tank buster, and like with the barrel empowerment, is pretty gross against some of the more durably built heroes. So taking away, a hero that is kind of like being built more in the spirit direction now.
All right.
When you are
but
like
she's
maybe
hot. Okay.
almost
Good
wanting
point.
to force your opponents in like to that gun direction, so you can build discussing bullet resist might also be part of the play. Yamato prioritized #1 yet again by Hydra Nation.
All right. Well, PKP pick Viscous here.
Yeah, Holiday just
Viscous
so hard to
7.
lock down
Do it.
as
You
well.
won't.
Like just the value from going the rapid recharge, getting the extra charges and extra spirit power on 2 very strong
Warden
abilities that you're
Viscous.
probably gonna max already.
They're not gonna pick Viscous.
Just so efficient for
I can already hear their comms.
Souls-wise,
Their comms are like,
Uber's
Goober's like, you can't pick Viscous this early.
He's running it back right now. I kind of hope they have a different approach this draft, but this next pick is maybe the moment to deploy it. Maybe not. Maybe you still want the Mirage. Maybe you still believe in the Mirage Warden opener. I don't hate it in theory, but got to make some changes at some point in this draft.
I mean, the Mirage Warden opener is not bad, but
like maybe a Mo
didn't work out.
Here, maybe a Viscous ban in this middle phase.
I mean, Hydra is just going to do the same draft again. They're just going to pick Abrams Viscous again, no? They're literally just going to do the same draft. Why would they do anything different?
They haven't been playing that long.
But Lefa's on Hydra, yeah.
They only really have like 1 play to use at the moment, but I think with the skill of players they have on the team.
Oh, 7, okay.
I think give them another week or 2 and they can easily come back stronger.
I mean, I think they should pick Viscous here. If Hydra doesn't pick Viscous here, I think it's crazy. Considering low main popped off and also Goober would love Viscous here.
Looking so similar right now. Clearly, they don't feel like in pick and ban they got bested because we're heading in a really similar direction.
Yeah, I think there's 2 ways to look at it. You could look at it and say like, okay, maybe we have draft problems, but you
there's
might also
Viscous.
think, look, we just haven't practiced enough to just like completely change things up, and we have a better shot running it back and just trying again with the same strat, given that at least we're gonna know what we're doing, right? Like, whereas if you get chaotic with it, I think there's like maybe a couple picks deep in the draft we could see shifted. Like, there's a moment here where you could look to go for the Mo, but the Viscous matchup kind of makes that less likely, less appetizing at this point.
I got you.
Yeah, pretty much exactly the same
again,
now.
brother.
Yeah, I think for PKP, it's really hard to go up against Hydra Nation because they've proven to be the best macro team in North America. And with the changes to the teleporter in the side lanes, macro gets punished even more if you're not good at it or if you're not able to read into it correctly. So I think Hydra Nation are just going to be a
They're going to run it back.
PKP when it comes
Yeah,
to
Monocrill, they're running it back.
Heard, DDK.
We talk about Vindicta having 3 ults in her kit. What?
It's something tough and something that takes time to learn as a team.
Yeah. Right. Waiting on our response ban here from Hydra Nation.
Like my wire is
I mean,
caught.
Just let the Paradox through. Don't seem to really care about it. Paradox never really got off the ground. And it will be a, once again. So the same ban strategy, same pick strategy for Hydra Nation again. You don't fix a system that ain't broken. But PKP, I'm really looking to see a divergence here. Surely that
I don't know.
Some way
I don't love the PKP draft opener.
In terms of their pick ban strategy here.
Seems a little odd.
Yeah, I think there's,
there's
a vision here.
Download Monopoly
like
Go. There's the link right there. Help support the stream.
Saying, like, look, you know what? We have a stronger link.
If you download it, I will be eternally grateful.
Changes. They're gonna snag the lash.
If you don't download it,
could be
that's
nice.
okay.
You could still see a responsive Kelvin come out from Hydra
You know,
Nation,
Deadlock
but that
Esports. What's the general meta?
Significant.
I don't really think that there is a general meta per se. Same draft of a game. It's definitely not same draft of a game. There's a lot of variety in the drafts. Now, there are some heroes that get picked pretty rarely, but there is a decent amount of variety. Now, the first couple of picks, Warden, Yamato, Holiday, Vindicta, there's a pretty, like, you know, there is a meta for that for sure. The first couple of picks are pretty, like, standard, but after that, there's a decent amount of variety.
In the last game, I mean, even honestly, like a Bebop wouldn't.
Toasted said unattractive women or Ivy and Yamato. Careful, Toasted. You don't want to upset the Ivy community.
Having some way to start fights for them.
Viscous so early? It's literally just target. And also last game, I don't know if you watched Xenon, but last game, low main dropped 32,000 damage on Viscous and popped off. So
we have like potential low main Viscous again. Hydra Nation really like working with a ton of stuff. Remember their like 7th strat was to take some more of those like supportive items and not worry. I mean, there was no surge of power until like really late if it was all picked up. So a different approach here in NA.
Fuck yeah, let's eat up Viper. What the fuck are we talking about?
You have the cube.
The fuck are we talking about?
I mean, the cube is sort of a double-edged sword into the Bebop matchup, though, because while you can cube the guy who gets hooked in, sometimes it just doesn't matter because they're hooked so deep, they just come out of the cube and then die. Alternatively, you could cube somebody to save them elsewhere in the fight, and then it's almost a free hook.
All right, they're giving John the Bebop, I think.
Yank him back.
Okay, Sinclair.
Sinclair.
Wait, who's playing Sinclair
I
here?
like that in terms of a major change-up. You know,
Let me
Sinclair has
think.
some strong ults to copy.
What's Goober? Wait, actually, Goober's playing Bebop here.
One of the better ults to copy.
Wait, it's Goober Bebop. It's not even John Bebop. It's actually Goober Bebop.
Sinclair, if he goes for that bolt
I think.
So I think
Wait,
this
who's
is
playing
the sort of
Lash
thing
on their
we wanted
team?
to see. I like that they kept the cores relatively static, which is an adjustment in terms of the early game team fighting. Still, I'm worried about the lanes,
Wage is probably
Yamato
playing
lane
Infernus here.
devastating. You could also
I don't know.
throw
The
Geist in
PKP
there
draft
to
looks
swap
really
one of the
weird
two,
to
but
me.
those
PKP draft looks really weird to me.
I need to do a dramatic reading of this copy pasta because it is.
We'll see though.
Oh no. Is there an ooh fanfic again?
Jake Overwatch. Silence thick with meaning. Crumbs of the universe fall gently into open hands. Laughter, ancient, echoing through the bones. Time kneels.
What am I listening to?
A peach splits in sunlight. No past, no shame. Only now, only glow.
Wait, that's like a work of art, man.
What the fuck?
Nice, bro. Is that like a couple
wild,
haikus
man.
stuck together? That's fire. Thanks for
That's
that
your
one,
new
chat.
sub sound, like your sub alert, Jake. I think for your stream.
Yeah.
I don't
Give me
know
the only now, only glow. Yeah.
I don't know how I'm related to any of that, but I love the vibes. The vibes I love.
This is
I
what
don't
Prince
understand,
envisioned.
but I love it.
True.
It's pretty abstract, but
Actually
honestly,
true.
Like, it's giving transcendence, you know, of the mortal coil.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like that. I'm
A
with
peach
that.
splits in the sunlight. I don't know if that's a euphemism or not. I'm worried if it is.
Do I want to know?
I got tinglies on my arms, all my hair sticking up from hearing that. But
I
you
heard
know what?
sunlight is very good for certain unmentionables. That's all I'm saying.
We all had some
Let's go to our
self-introspection.
casters before I say something that gets me fired off the show. DDK and ZP, take it away.
So close.
These guys are animals, CP.
Yeah, that would
All right.
some turns at the very
Let's watch in
end.
game for this one.
You know what?
This could be the final game of the night.
Realizes, yeah, at the end, it's like, no. I need to pull the plug now. I know where this could go. And
How do you get fired from your
that's
own
how it's
show?
gonna be.
Oh, it
But,
can
you know,
happen.
Dan, we're gonna break into
Happened
it
to me
here.
many times. We want Gamba? Yeah, go for it. We're waiting.
The odds of being a good game do go up.
Someone posted a Prince quote. People are posting Prince quotes in the chat.
Does anyone else, when they see the name Bebop, think Bimbibap?
Sorry guys, it's taking a while to load.
Just me.
I do not. Even
We
though
already
it
missed the
is
kill.
a-
We already missed the kill, bro. Lord and M got first blood. It's cooked.
Looking good.
You need to get better at that mid lane zip thing. Which one? Are you talking about like the shortcut where you go to the right and stuff? Yeah. Uber on the clanker? Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. You have John on your team and he's not on Bebop. GG. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of PKP's draft, but we'll see. I think that their draft is lacking some things, but I think their draft is also just unbelievably greedy. Very greedy. How's Bebop meta right now? Bebop is decent, but yeah, he's not like amazing. John #1 Lash in NA at the moment. I mean, John just if you're talking about the leaderboards, John is just very high ranked. So no matter what hero he plays, he'd be #1 at it, just because he's very high ranked. So the way the leaderboards work is that I would not say John is the best Lash, but we'll see, maybe. But John is like definitely like a Bebop specialist, so it feels bad to not have him on Bebop.
They won't see me coming, but boy, will they know.
Calico's pretty meh. Leaderboard position is essentially just your it's just your overall rank. That matters. That's the only thing that matters. I don't think he's quit Bebop. That's a little extreme probably, but yeah. I don't think got some good damage there though on Leffa. Shot his big ass head. Damn, bucket 3, but still flying. Number 1 Lord and M hater here. He griefed me in game, and I'm not gonna let it go down. Bro made an enemy. Gibby. Gibby's Lord and M number 1 enemy. That's crazy. There seems to be some kind of advantage on your own souls, yes, but there was always an advantage, CG. But yeah, a ton has changed for sure. They changed last hits, like, I don't remember when they changed last hits. It's been many months though, but a lot has changed. Bananas only and Goober were saying that? I see. You don't think QSR should deal damage? That'd probably kill the item at the moment, but... The item's only decent because it deals damage. I kind of like the fact that QSR is like used like... Okay, I kind of like the fact when certain items like off-meta uses are discovered that are not like OP for the item in like viable ways. Yeah, sorry, I'll move the cursor, my bad. You know, for example, with like QSR, it's like... It's really becomes viable on heroes that have like a nuke early that they depend on like Krill or Lash. I think that those kind of things are like cool. I don't know. I don't think those should be patched out. I think it's fine. I mean, so far, much better start, I will say, from the side of PKP. Laning stage doesn't seem to be a disaster. I mean, Axe is still having a rough start, unfortunately. But as far as Souls goes, I mean, he's not that far behind. It's not crazy. Is this not draft diff? I think it is, yeah. But, I mean, I think the left draft is much better, but that's just me. Good cage, though. Wait, beautiful. AVG still got swapped, though. He can probably hold this 1v2, I'm gonna be honest. Although maybe not. He doesn't have an amazing swap target. He does get it. Good damage. But is it gonna be enough? I mean, you use swap. He held the tower. Lord's going in on Paradox. A little deep. He should be able to get him, though. Although it's very close, but he does get him. Mid tower gone down. Who are some of the best NA players that aren't in Fight Night right now? Fish Cake, Poppers, a lot of the like old members of teams. I'm sure there's a bunch. I mean, the list is too long. Yams, Ranger, Ido, sure. Wander. Well, Wander's never gonna be, but yeah. Wander is good. I think Wander's playstyle is I think Wander would have to do some adaptation in competitive play, but I think he's still good. Obviously, still very good. Deathy, there you go. Bananas only, yeah, the king. Elo Pirates would clean the scene. Hannah from Dota, yeah, and NA. Yams a wild pull. I mean, Yams is good. Okay, wait, the reactive barrier from Rokain, or is that spirit shielding? No, it's reactive. Reactive actually saved disaster. Yeah, this one looks pretty over. I'm gonna be honest. This one looks pretty over. Huberto not having a good time on the Bebop right now. Over for who? Who do you think? Not looking good though. Saya just hit the 5 deaths power spike, unfortunately.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Moment of silence for everyone. This is winnable. I mean, it actually is winnable, but it's gonna be very difficult. But it is winnable. It actually winnable. It actually is winnable. It actually is. Look, it's getting better. It's improving. They got a tower. They got a kill. It's improving. It's improving. Comeback mechanics getting taken there.
Our blue walker is under attack. Very wily paradox.
Well. Oh, we got to pause? I feel like comebacks are very rare nowadays. I don't think that's true. I think comebacks are actually totally possible and fine, but in NA, they are kind of... That is true, Sonny. That is true. I mean, there is no doubt that EU is a better region. Nobody's arguing that.
Mid-boss has arrived.
How about APAC? Yeah, APAC would get kind of smoked, I'm gonna be honest, but... No disrespect to APAC. Why do people hate hydronation? Oh boy. I'm not gonna answer that one. What would I do if I was in this game? Oh god, definitely not that. Oh god, Axe just dropped a fucking massive bag. That's really bad. That's not good. Well, if you're in this game, I mean, you just have to accept, okay, we're really far behind. We need to make plays happen together. Need to use our abilities. Saya at this point is just like so far behind, you know? I think Saya just needs to like create space and split push or something with his assistant. But it's very difficult. I mean, there's no clear path to victory. You need to somehow get some picks. With your Bebop maybe, but like, I don't know. Like, Uber can't really do shit. His shop is being guarded by a Paradox. Lord can just bully the shit out of him right now. Why is it not comeback earn? Because it got picked up when it wasn't a comeback earn. It's looking rough. It's looking rough. You have to be constantly making plays on the map. This play here on Lord is like, it's okay, but like, I mean, if they don't kill him, it's a complete disaster. Like, they need this kill. Like, they need this kill. Okay, they got the kill, but it's like, at what cost? You know, they're losing so much on the map getting this one kill, and they're not even going to get the tower from it, I think. They might get the tower, actually. Let's see, they need to just get this tower. Okay, he's ulting. He just wants to get this tower. KVG's going to have to give. I mean, good tower. It's not really going to give him that much, and now he doesn't have ult for a while, so it's kind of unfortunate. Let's have some fun. Draft a roster that can clean hydronation. What do you mean with any players? Good question. NA is turn us 5. EU is FS 2. Uber hasn't bought an item in 7 minutes. Yeah. He didn't watch the power spike video. Alright, Viscous is just out. Uber's thinking right now. He's thinking that could be me. Wait, Saya's on the hunt though. He's not gonna let him escape. Saya's in there. Oh, we got him. That was close though. That was actually kind of close. The urn still hasn't been turned in. I don't see how PKP are going to contest this urn though. We'll see. Maybe they can. Maybe they can do something crazy. Nope. Oh yeah, they definitely can't. He's got ults? Oh, he's just gonna save it. Okay. I feel like he could have gotten saved if he ulted, maybe not. You think any of the pros right now will actually be recruited for actual teams? Yeah, definitely. The thing about this game is that this game is very complex, and the pros that are playing right now definitely have an advantage. Does that mean we're not going to see new blood? No, of course not. We're going to see definitely a bunch of new blood, but I do think that some of the pros right now are definitely like have high chances of being on actual teams, at least for the first year or two.
Your time runs short. You will know.
Yeah, he's just going in there on the Geist. Swaps him. I mean, it's so sad. It's over. It's over. Saya is dead on the other side. He got a Guardian though, but he dropped a little baggy. Wage is dead. Man, just want to pour one out for my homies. I want to pour one out for the homies. In your experience, is EU or Asia E6 better? I mean, I don't know. I haven't played against Asia. I mean, actually, I've played against some Asia E6 on NA servers. I gotta say EU for sure. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of the Asia E6, you know, are good, but we need Poshy Bob to come back and slay the Hydra. So true. Oh, Calc? Young Calc? I don't know. Young Calc had like an injury and then he's been pretty much MIA ever since. I don't know what happened to him. If you excluded Russia from EU, would the region be competitive? The region would be way less competitive. It would probably be a lot closer to NA at that point, but that's just because like a large portion of the player base in EU is Russian. So it's just like you know, it's like if you excluded the US from North America, would North America be as good? You know, and it's just like you just had Canada. It's kind of like the comparison. Are any pros Russian? Yeah, a lot, a lot.
You make a decent sidekick.
EU would still clap NA even without CIS. I don't know. I think that's a little bit misinformed. Not because EU players aren't better, but a big part of the reason why EU is better is just they have better practice at the end of the day. That's a big part of the reason. And if they didn't have the Russians, their practice would be a lot worse.
I can smell Lash's hubris from here.
Yeah, I mean Russian speaking. Yeah. Sorry. I'm being broad. South America has some good players too. What happened to Poshy? Poshy's just focusing on other things. I actually think he's playing on Little Troopers for the upcoming tournament, but I'm not sure. We'll see, Kale. We'll see. I'll do my best, you know, to try to help the NA scene, but I'm not sure.
Let's go, Yoke.
Why does NA suck balls at everything? Oh, he's telling people to hang them. What the fuck? Is he actually doing that? What? I mean, PKP can still win this one. They're only down 10k. It's not unwinnable. You ever heard him say that? What the fuck? Okay. That's not good. Bro. I feel like Poshy at LAN was like the nicest guy, but I mean, I feel like Poshy's a nice guy. MOBAs just bring the worst out of people. It's fucked up. But yeah, it does seem Poshy does have his toxic side. You should definitely be careful about that. That stuff can like really like obviously you should not do that in the first place, but also can really hurt your like brand and everything. No, of course he's not gonna say yeah.
Good work.
Our blue walker is under attack.
What are tips that you can give for people who want to try to go pro in Deadlock? Does being a Turnus matter? Yeah, being a Turnus definitely matters. I mean, here's the thing. If you're not a Turnus, you know, if you're not a Turnus, you have no chance of going pro, essentially. I'm going to be as blunt as possible. If you cannot get to a Turnus 6, like, I'm not saying you need to be a Turnus 6 right now, but if you ever want to be pro, you need to be a Turnus 6. Like, blame matchmaking. Don't kill my copium. Are you not a Turnus 6, Xenon? There's no way. You have to. There's no. I don't believe you're not a Turnus 6. I don't believe it. I mean, to be fair, Bleed, it's much easier to get a Turnus on a second account. Second account always gets ranked higher than first account. I could make an alt and I'd probably get higher rank than my main. Turnus 6 is the blue one, right? Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like turquoise, you know? How do I check my rank? You go to your profile and then you go skill rating. There aren't even enough lobbies in a day to get a Turnus 6? Wait, what region are you talking about? BKB are doing a decent job staying in it, though. I gotta say. Pressuring this walker here. I kind of haven't been paying attention. I kind of thought this one was cooked, but it's not as cooked as it looks. They're gonna get a walker here. That's not bad. That's not bad. And then they get AVG too. Wait, good kill. Actually, really good kill. Hydration coming in hot, but getting kited. John setting himself up for lash ult. Doesn't see it though. I would have parried that. I would have parried that. I'm built different. Hey, good movement from Johnny though. And Wage is pushing a walker on the other side, and you got to kill. This is actually not bad. This is actually not bad. He's gonna get this walker, I think. A little sliding action, perhaps. Yep, there it is. Beautiful, beautifully executed. Gets the walker. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's actually quite good. That's really good. Oh, they lose mid though. That's not good. Yeah, losing mid for this, it feels really bad. Losing mid here feels really bad. They can manage to stall it out, maybe though. They can probably stall it out. I mean, the economy should be full even after this mid. Economy should be full even, so they still have a chance. I mean, almost full even. It's like 5k diff, but like whatever. 5k is a rounding error at 20 minutes. Let's be honest. Like, doesn't really matter that much. Oh, if John gets caught here, it would be a disaster. Okay, he's good. Yeah, they might have been able to defend it. They might have been able to at least try. At the same time, though, if they try to defend it and they lose, I think that's like really bad. But you know, you gotta risk some. You gotta risk something. How does the economy play into winning or losing? I mean, basically, you know, if you have more money, if you have more souls, I mean, you have a higher chance of winning. I'm not sure. You get more items, so therefore you win more. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Sai getting caught there. Hey, Guberto's dead. Wait, Guberto's alive. Wait, Infernus is in. Infernus is dead. Okay. Warden is in. Warden is dead. That's not good. Wage, though? Maybe Wage can clean it up? No. Well, John still has a perfect game, though. Will this be John's first death? It will be. Goodbye, Johnny. Goodbye. It's tough. It's tough out here.
Our green.
Okay, Saya do big damage. Wait, big dodge. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh god, he got stuck. Oh god, he got stuck. Oh no. That's tough. Yeah, now it's GG for sure. Now it's GG for sure. John is dead 100% here. That's game. Wait, big ult though? No, it's not big enough. Wait, they're also hurt. No, they're also hurt. Yeah, just spawn a Shiv there. Just give him a 7th player. Give him a Shiv. Give him fucking Shiv. They're gonna back up here. Makes sense. How can Magician lose after the 10th death power spike? That's a great question. Great question. I don't think he can. I feel like going Echo Shard here can't be good when you only have 1 point in Hex. I feel like Hex without maxing it is so bad. One ad and suddenly PKP is down 40k. Yeah. Yeah, Wage is mega dead here. Oh, good parry though. Wage is just spamming his parry button. He's trying his best. It's so close. It's such a respectful attempt. Unfortunately though. Wait, the regroup is over though. Nah, it's really they can just end the game. GG. Hydronation is champion. We got some pretty quick games in both NA and DU. Both 2-0s. Abraham's really showed some dominance there. That's crazy. Stepmom guys build? It's always the stepmom guys build. It's always the stepmom guys build. I'm telling you, well, okay, this one's actually not stepmom guys. I'm gonna be honest, but it's actually close. The AP is very similar. I think I was onto something with the AP, but I think some of my items, I don't hate the idea of backstabber, to be honest. Maybe I should implement that into my stepmom guys build. GG's. Let's take a look at his item order here. I mean, the order looks similar. Here he diverges. I think getting extra charges is good. This is my stepmom guys build, you know. I think it's close enough. I just go toxic. I actually think it's better.
From the highlights here, but Dan, all in all, Hydronation making great macro decisions overall. PKP finding areas to like make it a little bit close. But in the end, I mean, Hydronation still remaining consistent and still able to use some of the same
He did scam.
Too that they used in game one. You know, most notably to me,
He did scam Ranger. He did. It's true.
Yeah, we're gonna use Yamato Viscus to crack the game wide open, and then we're gonna turn the Viscus into a lane that, you know, was doing a little bit poorly perhaps, and use it to shore things up. So
that Inferno's build.
Smart gameplay.
Okay, wait, that's smart 50.
Of having great mechanical gameplay and general game sense.
Yeah, I mean that rejuve attempt with 2 players from Hydronation, that was the sort of game-winning moment for them, because even if PKP at that point, after equalizing the game, getting those walkers, having a big team fight, even if you know, they had to give up that rejuve as they did,
7 on stream, so much off.
All as a team, they were still at a pretty big disadvantage. So yeah, hats off to Hydronation for just closing a game which got a little bit hairy. And I'm just excited to see PKP in the following weeks, because they showed a lot of great potential and adaptation throughout this series.
Well, that's going to do it for me and Dan here on the cast.
Nice try to the boys.
We'll be back around for the graveyard shift a little bit later, but for now, Gus and it's Jason.
Majestic Leap on Lash is really good. It depends on your build. If you're maxing Slam first, Majestic Leap is pretty mandatory in my opinion. Maybe not mandatory, but it's very, very good. Also better, like the removal of Teleporter also makes Majestic Leap a better item.
I look like Castaway, like midway through, genuinely. Clean shaven? Wow,
yeah, if you're maxing Slam, Majestic Leap is really good. You should keep it.
Maybe he was looking
sure.
at the forehead, and that's that he identifies my forehead as my entire face, and not this scraggly, crappy beard I'm sporting right now. So thank you for not seeing that, DP.
That's the problem.
All right, guys, what do you think about this? I want to hear you guys' inputs, okay? Right now, the next two videos I want to make, are one is 3 tips for every hero. And then the other video I want to make is a review of the EU laning stage of like how Abrahams dominated both games. Abrahams dominated the laning stage in both of their games. Like a shit ton. Are those good ideas? 3 tips for every hero is probably 3 videos? No, that's 1 video. I'll make it quick. It'll be like 30 seconds. It'll be like boom, boom, boom. 30 seconds per hero. 30 seconds per hero. Boom. Stretch it out. No, you don't want to stretch it out too much though. Save 3-tip video for new hero release, but then I can just make another 3-tip video for every new hero. Think about that.
But what was your take on this game? Because it definitely felt kind of one-sided throughout the entire second match here, Jake.
You know,
first idea goes great for shorts. Yeah, wait, that's true. I can make it, and then I can make it all into shorts too.
More time to gel and find the strats, but Hydronation, the macro play, they just look so much more well practiced as a team. The way they're moving around the map, taking team fights cleanly.
I'm there, Yoshi.
Turning those scraps into objectives, into game-winning moments. Like
3-tip video feels too surface level. Really? I think it's gonna be tips that are like, you know.
The contest gonna come in time, but they really
what kind of tips though? Not noob, not complete noob. Not like, hey, this is the first time you installed. Okay, here's an example of certain tips. Sorry, I'm gonna turn away from Fight Night. Sorry about that, guys. Gonna remove the Fight Night overlay now. Okay, here's an example. Let's start with Abrams, okay? Let's start with Abrams, okay? What 3 tips would I give for Abrams, okay? The number 1 tip that I would give for Abrams is make sure that did you know that you can cast Siphon Life during your charge animation? So I see a lot of Abrams players that do this. They charge and then they Siphon Life, okay? And this is okay. I don't know if people knew this, but you can wait until your charge confirms, and then you can cast Siphon Life in the middle of your charge, and this gives you a nice little extra DPS. That'd be my number 1 tip for Abrams. You know, this is a good tip, because this is not a complete noob tip, right? There's a lot of players that I've coached that don't know this, even though, you know, they have become Clark. That's true. 1 tip for every hero. I could do that. 1 tip for every hero. I could start with 1 tip. But would doing 3 tips be better or 1 tip? I'm sure there's a bunch of people watching that didn't know that. 3? Alright. I mean, the other Abrams tips, I'm trying to think. Like, I would have to come up with a decent amount of them as well. It'd probably be like... It'd probably be like, make sure that when you're using Abrams Ultimate, you also consider it as an escape tool. I think too many people think of Abrams Ultimate as like an initiation tool, and it can be, but it can also be a great escape tool, so don't be afraid to use it as an escape. That'd probably be my other tip. And then tip number 3, let me think. Make it 1 tip for every hero. Make it a series that has at least 3 episodes. How was Valhalla versus Goober game? Goober dominated. BKP dominated Valhalla. Wasn't close. What's up, Vegas? Ithy, are you allowed to say if you signed an NDA? Let's rewind a little bit. Let's think about this, right? Let's think about it. Then we move on. And the 3rd tip for Abrams. Ethy lies? What? Is night shift over? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's see. 3rd tip for Abrams would be... Let me think. Minus 20k fine. I would never. I would never. Warpstone Abrams engage. Yeah, the third tip actually could do with mobility. Like, make sure that you're buying some mobility items on Abrams like Warpstone or Phantom Strike. Because, you know, the hero really struggles with gap closing, but can one-shot players. Or actually, I guess my third tip would be, like, make sure that you're targeting the squishy heroes, the Abrams, that you can one-shot with Phantom Strike or Warpstone. We'll see. Man, 3 tips for Bebop. That'd be my least favorite part of the video. That'd be my least favorite part of the video. No, I don't. You can. Yeah, I mean, if you hold Q, but this is like, see, if there's a bunch of new players, I would do that, right? Whereas if you hold Q, you can get the punch, but that's like a new player tip, you know. Right now, we don't really have new players. No, I mean, I'd ask players for specific heroes that I don't know. For example, Calico, I'd be like, hey, you know, you can use Ava right out of your ult, right? Like, Ava refreshes your ult. Oh, sorry, your ult refreshes Ava, right? So even though, let's say, for example, you got hit, right? So let's say enemy, make mimic, I get hit, right? Well, let me enable no cooldown real quick so I get Ava back. Let's say I'm getting hit and Ava's being put on cooldown. If I press my ult, wait, does it not work anymore? Oh, it does work. Your ultimate refreshes Ava, which means that you can just, you know, use it right away. You just spam 3. You just spam 3. This 3-tip thing seems like a hustle. What does that mean? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Are you saying I'm hustling? You could have guest videos? Yeah, I used to do that. I used to do that way back, but yeah. The problem with guest videos, I mean, it's a good idea. It's just difficult. It's more difficult.
Throwing gloom.
I'm hustling the noobs. Woo. Spamming 3 has the risk of canceling it.
Let's go for a little stroll.
No, you can't cancel it right away. You can't cancel it right away. There's like literally a window where you can't cancel it. You have a 1-second window where you can't cancel it. Does ult only reset at max level? Yes, it does. That'd probably be one Calico tip. Another Calico tip I would have would be, you know, that generally when you're aiming gloom bombs, because of the spread, you're better off aiming towards the feet of people. You know? But generally, like, the way that you aim gloom bombs, you should always aim kind of lower, at the lower body of people. You're gonna hit more gloom bombs that way. Rather than if you aim high, a lot of the time you're gonna miss more. But if you aim lower, you have a much higher chance, you know. Jump and use slash when, I mean, that's true. Like this. I mean, it kind of works. It kind of sucks though, but yeah. You can definitely do it though. Use your slash as an escape. That's true. That's not a bad tip. That's not a bad tip. You get giga-fucked by lingering parry windows. Best way to melee after a parry and not hit that linger? Just wait 0.2 seconds more. I'm not sure how to answer that question. It's just wait a little bit more. Calico needs a micro F? Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I think in theory it's like, yeah. You should do some CarQ type tips for hero matchups. Yeah, but like, there's so many hero matchups though. You know what I mean? I need to look at some though. For Dynamo, I would definitely do the like through the wall thing. Like, did you know that you can, you know, they can just like, you know, I put an Infernus here, and did you know that you can like get people through walls like this?
Has its advantages.
Okay, this can be useful to bring people out of dome, for example. Yeah.
Here we go.
Boom.
Matter transfer.
You get people out of wall. Another tip would be Even though you can't shoot, you can actually melee during your 3. Oh, it actually says it on the ability, so that's not a very good tip. Let me think. Maybe a page that shows the top 3 and bottom 3 lane opponents for each character. That's kind of tough, to be honest. From Underground 2? Yeah, it's true. That is true. I mean, that's true, Martzel. That's true. There's infinite content. True, Kosal. True. Let's think. What are the other Dynamo tips? I would say Dynamo can black hole walkers. I feel like there's still a decent amount of people that don't know that. That Dynamo black hole can stun walkers. It still can, right? Let me just make sure I'm not spreading misinformation. Let me check. I'm not 90% sure it can, but I'm gonna double check. I don't play Dynamo, so that's kind of hard, but I'm like 99% sure it can. Yeah, it does. Alright, there you go. See, there's always someone learning something. Okay, so that's tip number 2. Tip number 1 is the thing through walls. And then tip number 3 is...
Well, this is going great. I haven't seen an enemy in a while. Yep, I haven't seen an enemy in a while. That's not good.
Let me think. I'm thinking maybe when you have max wave, you one-shot grouper waves. When you have your max 1. Try to use your ult off CD. But like I said, I'm trying to avoid the obvious stuff. I'm trying to avoid the super obvious stuff. Like, that's obviously a great tip, Louis. That's a fantastic tip, but... yeah. You can... oh, yeah, the earn return thing is good, too. That's true. That is true. Wait, let me see if I can record a clip of that right now, because it's kind of annoying. Alright, come on, Infernus, let's go. You're going the opposite way, bro. Bro, he keeps turning towards me. Man. I guess I have to, like... wait, how am I even gonna... I guess it... how am I...
I see you're a discerning individual with the
make puppet? What does that do? Oh! Oh, shit. I can't even turn my mouse, bro. Fuck, he's my puppet, though. See you, Infernus. I guess I can do this. This is like a really painful way to do it. Rescue beam the bot? Yeah, that's probably the best way. It's probably the best way. Take control? Yeah, but then I'd have to take control of the... yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I guess I just keep... I guess the easiest way is I take control and then I spawn a dynamo over there. Would be the easiest thing. Take control and then spawn the dynamo. Probably the easiest. And then... I don't know if I'll be able to spawn a dynamo friendly. Okay, yeah, wait. Okay, wait, let's see. Okay, so if he goes like this, okay, it's perfect. Let me start recording. Boom.
Please work.
Okay, that failed. One sec. I have to, like, get him on. Okay, one sec. Okay, wait, we did it. Okay, take 2. That's kind of annoying. That's kind of annoying to clip. Alright, let me stop recording. Scuffed AF? I mean, it's good enough to show a point. It's good enough to show a point, guys. It's good enough to show the point. Come on. Okay, that's good tips. What? Dude, how come I'm starting with all the heroes that I know nothing about? What about Grey Talon? Let's take a look. Grey Talon. Okay, Great Talent, I'd probably give one of the tips, which is, you know, don't be afraid to use your ultimate to clear waves. Don't be afraid to use your ultimate to clear waves. That's probably a tip that I would, you know, you see a wave pushing on the other side of the map, you know, feel free to use your guided owl in order to go around the map. And then just clear the wave on the other side. In fact, I should record this. One sec, let me record that real quick.
I'll find them.
You know, don't be afraid to use your guided owl and then clear a wave on the other side of the map. Alright, it's good enough. We've got a guided owl clip. How good is Gun Ivy? It's okay. Tip number 3, never play GT unless you can be meta. It doesn't actually say anywhere, but your air dashes take you further in Rain of Arrows. Let me think. Yeah, I know that would help if there's a wave. I don't know how to spawn waves. Does anyone know how to spawn waves in this? Anyone know how to spawn waves? Is that possible? Anyhow.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
What other tips would I even go? Clear a wave in sandbox? That's true. I should probably do that. I should probably do that. I feel like a lot of people don't know you can cancel GT ult in the windup.
There will be no escape.
That's true.
There's no hiding from me.
Let's see. The wave hasn't spawned yet. Let's start recording.
This hunt is over.
Where's the wave? Where's the wave at? Wait, look at this bird manipulation though. I'm kind of flying it like a pilot right now. Where is the wave? Does it take a little bit to spawn? Sometimes it bugs. Okay. Sometimes it doesn't spawn. What? If you explored the map first, it doesn't spawn? Back out and rejoin? That's fucked up. That's actually fucked up. If you walk to the enemy walker, it works again, but it's desynced. Really? Is it gonna still? What is that I'm seeing, by the way, in that veil? What the fuck is that? Hi, Deathy, you just got here. Are the match IDs put anywhere for drafts / items? Yeah, I have some of the match IDs. One sec. I probably don't have all of them, but I have a decent amount, probably. Let me see. I'll post some in the chat. These are some of them. Yeah, one sec. I'm compiling them. They're in reverse order, so the first ones are NA. The first ones that I put in that message are NA, and then it's EU. I'm missing one match ID because I don't think I watched it in game. Okay, is there a wave yet? There's no wave. Okay, so if I go here, you're telling me there's gonna be a wave. Come on, wave spawn. Dude, it doesn't even work. I have to restart the game. GG. Alright, I'll record that one another time. Okay. We got a couple tips. We got the canceling the 2 for your momentum, right? We got the use snare for objectives, I guess. And we got the use guided owl to clear across the map. Waves across the map. Okay, so that's 3. On Haze, we got... On Haze, one thing that's cool is the slide during ult. Fight night is over. Sorry. It's over, Fawny. It's fully finished. Slide during ult is nice. You can slide. What's there to do to objectives? Well, it's just like if you put it on the urn turn and they have to, you know... You can slide downstairs. Sliding downstairs as Haze while you're ulting, I think is a pretty good tip. So, you know, this is how it looks when you do it regularly. You just kind of go down slowly. But then if you do it while sliding, this is what it looks like. You just go much further. So that's a good tip, I think. Who won Fight Night? Hydronation for NA and Abrahams for EU. You can also cancel the animation of the ult and not waste CD. Yeah, a lot of heroes can do that. I don't know if that's a good enough tip. They fought PKP. Pure Kicks Puppies. No, Valhalla lost in round 1 too. They actually got dominated. Keep fixation on enemies in the laning phase. That's a good tip, yeah. That's a good tip. It's like kind of obvious though. I'm trying to think. Let's see. You can use items while in smoke bomb. So that's, I don't know how many people, I don't know if, I think there's still a lot of people that don't realize this. That you can use items during smoke bomb.
Never catch me.
Um,
Moving into position.
Without revealing out of invis, so you can clear waves with it. How many more games for Fight Night? No, it's over, it's over. I should change my title. Yeah, I mentioned sliding as ult, sliding and ult. Dagger speed or pathing. Let me think. Who won? Hydronation won for NA and Abraham's won for EU. Let me think. Smoke bomb iframes. Yeah, but that's like written in the ability, right? But parry cancel ult is good, I think, actually. Because, you know, a lot of people are going to punch you while you're ulting. You know, you can cancel your ult to parry them. That could be a decent one. Another one could be... Let me think. I think it might be obvious, but maybe it's too obvious, but it'd be like, most of your damage is Haze's fixation, so make sure you don't buy weapon damage items, but instead focus on fire rate to get the fixation stacks going. Spirit offers ammo, yeah. I don't know. Some of these tips are going to be a little bit obvious. Like, it's going to be tough to make tips that are not obvious at all. Okay, so on Holiday... On Holiday... On Holiday, I think tip number 1 would be use barrel to like set up your lasso. I think a lot of people, like obviously in an ideal world, you want to use barrel to set up your lasso. Like barrel knocks people up straight up, so you get a essentially like a guaranteed lasso. Another thing would be the jump pad warpstone tip, probably, right? That tip's probably good. Where it's like if you lasso someone, whoops, you lasso someone and then you take your jump pad and then you just warpstone in place. Okay, well not that, but the Spider-Man tech, you know. You can use items and ult. Yeah, true. That's true. We've got the barrel, we've got, let's say, the warpstone tech, and then spam wall jump after jump on a bounce pad. Yeah, I know that you can launch them, but that's like bug abuse. That's not really like a tip, you know? I'm not really trying to make a tip that's just like gonna be patched. You can't heavy melee the person you lasso anymore now. What's the warpstone tech? Yeah, it's basically like you're gonna lasso someone, then you're gonna place the bounce pad, and then you're gonna take the jump pad, and then you're gonna warpstone right away. This essentially extends the jump. This essentially extends the duration of your ult while also keeping the target in the same location for your teammates to shoot. It also technically allows you to store. It also allows you to store the stomp damage, technically. So if you do this and then, whoops, sorry, not like that. But if you do it and then you do it right away, where you do this, you store the stomp, and then next time you jump, you know, like this. So you can see how I have this stomp stored basically. And then if I do it again, boom, damage. That's not a bug. It's been a bug for so long. At this point, I think it might be a feature. We'll see. The launching thing is clearly not intended. I mean, neither are intended, but this one is much more likely to stay in the game than launching people. Can't you do that by just dashing right as you hit the pad? It's not quite. Dashing right as you hit the pad takes you much further. As you can see, it takes me that far, right? Whereas if I do the jump pad thing, technically I can be like right there, you know? Like this, right? So yeah. I guess it would be in the same tip. It'd be like you can do this, but then if you have warp stone, similarly you can do this, right? I guess there's a lot of different tips. Okay, so we've got plenty of tips for Holiday. That's not a problem. In Furnace, I think I would remind them that that you can use items during Flame Dash. You can use items and abilities during Flame Dash. So I think one example is like Phantom Strike, for example. So if you're Flame Dashing, you can actually Phantom Strike while Flame Dashing. Similarly, you can also Warp Zone while Flame Dashing. And you can also, you know, you can use all of your abilities as well while you're Flame Dashing. So that's a really good tip, I think. Let me think. All of Infernus's abilities, including his ult, refresh Afterburn. So if you do some Afterburn damage and you just hit them with your ult, it will also refresh it. I think a lot of people don't realize the ult also refreshes Afterburn. You can parry an ult. Yeah, you can do anything in ult. Ult stuns Walker again. Ideally, I would try to avoid repetition. Let me think. Let me think. We've got 2 tips. I think that's 2 tips. I think those are both good tips. You know, I guess I would say as in Furnace, especially if you're playing around your dash, like, you know, make sure you buy debuff remover because items like slowing hex or knockdown can really mess you up. That'd probably be the 3rd tip, is like make sure you buy debuff remover or something. Yeah, we already talked about movement items during Flame Dash. That would be a decent tip as well, Issa. Yeah. Timing the abilities. Yeah, I'm afraid that might be a little obvious, but that is a good tip for sure, Kizzle. That's the type of tip that I would give to like new players. Yeah, I will mention it during the Dynamo section, yes. Tip for farm on Infernus, maybe? Oh, that could be good. How to farm neutrals is in Furnace. As in, like, the way you should farm neutrals in Furnace is you should always start by, like, you know, you should always start by kind of, like, setting the camp on fire. And then once you have the camp on fire, you, like, flame dash through it. And then you keep refreshing your thing by using your afterburn. Reload before flame dash. That's true. And I could say reload before flame dash, and I could, there's so many tips. Yeah, reload before flame dash, but I could say you could also reload before most abilities in Deadlock. You can indeed reload during dash, yes. You can reload during most abilities in Deadlock. You reload during it? Let's see. Oh yeah, you can. Oh wow, okay. Most abilities don't allow you to reload during them, but you can. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that. Well, that's actually a really good tip. Reload during flame dash. Okay. I feel like I should do them in rows, right? So I should do the first row of heroes, and then I should do the second row. Because now I'm like, it's too many tips for one video. Like, you guys are right that it's not gonna fit in all one video. It's just not gonna work. It's just, there's no way. First of all, it'd be way too much work for one video. Like, it's literally gonna take me like so much time. So I think doing 3 videos is probably good. You gotta do shorts? Nah, I could do long form videos and then I transform them into shorts. That's how you do it. You farm it. You farm it. You do one long video and then you do shorts. That's the meta. And then you send the shorts link to your long video. Ivy, I would say, is let me think. Oh, the Ivy tip is I would definitely say like you can use your ultimate off of the zipline, right? So if you get off the zipline with control, you can then fly in the air to maintain the momentum and go really fast. That is one piece of advice I would have for sure. Tether replicates healing. Okay, but like... Have you seen the Witchmail dash interaction on Infernus? What do you mean by that? The fact that like Witchmail procs off finisher because Infernus flame dash, like every tick of it procs Witchmail? Is that what you mean? If you grapple while walking backwards and you canceling grapple when your spinning animation happens, you go farthest. Hold M2 and grapple to guarantee bomb after arriving. Press parry key and power slash to instantly cancel power slash for poke or to parry melees. That's fair. Kuzu goes through walls and can steal camps. Okay. The tip that I would give would be most likely like the tip that I would give is like you can use your Kuzu bomb to clear the wave as soon as it drops in lane. Like for example, it'd be like I just go into a bot match, just go easy, press Ivy. In fact, let me record that right now. I'll show you guys what I mean. Crouch while casting flight is huge. Oh yeah, that's true. Does it even say it anywhere on the ability? Oh yeah, it does. But it's still, nobody reads that shit. That's a good tip though. Yeah, that makes 3. I mean, my tip for Kuzu would basically be like, you know, when the wave drops, you can use it to hit all the troopers. So basically you just drop the Kuzu right here. And then you shoot the troopers, and then it pushes the entire wave, right? I think this is a really good tip, because then this gives you insane wave advantage. Alright. That's good for the Ivy ones, I think. Sorry, bot match. See ya. So we would be left to Kelvin, which you can melee cancel with your ultimate. I mean, that's kind of neat. It's one of the few melee cancel abilities left in the game, right? There's not a lot. How many heavy melee cancel abilities are there? You can reload during beam. That's true, but I don't want to use the reload one too often. Can you parry that? You can, yes. But like, if I can bait your parry, I can bait your parry with it though, you know? But look at this, I go like this, boom, bait your parry, and then you're dead. You're dead. Parry baited. Nah, you don't. My game's crazy. Let's see. A great tip to escape on Kelvin would be to keep gaining height with Ice Path when you're getting chased, and just keep gaining height. I think that's a good tip. Your wife made you change the sheets for her and her boyfriend? No worries, Tibbs. Happens. That's all good. Let me think. Move erratically in Ice Path, like around corners and taking advantage of height. Abilities on Ice Path. Yeah, you can use Ice Path and abilities at the same time. I feel like most Kelvin players know this, but... You can melee from Ice Path to grab bridge buffs. Huh. What are we doing? We're compiling tips for heroes. That could work. That could be a decent one. I think the tip that I would give is if your team is half health, don't be afraid to use Dome to like reset them. Like what I would do is like I would spawn a couple heroes and oh, they're all half health already. I'm gonna record that. You know, if your team is half health, don't be afraid to use Dome to reset them.
Chase me.
Good tip. A lot of people are afraid of using Dome for that, but it's good. I think we got the tips. I got my work cut out for me. I just need the Bebop tips. I'll message John right now. I need 3 Bebop tips for a video. Please help. Tip number 1, don't play Bebop. True. The best advice for Kelvin is knowing the right situation to use Ice Beam. Yeah, but these are like tips and tricks, you know? These are like small little things that you didn't know about a hero. Alright. I think I'm gonna get started to work on that video. I fear that I have gotten myself into something that is gonna be big and take a lot of time, but I'll get started on it. And wish me luck. I'm gonna raid someone. Let me see. Who do I raid? I'll raid Wander. He just went live. Zipline stamina reset a bug or intended? It's probably a bug, but who knows if they're gonna remove it. Alright guys. Thanks for watching. Go say hi to Wander. And I'm gonna get started on the video. Have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye. See ya.